Chapter 1633. Chapter 1633. Chapter 1633. Who is he? Sect Master. The elders and disciples of the blood demon sect all revealed looks of astonishment. They looked at this scene with some bewilderment. Could this be a new technique that their sect master had come up with to toy with his opponent? Who are you? The blood demon sect master found that he could still move his mouth and hurriedly asked, "Weren't you in a hurry to die just now? There's no need for a dead person to know who I am, right?" Ningqi smiled. In front of the tens of thousands of cultivators present, he slammed his palm towards the head of the blood demon sect master. It was only at this moment that the people of the blood demon sect realized that their sect master was not toying with the other party, but had been restrained by the other party. Everyone's faces were filled with fear as they thought of this. "How dare you kill me? I'm a disciple of the 9th Nether Demon sect." The blood demon sect master looked at Ningqi in shock and anger and let out an angry roar. His palm stopped 3 inches above Ningqi's head. The blood demon sect master immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then a cold smile appeared on his face. "You're afraid?" He thought that Ningqi was shocked by the words 9th Nether Demon sect. Which cultivator in the central mainland wasn't afraid of the 9th Nether Demon sect? "Do you know Duanmu Chong?" Ningqi smiled. "Senior brother Duanmu?" The blood demon sect master looked at Ningqi in shock. "You know senior brother Duanmu?" "Even Duanmu Chong doesn't dare to speak to me so loudly when he sees me. You, an abandoned disciple who left the 9th Nether Demon sect and came out to establish your own mountain, dare to use the 9th Nether Demon sect to suppress me?" Ningqi chuckled. This sentence made the blood demon sect master shiver. Who was this guy in front of him? How could he be so arrogant? Pah! The head of the blood demon sect master was smashed into his chest by Ningqi. Ningqi struck out a few more times, and the sect master's limbs were broken. However, the blood demon sect master was still breathing, and he was not dead yet. Ningqi did not plan to kill him now, and he wanted to kill him after he broke through to the 3 tribulation creator realm. Although it was only 15 creation points, it was not a waste. After throwing the blood demon sect master into the creation domain, Ningqi's gaze swept across the cultivators on the mountains and finally looked at Wu Yin. "Brother, what do these demon bastards say? Kill or suppress?" So strong! The cultivators behind Wu Yin stared at Ningqi with their mouths agape. A few of them couldn't help but look at Lei Wenjuan's group of 3 in relief. If it wasn't for the 3 of them bringing this cultivator over, the Cruel Sun sect would have been annihilated today. Wu Yin took a full 5 breaths of time before he recovered from the scene before him. Then he revealed a look of ecstasy. "Disciples of the Cruel Sun sect, listen up. Kill all these demon bastards from the blood demon sect." Yes, sect leader. Everyone was overjoyed. They grinned hideously at the group of blood demon sect disciples who were still in a daze. With a roar, they pounced forward, while Wu Yin went to save the few female cultivators on the pillars. "Sect leader, don't worry about us. We won't die yet. Go and avenge us." The female cultivators' eyes were filled with deep-seated hatred. "Don't worry. I will make them pay 1,000 times over for the pain they inflicted on you." Wu Yin nodded seriously. Then he sneered and swept towards the cultivators of the blood demon sect. The elders and disciples of the blood demon sect finally reacted. Although they weren't afraid of Wu Yin and the others. After all, apart from the blood demon sect master, there were still 7 or 8 elders present, and all of them were first tribulation creators. However, they didn't dare to fight with the cultivators of the Cruel Sun sect because the mysterious expert who suppressed their sect leader was still standing in the void, staring coldly at them. At this moment, the cultivators gathered on the various mountains all had strange expressions. They had originally planned to see the Broken Sun sect being annihilated, but they saw the Blood Demon sect leader, who had the upper hand, being killed by the young cultivator who came later. It was truly frightening. "Who is he?" The female cultivator in purple looked at Ning-Chi with a complicated expression, and an ominous feeling rose in her heart. The Heavenly Heart sect that she was in didn't stand up for the Cruel Sun sect this time because they felt that the Cruel Sun sect was doomed. Moreover, Wu Yin of the Cruel Sun sect had a feud with a few elders of the Heavenly Heart sect. But today, not only was the Cruel Sun sect not annihilated, but they even fought back and turned the situation around. If that cultivator stood up for Wu Yin, it would be the Heavenly Heart sect's turn next. The flags of the Blood Demon sect that were stuck in various parts of the mountain fell to the ground. The cultivators of the Blood Demon sect were like headless flies, fleeing in all directions. But every time they thought they were going to escape, their heads would mysteriously fall to the ground. Not long after, other than the cultivators of the Blood Demon sect, who were fighting with Wu Yin and the other cultivators of the Blood Demon sect were all dead. Not bad. These cultivators of the Blood Demon sect have done a lot of bad things in the past. Ning-Chi's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. Thousands of cultivators of the Blood Demon sect had been beheaded by his eternal void spirit blade, and he had obtained nearly 50,000 dragon-slaying crystals. In addition to the ones he had left, it was enough for him to exchange for the whereabouts of the land of the ruins of God from the system. With the land of the ruins of God, he could start cultivating the seed of the purple void divine tree. If he could successfully cultivate the purple void divine tree, one of the biggest problems for him when he entered the celestial realm in the future would be solved. The battle was one-sided, and it ended very quickly. In front of Wu Yin, a group of cultivators of the Blood Demon sect knelt. They were severely injured, but they did not die on the spot. You know how you treated the cultivators of the Cruel Sun sect in the past. Although I, Wu Yin, am not an evil person, I will not let anyone bully me. Wu Yin looked coldly at the group of cultivators of the Blood Demon sect who had lost the ability to fight. Then she gestured to the disciples of the Cruel Sun sect, and they were captured and taken to the Cruel Sun sect. Wu Yin sneered, and her gaze fell on a mountain in the distance. She looked at the female cultivator in purple, and her expression changed slightly. Then she turned and left. Humph! Wu Yin snorted, and her gaze fell on Ning-Chi. Her face showed a hint of excitement. Brother Ning, if not for you today, I and the disciples of the Cruel Sun sect would have had our souls extracted and refined by the sect leader of the Blood Demon sect. All right, thank me when you get back. Let's go. Ning-Chi went forward and patted Wu Yin's shoulder, then walked towards the Cruel Sun sect. When the disciples of the Cruel Sun sect saw this, they hurriedly stood to the side and bowed. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen enough? Get lost. Wu Yin's gaze fell on the various mountains, and she let out an angry roar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 1634. Chapter 1634. Tribulation Transcendence Cruel Sun sect. The female cultivators who had been tortured by the Blood Demon sect cultivators quickly recovered under the treatment of Ning-Chi's immortal chi. However, the damage to their souls couldn't be healed in a short period of time. Lei Wenwan took them away to rest. The others looked at Ning-Chi curiously before turning to leave. Only Ning-Chi and Wu Yin were left in the hall. Brother Ning, words cannot express my gratitude. Wu Yin looked at Ning-Chi and said seriously, We are brothers. What's there to be polite about? When the Greedy Wolf sect cultivators wanted to kill me in the inner district, didn't you help them? Ning-Chi smiled. A trace of reminiscence flashed in Wu Yin's eyes. In Ning-Chi's memory, this matter had not happened too long ago. However, in Wu Yin's memory, it was something that had happened nearly 4,000 years ago. It was truly a bit distant. Thinking of how Ning-Chi, who couldn't even defeat an eternal life realm cultivator back then, could now suppress the blood demon sect master with a wave of his hand. Wu Yin sighed in his heart. He was indeed worthy of being called Killing God Ning. His combat strength and talent had been fully displayed during the battle in the central mainland. Even after thousands of years, he was still so strong. Brother Ning, with your current cultivation level, you are probably a 3 tribulation creator, right? Wu Yin asked curiously. No, only a 2nd tribulation. Ning Qi smiled. Haha, doesn't that mean that we are at the same level? Although I can't compare to you in terms of combat strength, at the very least, I feel quite gratified. Wu Yin could not help but smile. At the same time, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky above the cruel sun sect. A golden, lightning dragon swam in it. A disciple noticed this and hurriedly ran to report. What? Whirlpool? Golden lightning dragon? Who is going through the tribulation in my cruel sun sect? Wu Yin gasped. He quickly looked at Ning Qi and realized that Ning Qi had already disappeared from the hall. Wu Yin's heart skipped a beat and he quickly ran out. At this time, the remaining disciples of the Broken Sun sect all walked out and stood behind Wu Yin. They looked at the figure in front of them with fear and curiosity. The aura from the whirlpool in the sky made even Wu Yin's heart jump. The other crippling Sun sect disciples felt even more uncomfortable. They felt like a huge rock was pressing down on their chests. Is Brother Ning going to cross the tribulation? What is Senior doing? Lei Wenwan and the others rushed out. They didn't understand the whirlpool in the sky. Cultivators in the eternal life realm didn't even have the qualifications to accept the thunder tribulation. Naturally, they didn't know that in the creation realm, every time they advanced, they had to go through a terrifying baptism of life and death. Ning Qi sat cross-legged as the confining dragon-elephant art in his body began to circulate wildly, preparing to face the lightning tribulation. All of you back off. Don't come within 5 miles of this place. Wu Yin shouted and retreated together with the other crippling Sun sect disciples. They stood far away and looked at Ning Qi worriedly, especially Wu Yin. He knew how terrifying the thunder tribulation of the creator realm was. He was able to break through to the 2nd tribulation creator realm because he had a fortuitous encounter. The 2 lightning tribulations were weakened to different extents. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the lightning tribulation before he could break through to the 1st tribulation creator realm. Now that Ning Qi was advancing from the 2nd tribulation creator realm to the 3rd tribulation creator realm, the lightning tribulation he was going to face would be at least 50% stronger than the lightning tribulation he had faced before. I wonder if Brother Ning is ready. Why is he sitting on the ground? Wu Yin's eyes were filled with worry. However, when a cultivator was going through a tribulation, outsiders couldn't help him at all. He could only rely on himself. Moreover, even if he had a defensive spirit artifact, it would be useless. It could only increase the power of the lightning tribulation. Only dark artifacts and some rare treasures could weaken the power of the lightning tribulation. The thunder tribulation of the creator realm? The creator who supported the crippling Sun sect just now is facing the thunder tribulation? He was already so terrifying just now. If he passes this lightning tribulation, how much more terrifying will he become? I heard that the thunder tribulation of the creator realm is a matter of life and death. Many of the creators could live for millions of years, but in the end, some of them only lived for hundreds of thousands of years. They weren't killed by their enemies, but died under the lightning tribulation. If this person fails to pass the tribulation, I think the sect head of the crippling Sun sect, Wu Yin, won't be able to laugh for long. The Qianxin sect will definitely not let this hidden danger exist. Some cultivators who didn't go far were attracted by the aura of the lightning tribulation again. They all looked at Ning Qi and whispered to each other. More than 10 masters of creation from various sects rushed over. When they saw the whirlpool in the sky, their faces revealed a look of lingering fear. Among these sect heads, the lowest cultivation level was at the half-step creation realm, while the highest was at the second tribulation creator realm, other than the half-step creation realm. The rest of them had experienced the terror of the lightning tribulation. Elder Nangong. They suddenly realized that there was a purple-robed female cultivator beside them and hurriedly bowed. Rise. Nangong Ruozi nodded lightly. Then, her gaze landed on Ning Qi, and a trace of doubt flashed across her eyes. Why is this person sitting during the tribulation? Could it be that he doesn't have the confidence to pass the tribulation and has already given up? Thinking of this, a trace of joy flashed across Nangong Ruozi's eyes. Just now, she was worried that this person would help Wu Yin. If this person died under the lightning tribulation, this worry could be resolved. More and more golden dragons appeared in the whirlpool. Finally, they started to fuse together and turned into a huge golden dragon. Even the cultivators who were hundreds of miles away could feel its aura. The golden dragon that was transformed from the lightning tribulation suddenly let out a roar and charged directly at Ning Qi. Boom! The dust in the surroundings surged up to a height of hundreds of feet. The entire area was instantly covered by the dust, causing the crowd to be unable to see if Ning Qi had withstood the lightning tribulation or if he had been turned into ashes by the lightning tribulation. Sect head, will Senior be all right? Lei Wenjuan's face was full of worry. The rest of the cruel sun, sect disciples, were also very worried. Ning Qi had saved them this time and called the sect head his brother. They really didn't wish for such an existence to die under the lightning tribulation. Don't worry. This brother of mine has the life of a cockroach. He won't die so easily. Wu Yin comforted. In reality, he himself didn't know what would happen. The whirlpool in the sky gradually dissipated. At the same time, the dust that covered the entire area also gradually settled on the ground. Inside the dust, a faint silhouette appeared. Is he still alive? Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. How is this possible? When Ning Qi's figure clearly appeared in front of everyone, the masters of creation who had gone through the lightning tribulation before roared in their hearts. Wu Yin's lips curled up slightly. I told you, this brother of mine won't die so easily. Other than Ning Qi's messy hair, his face was burnt black, and his clothes were burnt to ashes. At this moment, he was breathing calmly, and there was a faint flash of lightning on his body. Cultivating? He's cultivating under the lightning tribulation? Chapter 1635. Chapter 1635. Chapter 1635. Breakthrough. Not only was Nangong Ruozi shocked, but the rest of the creators were also dumbfounded. They had experienced the lightning tribulation and knew how terrifying it was. Not only did Yi Futian not take out a few dark artifacts to weaken the lightning tribulation, but he even sat directly under the lightning tribulation and endured the terrifying lightning without any resistance. Yet he was still cultivating. Was he using the lightning tribulation as a training for his cultivation? The power of the thunder tribulation was wreaking havoc in Ning Qi's body. He wasn't as relaxed as he seemed to be. His cells and meridians were all soaked in blood. Electric arcs flickered on his body as the suppressing dragon elephant art was operating crazily, slowly and steadily absorbing the aftermath of a thunder tribulation. Ning Qi felt like he had suddenly eaten 10 elephants. His body swelled up. If it wasn't for the suppressing dragon elephant art, he would have self-detonated. However, the benefits brought by the lightning tribulation were also very obvious. After enduring the lightning tribulation, Ning Qi's physical strength rose by a large margin. His confining dragon elephant art also rose rapidly. Before this, he was already at the peak of the 7th layer of heaven. This lightning tribulation had a chance of allowing Ning Qi to break through to the 8th layer of heaven. At that time, Ning Qi's physical strength would increase by a large margin, and he should be able to match Ziyu Yanjun after using the forbidden technique. What kind of concept was that? Ziyu Yanjun's fist could kill a 7 tribulation creator. At this realm, even if Ning Qi didn't use the creation domain and didn't use the immortal Qi, he could still walk unhindered among the 7 tribulation creators with just his physical body. If he used all his trump cards, Ning Qi believed that he could even fight against an 8 tribulation creator. But now he was just a 3 tribulation creator. Time passed, and the night and day continued to rotate. More and more black marks appeared on the surface of Ning Qi's body. Upon a closer look, one could see that these were impurities expelled from his body, and a faint stench came out. Most of the cultivators in the nearby mountains had left. They did not dare to stay here for long. After all, when a cultivator was going through a tribulation, other cultivators were watching from the side, and some of them harbored evil intentions. Now that Ning Qi had succeeded, if they stayed here before he woke up, they were afraid that they would be killed by him on the spot. In the end, even Nangong Ruozi turned around and left in the direction of the Tianqin sect. Disciples of the Broken Sun sect, listen up. Lock down the mountain and do not allow any cultivators to enter. Wu Yin's order was passed down. Dozens of Cruel Sun sect disciples flew in different directions. Wu Yin stood 1,000 feet away from Ning Qi and sat down cross-legged. Although the god's test of thunder had disappeared, there was still a bit of its aura. To Wu Yin, absorbing more aura from the god's test of thunder would increase his chances of success in the future. Thus, he guarded Ning Qi as he sat down to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. Only a small amount of the lightning tribulation's remnant waves remained in Ning Qi's body. Most of it had been absorbed by Ning Qi. The confining dragon elephant art had also been pushed to a peak that he had no choice but to break through. Asterisk pop. Asterisk it was, as if a layer of membrane in Ning Qi's body had been pierced. In the next moment, the aura on his body surged. Wu Yin, who was sitting 1,000 feet away, opened his eyes and looked at Ning Qi in shock. At this moment, a whirlwind swept around Ning Qi. All the rocks around him were sent flying. The black impurities on Ning Qi's body cracked and fell to the ground, revealing a brand new, white and tender skin. However, this was not the kind of skin that was thin and weak. Instead, it was filled with perfect muscles. One could feel a terrifying, explosive power from it. This is a 3 tribulation creator? How can his aura be so terrifying? Wu Yin subconsciously opened his mouth wide, and his eyes were filled with shock. There were 7 first-rate sects in the great, desolate mountain range, and their sect leaders were all 3 tribulation creators. Wu Yin had seen this group of people many times. He had even fought with the Tianqin sect leader before. Although he was defeated, the aura of those 3 tribulation creators was like a toddler compared to an adult martial artist. There was a terrifyingly huge difference. The whirlwind almost turned into a tornado, and it kept spreading outwards. Sand and pebbles swirled in the air. The disciples of the Cruel Sun sect, who were guarding in all directions, saw this and didn't know what was happening. A trace of shock flashed across their eyes as they stared at the tornado that connected heaven and earth. The tornado didn't last long. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the tornado gradually disappeared. Ning Qi had already changed into a light blue robe. His long hair was like a waterfall, casually draped over his shoulders. When his bright eyes saw Wu Yin almost had a subconscious desire to turn her head to avoid him. Brother Ning, are you advancing to become a 9 tribulation creator or a 3 tribulation creator? Wu Yin smiled bitterly. Of course, I'm a 3 tribulation creator. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Sigh, I thought I was on par with you in terms of cultivation, but now I'm weaker than you again. Looks like I won't be able to catch up to you in this lifetime. Wu Yin sounded a little disappointed, but he immediately chuckled and said, but that's fine too. Brother Ning will be my backer in the future. The Cruel Sun sect finally doesn't have to listen to those stupid dogs anymore. That might not be true. Ning Qi had a strange look on his face. The two of them returned to the Cruel Sun sect, and Ning Qi recounted how he had killed the Eternal River Immortal King and the other three, and how he had offended Yuan, venerate Sangji. Wu Yin was taken aback by what he heard. He took a deep breath and looked at Ning Qi strangely. In other words, if Yuan, venerate Sangji, finds out that you are my brother, the Cruel Sun sect will be destroyed again? Wu Yin had a strange look on his face. You could say that, but if you are lucky, Yuan, venerate Sangji might not care about you. Ning Qi chuckled. Oh my God, you offended an eternal life when you were at the Dando realm. Now that you are a creator, you actually offended a Yuan venerate? You should know that the longest living beings in the central mainland, other than the Tao Yin Immortal Emperor, are the 5 Yuan venerates. If Yuan venerate Sangji personally hunts you down, I'm afraid. Wu Yin slapped his forehead and was speechless. That's why I can't stay here for long. But before I leave, I can help you get rid of your enemies and let you dominate the great wilderness mountain range. In the future, the cultivators of the War God Hall might come and join you. Ning Qi chuckled. Dongfang Haojie and the others? That's great. I haven't seen them in a long time, and I miss them a little. Unfortunately, the War God Hall was destroyed by the cultivators of the Pyamyo sect. I didn't even get to the top of the Immortal Ascension Pagoda before it was destroyed. Wu Yin smiled. He paused. 500 years ago, I went to the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty to look for the Pyamyo, Heavenly Venerate. He was very powerful, and I was not his match. Chapter 1636. Chapter 1636. Chapter 1636. Bear the consequences. Ethereal Heavenly Sovereign is dead. Ning Qi laughed. I knew it. There's no way you wouldn't come back for revenge. Wu Yin laughed out loud. Thinking about how he had narrowly escaped from the hands of the ethereal Empyrean and how arrogant he was, Wu Yin was still a little angry. Knowing that he had died at Ning Qi's hands, Wu Yin was very happy. After the two of them chatted for a while, Lei Wenwan suddenly ran to the entrance of the hall and said in a low voice, Sect Master, Senior, the Tianxin sect has sent an envoy. Tianxin sect? Was he here to apologize? Let them in. Wu Yin sneered. Yes. Lei Wenwan turned around and left. Not long after, a group of people walked in. At the front was a young cultivator with a gloomy expression. He exuded the aura of a second tribulation creator, comparable to the blood demon sect master and slightly stronger than Wu Yin. Behind him were more than 10 transcendents, realm, cultivators. Grandmaster Wu, long time no see. When the young cultivator saw Wu Yin, he put on a fake smile and cupped his hands. Then his gaze fell on Ning Qi, and a trace of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. Ning Qi sat on the chair and drank his tea with his head down. He had no intention of getting up. Wu Yin, on the other hand, stood up with a smirk. She looked at the young cultivator and said, Lin Xia, what brings you to the Kenyang sect today? The cultivators of Cruel Sun's sect arrived one after another. When they saw Lin Xia, their eyes were filled with anger as they glared at him. Lin Xia smiled, seeing that Ning Qi was still drinking his tea with his head lowered. He was a little upset. However, he put on a smile and said to Wu Yin, Sect Leader Wu, aren't you going to introduce this senior to us? After a pause, he looked at Ning Qi and cupped his hands. I'm Lin Xia, from the Tianxin sect. Greetings, senior. May I know your name? You have no right to know. He did not open his eyes to look at Lin Xia at all. Lin Xia clenched his fists when he heard what Ning Qi said. His knuckles turned white, but he quickly calmed himself down. He was here to reconcile with Wu Yin, not to start a feud. Therefore he smiled and resolved the awkwardness. He then said to Wu Yin, Sect Leader Wu, I'm here under the order of the Tianxin sect leader to return the few minds that I've been managing to the Kenyang sect. Lei Wenwan and the other cultivators of the Broken Sun sect were overjoyed. The mines that were taken over by the Tianqin sect were extremely important to the Broken Sun sect. They were the foundation of the sect. After losing them, the cultivators of the Broken Sun sect had a hard time. The pills that they could get every year were reduced from a few hundred to 8 or 9. Sometimes they couldn't even get 8 or 9 pills. Hee, your heavenly heart sex reaction is really fast. Wu Yin was a little upset. Initially, he wanted Ning Qi to attack the Tianqin sect. Now that the Tianqin sect had spat out what he had eaten, it was hard for him to find an excuse. Sect leader Wu, the people of the Tianqin sect have retreated from the mines. There are only a few people left to manage the mines. When they see the cultivators of the Broken Sun sect, they will leave on their own. Sect leader Wu, you should be able to feel our sincerity. I shall leave now. Lin Xie glanced at Ning Qi with a faint smile. He then clasped his hands at Wu Yin and was about to leave. At that moment, Ning Qi suddenly looked at Lin Xie and said calmly, "Ask your Tianqin sect leader to hand over all the mines to Wu Yin personally. Then the Tianqin sect will leave this place." Everyone was stunned when they heard that. They looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. The cultivators of the Broken Sun sect had a strange look in their eyes after they recovered from the shock. They looked at each other and could see the joy in each other's eyes. Was the sect leader's brother going to help the Broken Sun sect? Lin Xie's body froze. He then turned around slowly and looked at Ning Qi with a fake smile. "Sir, are you joking?" "I never joke with strangers," Gu Shenwei said. Ning Qi smiled. This anger flashed through Lin Xie's eyes. Was he planning to take over the Tianqin sect? As one of the 7 major sects in the Great Barren Mountain Range, the Tianqin sect had more than 60 mines. A few of them would be enough for a sect like the Broken Sun sect to establish itself. "Sir, the Tianqin sect has given up the Broken Sun sect's mines. It's a good ending for both parties. If the Broken Sun sect has any trouble in the Great Barren Mountain Range in the future, the Tianqin sect will take care of it. As for what you said earlier, I think it's better not to mention it again." Lin Xie said in a deep voice, "Hand over all the mines and the Tianqin sect will leave the Great Barren Mountain Range. I won't repeat myself. If you don't leave, you'll have to bear the consequences." Ning Qi put down the teacup and looked into Lin Xie's eyes. The Tianqin sect's leader is a 3 disaster creator. He might even break through to a 4 disaster creator in the future. His combat strength is not to be underestimated. "Sir, do you really want to fight to the death?" As the great elder of the Tianqin sect, all the cultivators that Lin Xie met within the millions of miles of the Great Barren Mountain Range treated him with respect. He had never been threatened like this. He smirked. He had never seen how Ning Qi killed the Blood Demon sect's leader, so he doubted Nangong Ruozi's description. Since Lin Xie was determined to go all out, there was no need for Lin Xie to feign civility. Ning Qi smiled and said nothing. Upon seeing that, Lin Xie scoffed at Wu Yin and turned around to leave. When he arrived at the door, his voice came slowly. "The Tianqin sect doesn't plan to return the few mines. If the Broken Sun sect's cultivators come, we'll kill them. How dare you?" Wu Yin's eyes were filled with anger. "Don't worry about it. I was worried that I didn't have an excuse to go to the Tianqin sect. How about this? Send a disciple to the major sects and ask them to hand over the mines." Ning Qi smiled. Wu Yin was stunned. "Brother Ning, are you asking all the sects in the Great Barren Mountain Range to hand over their mines? Just ask the first-rate sects that are on par with the Tianqin sect to hand over their mines. If we kill all the other sects, I'm afraid the Broken Sun sect won't be able to rest for hundreds of years." Ning Qi smiled. A hint of hesitation appeared on Wu Yin's face. "Sect leader, we can go and send the message." Suddenly, the Broken Sun sect's cultivators outside the door volunteered. They were excited. This was an opportunity for the Broken Sun sect, and they had to seize it. If they succeeded, the Broken Sun sect would become the #1 sect in the Great Barren Mountain Range, and they would receive cultivation resources that they could never imagine. Upon seeing that, Wu Yin sighed and nodded at Lei Wenwan and the rest. Go and send the message, but don't show yourself. Be careful, or you'll be taken hostage. Yes, sect leader. Chapter 1637. Chapter 1637. Chapter 1637. A visit in Advance the Sky Heart sect was located in the Great Desolate Mountain Range, where cultivation resources were the most abundant. There were more than a dozen mines around the sect. Many outer sect disciples of the Sky Heart sect were sweating profusely as they dug out ores that could be exchanged for cultivation resources. Apart from the 100,000 outer disciples, the Heaven Heart sect did not have many core disciples and elders. There were less than 100 of them. In the meeting hall, more than 100 core members were gathered there. Nangong Ruozi sat in the seat closest to the front, while Lin Xie sat opposite her. More than 100 pairs of eyes were staring at Lin Xie. The main seat was empty. It was the seat of the Heaven Heart sect leader. Elder Lin, what you just said, is it true? Does the cultivator from the Scorching Sun sect really want us to hand over all the mines and leave the Great Barren Mountain Range? An elder who exuded the aura of a first tribulation creator suddenly spoke. Lin Xie smirked, he said to himself. Therefore, this time the Heaven Heart sect must have a war with the Scorching Sun sect. We'll wait for the sect leader to show up and decide what to do. The Heaven Heart sect has been around the Great Barren Mountain Range for hundreds of thousands of years. If we leave now, all our efforts will be in vain. Are you willing to leave? What a joke. Of course, we won't leave this place. A cultivator of unknown origin wants us to give up our sect with just his words? How naive. The elder smirked. If you want to fight, let's fight. Fight. The rest of them were excited and growled at the same time. A smile appeared on Lin Xie's face. The Tianqin sect had so many experts, including the sect master, so they could definitely fight against the opponent. Only Nangong Ruozi, who was sitting opposite him, had a hint of worry in her eyes. She saw how Ning Qi killed the Blood Demon sect leader with her own eyes. He was so fast that he completely crushed the Blood Demon sect leader. Then he went through the heavenly tribulation of cultivators so easily. She did not think that the Heaven Heart sect had a high chance of winning against such a powerful ability. However, the opponent's request was too much. The Heaven Heart sect could not just leave like that. Elder Nangong, you saw that guy kill the Blood Demon sect leader with your own eyes. What's his cultivation level? 3 tribulations of creator? Lin Xie looked at Nangong Ruozi. The rest of them looked at Nangong Ruozi as well. After a moment of silence, Nangong Ruozi slowly said, the Blood Demon sect leader couldn't retaliate at all. From what I know, his cultivation level is probably higher than ours, but he was suppressed in the blink of an eye. The other party's cultivation level is at least that of a 3rd tribulation master of creation. However, he went through another lightning tribulation after that. Perhaps he already has the battle strength of a 4th tribulation master of creation. I feel that it's best not to fight this time. Let's see how many mines the other party wants. Our Tianqin sect will just give up. Impossible. Our Tianqin sect has so many disciples. The amount of cultivation resources we consume every month is more than what a small sect consumes in a few years. If we hand over a dozen mineral veins, wouldn't we be starving? That's right. This will consume too much of our vitality. I don't agree either. Let's fight right away. The other party has just gone through the lightning tribulation, so he'll be in a weakened state for a few years. We have to take this opportunity to kill him. One of the creators suggested. They had all experienced the lightning tribulation, and no matter how talented a cultivator was, when they just passed the lightning tribulation, their bodies would be in a weak state due to the power of the lightning tribulation. This weak state could last for tens of years, and the shortest would be a few years. They had never heard of anyone being unscathed. That's right. Lin Xian nodded. Everything depends on you, sect leader, Nangong Ruozi calmly said. At that moment, it had been 7 to 8 days since Lin Xia returned from the Kenyang sect. The people sat in their seats, quietly, and waited. Soon, a figure walked in from the main entrance. The people stood up and bowed when they saw him. Sect leader. The figure was a middle-aged cultivator with a long beard on his chin. His face was skinny, and he wore a green robe. His hair was tied up neatly, making him look like an immortal. As soon as he sat in the main seat, Lin Xia immediately cupped his hands and said softly, Sect leader, about the Kenyang sect, I'm already aware of this matter. The sect leaders of the other 6 sects have also sent me messages. The Tianqin sect master calmly said. The people were stunned. Was this related to the other sects again? A few days ago, a disciple from the Kenyang sect sent a message to them. He asked them to hand over their mineral veins within 10 days and leave this place. The Tianqin sect master calmly said. What? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. Had that cultivator gone mad? How could he attack the 7 sects at once? Sect leader, this man is too arrogant. But that's good too. If the 6 sect leaders work together with us, it won't be too difficult to suppress that cultivator. Lin Xia said, The 10 days are almost up. This man will visit us in a few days. All of you are the core cultivators of the Tianqin sect. This time, the Tianqin sect will be facing an unprecedented crisis. Therefore, I plan to let the disciples who have a chance to break through to the transcendence realm leave first. The Tianqin sect master calmly said. The people's faces turned pale. They felt that this scene was extremely familiar. Not long ago, the Kenyang sect did the same thing. In the blink of an eye, it was the Tianqin sect's turn to send the talented disciples away. Sect leader, we don't have to wait for him to visit us. Let's go to the Kenyang sect and kill this man. Lin Xia cupped his hands and said, Attack first. The sect leader of the Tianqin sect was slightly stunned. Before this, he wanted to use the sect formation to deal with Ningqi. The other sect leaders of the other 6 sects basically had the same idea. However, none of them had thought of going to the Kenyang sect to look for Ningqi. Lin Xia's suggestion moved the sect leader of the Tianqin sect. That's right. If that's the case, we can work together with the 6 sections. We don't have to fight on our own. Nangong Ruozi nodded in agreement. The rest of the cultivators agreed. If that's the case, I'll send a message to the other 6 sect leaders and see what they think. The sect master of the Heavenly Heart sect nodded and waved his hand gently. 6 lifelike white cranes that were condensed from the power of creation appeared in front of him. The 6 white cranes let out a cry and spread their wings to fly out of the hall. However, just as they flew to the door, they flew back and landed in front of the sect master of the Heavenly Heart sect. Then, with a bang, they disappeared from the world. The people looked at the door in shock and saw a figure walking in slowly. I realize that I've given you too much time. Therefore, I decided to visit you earlier. I wonder if you welcome me? Chapter 1638. Chapter 1638. Chapter 1638. Yuan Venerate, Heavenly Gu. Who is this person? Could it be? The cultivators who had never seen Ningqi before were bewildered. It's him. A hint of shock flashed through Lin Xia's eyes. Did they come so soon? 8 first tribulation masters of creation, 2 second tribulation masters of creation, and 1 third tribulation master of creation. Let me see how many creation points there are. 75. Not bad. A hint of a smile flashed in Ningqi's eyes. After breaking through to the 3 tribulations creator realm, he killed true immortal Blood River and the Blood Demon sect leader, who he had intentionally left alive, one by one. True immortal Blood River gave him 50 creation points, while the Blood Demon sect leader gave him 15 creation points. In total, He had a total of 65 creation points. In addition to the ones before him, Ning Qi's creation points were about to reach a total of 140. However, these creation points were far from enough to reach the required 10,000 creation points to become a fourth tribulation creator. Ning Qi felt a headache when he thought about how he might need 100,000 creation points to become a fourth tribulation creator, or even 1,000,000 creation points after that. However, that was a matter for the future, and he didn't want to think about it for now. You must be the mysterious cultivator from the Sanyang sect? How should I address you? The sect master of the Tianxin sect smiled. You don't need to know my name. In any case, you'll be dead in a moment. Ning Qi smiled and walked towards the sect master of the Heavenly Heart sect. The other cultivators in the hall were enraged when they heard what Ning Qi said. A first tribulation creator even slammed the table and stood up. How dare you? He glared at Ning Qi as if he was about to attack. Ning Qi waved his hand lightly, and the first tribulation creator's head rolled to the ground. The headless corpse twitched for a while before it died. Everyone gasped when they saw this. A mighty first tribulation creator died. Just like that? To a master of creation, being beheaded wasn't a fatal injury, and it could be reattached with other methods. However, there was only one reason why this first tribulation master of creation died instantly. His life force was completely severed by the other party with a light wave of his hand. Suppress him. Lin Xie growled all of a sudden. The remaining 7 Grade 1 Cataclysm creators activated their power of creation in a frenzy upon hearing that. 7-star formation. The majestic power of creation formed a formation in front of Ning Qi, and there were 7 brightest stars on it. This formation linked the auras of the 7 first tribulation creators together, and finally, their auras rose to the level of a second tribulation creator. Like a raging wave, it swept towards Ning Qi. Big Dipper. Lin Xie roared and suddenly appeared in the middle of the formation. At that moment, his body emitted a dazzling white light, and his aura skyrocketed. He teamed up with the 7 One Tribulation creators to attack Ning Qi with their strongest attack. Judging by the aura, this attack was at least equivalent to a 3 Tribulation creators' full power. Not a bad formation. Ning Qi smiled and gently waved his hand. Eternal Void, Spirit Phantom Blade. Kacha! The void shattered, and a black line suddenly appeared on the chests of the 7 Class 1 Masters of Creation. It was the Torn Void, and their bodies were split into 2 by the Torn Void. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, who was in the middle, had jumped higher than the other 7. Therefore, only his legs below the knees were broken. The aftermath turned into a gentle breeze, and it brushed past everyone's faces. The formation shattered. Poof, poof, poof. After a few muffled sounds, the 7 One Tribulation creators died, and their bodies fell to the ground. At that moment, the Tianxin sect master finally made his move. He extended his hand and pulled Lin Xie back to his side. Lin Xie, who had lost both his legs, looked at Ning Qi in anger. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was confident that he could defeat a 3 Tribulation creator with that attack, but he was defeated by his opponent so easily. Could it be that his body did not enter a weakened state after going through the Thunder Trial? Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed a 1 Tribulation creator. You have been rewarded with 5 creation points. Ding! The system notifications kept ringing. At that moment, Ning Qi's creation points had reached 105 points. Within the main hall, countless pairs of horrified gazes landed on the corpses on the ground. After that, they stared at Ning Qi with incomparable rage. Some of these dead masters of creation were their masters, and some were their grandmasters. In the blink of an eye, all of them were killed by this fellow in front of them. However, other than rage, they didn't dare to do anything. You broke the void with a wave of your hand. With such combat strength, you must be a 4 Tribulation creator. The Tianxin sect is willing to give up the mine and leave this place. The Tianqin sect master smiled at Ning Qi. Sect master. Lin Xie looked at him unwillingly. Nangong Ruozi looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. She agreed with the Tianqin sect master's decision. The combat strength that Ning Qi displayed was extremely obvious. Even the Big Dipper formation with Lin Xie as the formation core was easily broken by him. Even the Tianqin sect master might not be able to do anything to Ning Qi. It was better for them to leave the great wilderness mountain range and have a chance to rise in the future. As the Tianqin sect master spoke, a faint gas was emitted from the main hall. This gas was colorless and odorless, and it was extremely difficult to detect. The gas seemed to have a mind of its own as it floated slowly toward Ning Qi. If one were to magnify it a few 100 million times, they would realize that this gas was formed by worms that were difficult to see with the naked eye. Soon, they entered Ning Qi's nostrils. Ning Qi frowned slightly. Ha ha ha. The Tianqin sect master burst into laughter. Lin Xie and Nangong Ruozi looked at him strangely. Could their sect master have gone crazy because of what had happened today? I wonder if you have heard of Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo? The Tianqin sect master looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. One of the 5 great Yuan Venerates. Ning Qi's brows relaxed as he smiled at the Tianqin sect master. That's right. Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo is indeed one of the 5 great Yuan Venerates. Even the Daoyan Celestial Emperor has to treat her with respect. Now, Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse jointly control the 9 desolations and the 3 perilous realms. The Tianqin sect master nodded with a smile. Something seemed to have entered my body just now. So what are you trying to say? Ning Qi smiled. A few 1,000 years ago, I entered one of the 3 perilous realms, the perilous death realm, and accidentally obtained a mind control parasite. This parasite was refined by a direct disciple of Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo. Cultivators below the 5 tribulation creator level will lose their minds and obey the orders of others if they are infected with this parasite. The parasite that entered your body just now was the mind control parasite. The Tianqin sect master smiled with a hint of pride in his eyes. Lin Xie, Nangong Ruozi, and the other cultivators in the main hall were pleasantly surprised when they heard this. I'm afraid that your mind has been gradually controlled while I was speaking to you, right? The Tianqin sect master looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile and suddenly shouted, "Kneel in front of me!" Chapter 1639. Chapter 1639. Chapter 1639 Explode. Puff! The Tianqin sect master's head exploded and turned into a bloody mist. His headless body twitched a little. Lin Xie and Nangong Ruozi stared at the scene with their mouths agape. The other cultivators in the hall were dumbfounded. Some of them even rubbed their eyes subconsciously, unable to believe what they had just seen. Their sect master, a 3 calamity creator, had died just like that? Puff! With another punch, the Tianqin sect master's corpse followed in the footsteps of his head and turned into a bloody mist. The bloody mist landed on Lin Xie and Nangong Ruozi's faces. The cold aura woke them up, and they stared at Ning Qi with their mouths agape. Didn't the sect master say that this kid was controlled by the mind control goo? How could he still attack then? Ning Qi glanced at the 2 of them coldly and took a deep breath. He then exhaled, and a colorless, odorless gas that was hard to detect came out of Ning Qi's mouth. The gas seemed to be confused after losing its master. It flew toward Lin Xie and Nangong Ruozi, who were closest to it, and soon entered their bodies through their mouths and noses. Lin Xie's expression gradually became blank, while Nangong Ruozi's expression suddenly became ferocious. After struggling for a while, her expression gradually became the same as Lin Xie's. The mind control goo? The corners of Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly. He didn't notice the Tianqin sect leader's little trick just now and accidentally allowed the gas to enter his body. However, the mind control goo, which could control 5 tribulation creators and below, was directly isolated from his mind by Ning Chi's immortal chi. It couldn't enter Ning Chi's mind at all, and naturally couldn't control Ning Chi's mind. You guys can leave now. Ning Chi glanced indifferently at the cultivators in the hall who were filled with terror. He's not killing us. The Dharma manifestation cultivators were overjoyed to hear that. None of them were willing to stay, and they all ran away. Compared to the cultivators trained by Wu Yin, they were indeed a few levels weaker. If it's these two, Ning Chi looked at the lifeless faces of the 2 people who seemed to have lost their minds. After thinking for a while, he gave each of them a punch, directly turning them into blood mist. Then he grabbed the heart control goo that was hiding in the blood mist with immortal chi and put them into a porcelain bottle. After doing all this, Ning Chi turned around and walked out of the hall. The Tianxin sect was destroyed. After Ning Chi left the Tianxin sect, he did not return to the Cruel Sun sect. Instead, he went to the other 6 sections. In the end, after obtaining a considerable amount of dragon-slaying crystals, he had 730 creation points. He was still a long way from reaching 10,000 creation points, but Ning Chi did not mind it too much. This speed of advancement was much faster than pure cultivation. 7 days later, the rest of the second and third-rate sects quickly received news of the destruction of the 7 first-rate sections. Their sect leader's first reaction was to come to the Broken Sun sect with sincerity and express their willingness to worship the Broken Sun sect as a superior sect in the future. Every year, they would offer tributes to Wu Yin. Cruel Sun sect. Brother Ning, are you leaving? Wu Yin seemed to have sensed it. After celebrating with his disciples, he walked into the courtyard and looked at Ning Chi's back. As for the other cultivators who were still celebrating, they did not dare to disturb the 2 when they saw them in the courtyard. They were too happy today. From tomorrow onwards, the great desolate mountain range would belong to the Cruel Sun sect. Yes, it's almost time. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. He turned around and looked at Wu Yin seriously. I hope I can see you again, Brother Wu. If you encounter any danger, remember to stay alive. Don't foolishly wait for the sect master of the Blood Demon sect, like you did last time. In my memory, Wu Yin was free and unfettered. In order to escape the pursuit of Xuanjin Great Sage, he even ran into the inner area. It's different now. Wu Yin smiled bitterly and reminisced. Every blade of grass and tree of the Cruel Sun sect was planted by me when I first came here. Unlike before, I was carefree and didn't have to worry about food. At most, I could open a few auction houses and earn some money. Now, my fate is intertwined with the Cruel Sun sect. If the sect lives, I live. If the sect dies, I die. Where is he? After Wu Yin sighed, he suddenly realized that he had lost sight of Ning Chi. His expression immediately turned ugly. He looked around, and after confirming that Ning Chi had left, he turned around and muttered to himself, preparing to celebrate with the disciples under his command. Top cultivation training ground. Ning Chi first took out the heart-controlling parasite from the bottle. However, because of the celestial spiritual energy, the parasite did not enter Ning Chi's nostrils. Under Ning Chi's careful observation, the heart-controlling parasite continued to grow bigger and bigger until Ning Chi could see its true form. These bugs are so small. Sometimes they can be used to trick people. Unfortunately, they are not powerful enough. However, the Sky Heart sect master said that the heart-controlling parasite was refined by a disciple of Yuan Venerate Heavenly Gu. Wouldn't the parasite refined by Yuan Venerate Heavenly Gu himself be more secretive and impossible to guard against? Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. A long time ago, when he was still an ordinary disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, he had been poisoned by a Gu. At that time, his uncle Ning Xiandong was still an elder of the 5 Poisons Divine Sect. In order to kill him, Hua Wushang had asked Ning Xiandong to use the 5 Poisons Divine Sect Sky Worm Gu to make Ning Chi lose his ability to fight. If Ning Xiandong had not known his identity in time, perhaps Ning Qi would have died at that time. This time, although he had not been confused by the heart-controlling parasite, he had still been poisoned. The heart-controlling parasite had silently entered his body through his nose and mouth. Such a method was enough to attract Ning Qi's attention. If he had been poisoned twice in a row, other cultivators would have to think of a way to prevent these parasites from entering their bodies. Or, at the very least, they had to be alerted when the parasites approached their bodies. Ning Qi was afraid that the next parasite he encountered would be strong enough to resist the celestial spiritual energy, and he would be poisoned again. What is the best way to restrain parasites? Ning Qi asked the system. Parasites. The system seemed to give him face this time and answered immediately. Is this fighting poison with poison? Ning Qi frowned. He could not accept that there was a parasite living in his body. The thought of it disgusted him. Forget it. There must be a way to restrain parasites. Ning Qi smiled, put away the heart-controlling parasite, and took out the happy demon gourd that he had obtained from Qinzhong. Chapter 1640. Divine Execution Demonic Gourd Interesting. Immortals and demons cannot coexist. Ning Qi suppressed the restless immortal qi in his body and looked at the delightful magic gourd. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this blood-red gourd had more than one color. There were also some tiny black spots on it. Although there were not many of them, the demonic qi in these spots was the thickest. This is a gourd with an owner. Qinzhong is not its owner. Previously, he only activated a portion of the gourd's power, so its power should only be around 30%. After careful observation, Ning Qi realized that the way the gourd was refined was very trashy. Compared to the Nine Hells tempering art, it was as shabby as a child's play. The successful refinement probably had something to do with the cultivation of the gourd's owner. In other words, the joyful demon Venerable used his own cultivation to refine the gourd forcefully. Even he couldn't unleash its true power. Looks like I'll have to take advantage of it. Ning Qi's lips curled up. He had lost a supreme-grade spiritual weapon, coiling dragon staff, but he had gained a demonic weapon that was many times stronger than it. It was a good deal. Demonic qi? Little Six appeared beside Ning Qi and stared at the magic gourd of joy in Ning Qi's hand in bewilderment. Boss, where did you get this gourd from? Why didn't you lose it? Little Six asked with trepidation. Lose it? This gourd? Is there something dangerous about it? Ning Qi was stunned. This is a demonic item. If demonic qi enters your body and you lose your mind, how are you going to fight your way back to the immortal continent with me in the future? Little Six was anxious. Don't worry. This bit of demonic qi can't do anything to me. This delightful magic gourd belonged to the delightful demon lord, the sect master of the delightful demon sect. From your appearance, you have not seen it before. It must have been obtained by the delightful demon lord from the immortal prison when you were missing. Since you are sure that this is a demonic item used by the demon race, the immortal prison must be the shattered demon race continent. Ning Qi narrowed his eyes. When he reached the end of his sentence, even he was surprised. The demonic continent was on par with the celestial continent. He did not expect to find a fragment of the demonic continent in the central continent. Little Six sighed. Ever since the ancient Sky Dragon clan escaped from the immortal land and descended here, his ancestors already believed that the immortal prison was a fragment of the fiendish land. Therefore, they set up an array formation to seal the immortal prison, preventing the people inside from escaping. It was because they did not wish to have anything to do with the fiendish land. Boss, back then, our ancient sky dragon only offended a golden immortal who reigned supreme over a region. Yet, our entire race was hunted down and forced to leave the immortal continent. If you were to befriend the fiends, even the immortal emperor would be alarmed by you. When that happens, I can't think of any other way to escape the immortal emperor's pursuit other than escaping to the underworld. Little Six said with a serious expression. It's just a demonic artifact. It's not that exaggerated, right? Ning Qi chuckled. His body was that of a primordial immortal emperor's Dharma body. Back when he condensed his Dharma body, the scene of the immortals prostrating in front of him was still fresh in his mind. Facts had also proven that every time he advanced, he was several times stronger than existences of the same level. A calabash with fiendish aura would probably have zero chance of seizing his mind. It's better to be safe than sorry. It's best not to come into contact with the fiendish aura if possible. Little Six suggested, I'll have to make a trip to the immortal prison eventually. It's clearly safer to have a demonic artifact by my side. I've already tested it before this. What do you think? With a thought, Ning Qi used the immortal qi to power the delightful demonic calabash. Immediately, a roar sounded from within before a black flame spewed out. Little Six jumped to the side in fright. The black flame landed on Ning Qi's body and burned his skin. Instantly, a patch of his skin was burned to a crisp. However, when Ning Qi put away the delightful demonic calabash, the wound rapidly recovered and was as good as new. Little Six walked to Ning Qi's side in surprise. He looked at Ning Qi carefully and asked, You're not attacked by the fiendish aura? To me, the fiendish aura is the same as the ordinary power of creation. It can harm me, but it can invade my body, not to mention my mind. Ning Qi smiled. Perhaps it's because there's too little fiendish aura. But it seems like you can refine this calabash and use it. Little Six hesitated and said, Can you tell the grade of this delightful demonic calabash? Ning Qi smiled. He had a hunch that this delightful demonic calabash was not just a supreme grade spiritual artifact. Perhaps it was already a lower grade immortal artifact, comparable to the Dragon Slayer's saber. As for demonic artifacts, I don't know much about them. But there's one thing I'm sure of. This calabash is not an ordinary artifact. Whether it can reach the level of an immortal artifact or not, I'll have to observe it for a while. After the great war of immortals and demons, the demon clan's continent was destroyed. Naturally, the heavenly Tao of the demon clan's continent was also destroyed. Demonic artifacts will more or less be affected. Little Six rubbed his chin and said in a low voice, Then I'll use it first. I'll be able to use it the next time I go to the immortal prison. Ning Qi smiled. Xuanjin, great sage, Jian Shilai, and his parents whom he had never met before. The first two had been imprisoned in the immortal prison, and the third one was likely to be in there as well. No matter what, Ning Qi had to make a trip there. All right. If there's a danger of the fiendish aura flooding your body in the future, remember to stop in time. You must not be transformed into a demon. Otherwise, I'm afraid this world will not tolerate us. Little Six looked at Ning Qi extremely seriously. With that, his figure faintly disappeared, returning to the demon pet space. After that, Ning Qi used the 9 hell tempering technique and began to refine the delightful demonic calabash. In just 3 days, he erased the mark left by the original owner. Then Ning Qi left his own mark on the delightful demonic calabash. This process lasted for more than 10 years. Roar! An earth-shattering demonic roar came from the delightful demonic calabash. The clouds in the sky were pierced and scattered by the roar. Then a faint red light flashed on the delightful demonic calabash, and its shape changed slightly. The originally 1-foot-long delightful demonic calabash shrunk to less than half a foot and was only the size of a palm. It looked a lot smaller, but the black spots on it were more concentrated. This is the true appearance of the delightful demonic calabash after refining. Oh, it can't be called the delightful demonic calabash anymore. What should I call it? Ning Qi pondered for a moment, and a smile appeared on his face. From now on, I'll call you the Celestial Execution Demonic Calabash. Since it's a demonic artifact, it naturally has to be called Celestial Execution. At the same time, An angry roar came from the delightful demonic sect in the central mainland. Chapter 1641. Chapter 1641. Goodbye, Meng Tianshu. I heard that the delightful demon sect's most treasured gourd has been stolen. How is that possible? Isn't the gourd with the delightful demon venerate? He's a 9 tribulation creator. Who could have stolen the gourd from him? Could it be the 5 yuan venerates? That's not it. The delightful demon venerate gave the gourd to Qinzhong to handle some matters outside. Qinzhong must have been killed and lost the gourd. Where did you get this information from? Is it reliable? I have a lover who is a cultivator of the delightful demon sect. Although he's an outer sect disciple, the delightful demon venerate's roar can be heard thousands of miles away. He's really furious. Millions of outer sect disciples of the delightful demon sect have been mobilized to search for the whereabouts of the cultivator who stole the gourd. If there are any clues, we can exchange them for cultivation resources in the delightful demon sect. TSK, it seems like something big is going to happen in the central mainland. I'm guessing it must be the work of the other 6 sections. Otherwise, which cultivator would be so stupid as to target the delightful demon sect? Shit, it's fine for us to say this, but don't let others hear it. Be careful of your life. Yes, I misspoke. I'll punish myself with a glass of wine. The news spread very quickly. It seemed like the whole world knew that the delightful demon gourd had been stolen not long after Ning Qi arrived at the underworld Dao celestial dynasty. Ning Qi left the restaurant after finishing the wine in his glass. This was the immortal capital of the underworld Dao celestial dynasty. The place he was going to was the residence of perfected immortal underworld Dao Meng Tianshu. Stop! This is the residence of a perfected immortal. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. The residence of perfected immortal underworld Dao was very imposing. There were 8 guards in black robes standing at the entrance with gloomy auras. All of them were existences at the perfected transcendence realm. Cultivators passing by only glanced at them from afar and didn't dare to come within 10 feet of them. Ning Qi was standing in front of the residence with a smile. Could I trouble you to pass on a message that an old friend is here to see perfected immortal underworld Dao? Ning Qi smiled. The guards saw that Ning Qi's temperament was extraordinary, and a trace of suspicion flashed in their eyes. They looked at each other, and one of them turned around and entered the mansion. Not long after, the guard reappeared. With a respectful expression, he said to Ning Qi, "The true immortal has invited you. Please follow me." "It's you." Along the way, a young cultivator looked at Ning Qi with a dumbfounded expression with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. The young cultivator was followed by a group of guards, and all of them were at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. Wu Wei. Looking at the other party, Ning Qi's lips curled into a smile. Seemed like this true immortal underworld Dao was indeed the Meng Tianshu he knew, the sect master of Xianling's sect back then. Wu Wei was one of Meng Tianshu's personal disciples and also Twilight Autumn Cicada's senior brother. Now that a few thousand years had passed, his cultivation had reached the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. From the looks of it, this could be considered as a man ascending to the Tao. Otherwise, with Wu Wei's talent, he would at most be able to break through to the late-stage Dharma characteristic realm in less than 4,000 years. When Wu Wei first saw Ning Qi, his heart skipped a beat and he was a little afraid. However, he suddenly remembered that he was no longer the same as before. Even the Wang family, which was at the mystic true immortal realm, could not withstand a single blow from him. Any one of his subordinates was at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm, so there was no need for him to be afraid of Ning Qi. At that thought, Wu Wei's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Ning Qi. "So, it's Brother Ning. May I know why you're here today?" "Young master, this mister is here to see the perfected immortal." The guard who led the way cupped his fists towards Wu Wei. "See the master?" Wu Wei frowned slightly and looked Ning Qi up and down. However, he could not tell what level Ning Qi's cultivation had reached. Thinking that Ning Qi could cause chaos in the Azure Dragon continent and that his strength was infinitely close to the half-step creation realm, Wu Wei touched his nose in displeasure. After a few thousand years, he should not be Ning Qi's opponent. However, thinking that his master was already a perfected immortal of the Celestial Dynasty, a sense of superiority rose in Wu Wei's heart. He looked at Ning Qi with a hint of condescension. "Brother Ning, why do you want to see my master? If it's just a small matter, just tell me directly. I can still solve some small problems." Wu Wei smiled faintly. "I'm afraid you can't make the decision for me to talk to your master." Ning Qi smiled slightly. "How dare you? Where did this rogue cultivator come from? Do you know who you're talking to?" A red-faced strong man beside Wu Wei shouted at Ning Qi. He looked rough and his eyes were as big as a bull. They were bright and full of expression, with a hint of killing intent. "I'm talking to your master. Do you have the right to interrupt?" Ning Qi smiled faintly and glanced at the red-faced strong man, then said to the guard who led the way, "Let's go. Bring me to see the perfected immortal underworld Tao." The red-faced strong man was enraged. He wanted to shout again, but when he heard the words perfected immortal underworld Tao, he finally reacted. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes, and he did not say another word. Ning Qi smiled and brushed past Wu Wei and the others under the guidance of the guard. "Oh, right, Brother Ning. Do you know that my junior sister is already married?" Wu Wei suddenly looked at Ning Qi's back and smiled. Ning Qi revealed a faint smile and ignored Wu Wei. What did Twilight Autumn Cicada's marriage have to do with him? Hee. Wu Wei looked at Ning Qi's back and let out a cold laugh. "Young master, do you have a grudge against this person? Why don't we wait for him to leave this place and deal with him?" The red-faced strong man said in a low voice. "A grudge?" There seemed to be no grudge, but Wu Wei just did not like Ning Qi. In the beginning, Ning Qi was just an ant in his eyes, but not long after, this ant became all-powerful in the Azure Dragon continent and was called Killing God Ning. From then on, Wu Wei realized that he was far inferior to the little ant of the past. Now that his identity had changed and he had become the Celestial Dynasty's young master, in his eyes, this identity was much higher than Ning Qi's. He once again had the qualifications to look down on Ning Qi. There's no need to deal with him. Just teach him a lesson. Wait for him to leave. Oh, right, inform my junior sister and her husband to come and watch the show together. Wu Wei's lips curled into a smile. Yes. The red-faced strong man sneered and glared at the direction Ning Qi left. "The perfected immortal is inside. You may enter by yourself." The guard brought Ning Qi to a courtyard and left after saying a few words. Before Ning Qi could do anything, the door of the study slowly opened. Meng Tianshu looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile and said, "From the moment I knew you were back, I knew you would come to find me." As he spoke, Meng Tianshu walked towards a stone pavilion in the courtyard. "Sect leader Meng, it has been several thousand years since we last met. You have already become a perfected immortal." Chapter 1642. Chapter 1642. Chapter 1642 Transaction. You're too kind. I'm truly ashamed of my inferiority when compared to Brother Beixian. You've successively annihilated for great immortal kings in Dao Flow Immortal City, and it truly makes me feel ashamed. Meng Tianshu stood in the stone pavilion and looked at Ning Qi with a smile. There seemed to be a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "I didn't expect this news to spread so quickly. Even sect leader Meng knows about it." Ning Qi smiled. After pausing for a moment, Ning Qi went straight to the point. "I've come this time because I have something to ask. I wonder if sect leader Meng can answer my question?" "Go ahead." Meng Tianshu nodded with a smile. The last time Immortal King Pudu opened the Void Realm, sect leader Meng was also there. I wonder if great sage Xuanjin and Jian Shilai were able to seize the creation and become creators? Ningqi laughed. Meng Tianshu's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Ningqi strangely. He had disguised himself that time, and Ningqi had not seen through his true identity from beginning to end. Brother Beixian, did you find out about this after the fact, or did you already see through my existence at that time? Meng Tianshu asked curiously. I saw sect leader Meng at that time. It's just that sect leader Meng must have his reasons for hiding his identity. I can't say it out loud. Ningqi touched his nose and smiled. Meng Tianshu sighed. I didn't expect that my secret would be exposed to you. Brother Beixian, are you here for great sage Xuanjin and Jian Shilai? The two of them obtained the creation in the Void Realm and became creators with me. But after we left the Void Realm, they disappeared. If Brother Beixian wants to know where they are, I don't have any clues. I've become a creator, ha! Ningqi heaved a sigh of relief. With this kind of strength, even if he was thrown into the mortal prison, he would at least have some ability to protect himself, right? For Ningqi, this was good news among bad news. Thinking up to here, Ningqi cupped his hands towards Meng Tianshu and smiled. Thank you for telling me frankly, Sect Master Meng. As for their whereabouts, I have some clues myself. Pausing for a moment, he continued. That's right, there's something I've been wondering about. How much does Sect Leader Meng know about the Netherworld? Ningqi's gaze met Meng Tianshu's. Meng Tianshu was slightly startled, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face as he said, The relationship between me and the Netherworld is complicated, and there are some things that I can't tell you. I hope Brother Bei Xian won't blame me. However, I have a jade slip here that records some information related to the Netherworld. Ningqi looked at Meng Tianshu indifferently, waiting for his next words. As expected, Meng Tianshu changed the topic and smiled at Ningqi. It's just that the value of this jade scroll is extremely high. If Brother Beixian wants it, you'll have to exchange it with something of equal value. Something of equal value? I don't have anything valuable on me. I wonder what sect Leader Meng has taken a fancy to? Ningqi said with a faint smile. That item isn't with Brother Beixian. As long as Brother Beixian can retrieve it for me, I'm willing to give this jade slip to you. Meng Tianshu said with a smile. May I know where the item that sect Leader Meng wants is? Ningqi smiled faintly. The thing I want is in the Despair of Death. Meng Tianshu smiled. Despair of Death? The sect master of the Sky Heart sect had mentioned this place before he died. Ningqi had asked around and found out that in the central mainland there were also the 9 Great Desolations and the 3 Great Desolations. The masters of these places were 2 of the 5 Yuan Venerates. Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse. 3 of the 5 Yuan Venerates had already submitted to the Tao Yin Immortal Emperor and served him. Only these 2 occupied the 9 Great Desolations and the 3 Great Desolations. That place was a place where tens of thousands of foreign races lived besides the human race. Although there were many foreign races in the Tao Yin Immortal City, in reality, the number of foreign races that could be seen in many celestial dynasties was not many. Compared to the human race, they were like a drop in the ocean. However, the real number of foreign races far exceeded that of the human race. They were all gathered in the 9 Great Desolations and the 3 Great Desolations and rarely came out. Sect Leader Meng, I heard that place is extremely dangerous. My cultivation is low, so I'm afraid I won't be able to come out once I enter. The foreign races inside are very hostile to the human race. Ningqi smiled. Brother Beixian, you must be joking. Although the 9 Great Desolations and the 3 Great Desolations are very dangerous, since Brother Beixian was able to kill 4 celestial kings, it means that your combat strength is at least comparable to a 6th tribulation creator. Such strength is considered above average in the Desolations of Death. It won't be too difficult for you to obtain that item for me. Meng Tianshu glanced at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Tell me what sect leader Meng intends to obtain first. I will act according to my capabilities. Ning Qi smiled. A human head. I want a human head. That fellow is ranked 13th on the Desolations of Death's combat strength list and is an 8 tribulation creator. If Brother Beishian can obtain his head for me, I will give this jade slip to Brother Beishian. Meng Tianshu smiled at Ning Qi as a jade slip that emitted nether chi appeared in his hand. Ning Qi scanned it with his divine consciousness and confirmed that this jade slip should be an artifact of the netherworld. Sect leader Meng, aren't you afraid that I will snatch it? Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly. Snatching something from a 3 tribulation creator seems to be easier than killing an 8 tribulation creator. Without my method, this jade slip will be useless to you, just like the pagoda of Kuan. Meng Tianshu smiled and casually threw the jade slip to Ning Qi. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly and his divine consciousness swept into the jade slip, but it was blocked by some kind of force. If Ning Qi used force, the jade slip might not be able to withstand Ning Qi's divine consciousness and would shatter. It seemed that there was a restriction on it that was similar to the pagoda of Kuan. Forget it. Sect leader Meng can keep this jade slip for me for the time being. As for when I will obtain the head, I can't guarantee it. An 8 tribulation creator, with my current combat strength, I'm afraid that I can't even compare to his pinky finger. It might take me thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Ning Qi returned the jade slip to Meng Tianshu and smiled. It's all right. The thing that cultivators don't lack the least is time. When Brother Beishian obtains his head, I will drink with Brother Beishian again. Meng Tianshu smiled. From his words, it was clear that he wanted to send Ning Qi off. Then I will take my leave first. Sect leader Meng, we will meet again. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands together before turning to leave. Meng Tianshu wanted the head of an 8 tribulation creator, and to Ning Qi it wasn't as difficult as ascending to heaven. When he was still a 2 tribulation creator, Ning Qi could already kill a 7 tribulation creator like Ziyu Yanjun. After that, Ning Qi's cultivation increased exponentially and his imprisonment dragon elephant art broke through to the 8th heaven. With just his physical body, he was confident that he could kill a 7 tribulation creator, and he wouldn't be much weaker than an 8 tribulation creator. Chapter 1643. A prank. The red-faced man looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile and said, Young master said that he hasn't seen you for many years and wants to catch up with you. Please give me some face. Where to? Ning Qi smiled. There are a few alien races fighting in the arena today. Young master invites you to watch the battle together. Please come with me, the red-faced man smiled. The other cultivators stepped forward and blocked Ning Qi's path. They had a faint smile on their faces, but their eyes were filled with malicious intent. Then let's go. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Under the red-faced man's lead, everyone came to a noisy arena. Before entering, they could hear the thunderous cheers coming from inside. Wu Wei was the disciple of a true immortal of Underworld Dao and the young master of the Underworld Dao Celestial Dynasty. Naturally, his seat was the highest and best place in the arena. The arena was surging with people, and almost everyone had a crazy look in their eyes as they cheered for the 2 figures fighting on the high platform. Young master, I've brought him. The red-faced cultivator smiled. Wu Wei nodded with a faint smile. He wasn't the only one sitting here. There were more than a dozen cultivators, both male and female. Among them, a few were first tribulation creators, and a few were half-step creation creators. When their gazes fell on Ning Qi, there was a trace of scrutiny. 2 pairs of eyes were quite strange. Junior, Brother Ning? A woman exuding a mature aura looked at Ning Qi with uncertainty. Beside her sat a young cultivator. His appearance was also quite familiar to Ning Qi. He was the son of Kunlun Grotto Heaven's Feng Yun Wu Tian. Feng Yun Wu Tian. He didn't expect these two to be together in the end. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Senior Sister Mu, long time no see. It's really you? Twilight Autumn Cicada's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Brother Ning, come, sit down first. Wu Wei smiled and pointed to an empty seat next to him. After Ning Qi sat down, Wu Wei introduced the background of the surrounding cultivators to Ning Qi. Each of them had an extraordinary background. Then Wu Wei suddenly smiled and said, Everyone, you may not know this, but this Brother Ning used to be known as Killing God Ning in the Azure Dragon Continent. In those years, he killed so many cultivators in the Azure Dragon Continent that they trembled in fear and did not dare to go out. His combat strength is absolutely unparalleled. Oh, is he that strong? Everyone looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Before this, they had actually already received Wu Wei's notice that they were going to teach an old friend a lesson today. Presumably it was this guy. Hee, you don't believe me? Wu Dao was also defeated by him. He was already a proud son of heaven and reached the early stage of the law phase realm before the age of 700. In the end, Brother Ning reversed his reincarnation with one punch and turned him into a child who can't even speak. I have never seen or heard of such a method. Wu Wei smiled. Beat him into a child who can't even speak? This method is quite interesting. The few First Tribulation creators paid special attention to Ning Qi. Twilight Autumn Cicada's expression changed slightly, and she glanced at Wu Wei with some displeasure. Why did he mention it? She subconsciously looked at Feng Wudao beside her and found that his expression had indeed changed. Brother Ning, although I don't remember you, I still have to thank you for showing mercy. Otherwise, I might not have been able to walk together with Autumn Cicada today. Feng Wudao smiled at Ning Qi, no anger visible on his face. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Feng Wudao's eyes moved slightly, and a faint smile hung on his lips. He no longer paid attention to Ning Qi and focused on the high platform. On the high platform, there were currently two Titan descendants fighting each other. Their bodies collided fiercely, occasionally crashing into the spell formations around the high platform, causing the earth to tremble. Brother Ning, although I was also at the profound true immortal realm, I have never seen you in action. Today is a coincidence. Why don't you go on stage and perform for everyone in the next battle? Wu Wei looked at the two Titan descendants and suddenly said, Perform? Ning Qi looked at Wu Wei with a smile that was not a smile. He was hesitating whether to give Meng Tianshu face or just smash this silly child's head and leave. Without waiting for him to speak, a figure suddenly walked over. Everyone's gaze was immediately attracted by that figure. Wu Wei stood up and quickly walked over with a flattering smile on his face. Good Fate Fairy, why are you interested in coming to such a rude place today? Come, I still have a few seats left. Fairy Good Fate, please sit. Fairy Good Fate. The others also stood up and greeted her. It was a female cultivator. She did not look very old, but she had a beautiful appearance. She emitted the aura of a First Tribulation creator. Her gaze landed on Ning Qi with a strange expression. Even after Wu Wei helped her sit down, her gaze still landed on Ning Qi. Wu Wei seemed to feel that the other party's attention was not on him, nor on the two Titan descendants who were fighting, but on Ning Qi. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. This Fairy Good Fate's background was not weak. Her ancestor was a true immortal of another celestial dynasty. During this time, Fairy Good Fate was traveling in the Netherdeo celestial dynasty. Wu Wei had an idea to become her Dao companion. Although his cultivation was not as good as Fairy Good Fate, his status was already equivalent to hers. At this time, the outcome of the battle between the two Titan descendants on the high platform had also been decided. One of them was torn apart by the other, and the minced meat was eaten. Some of the spectators in the arena were cheering, while others were disappointed and angry. Clearly, they had bet on the wrong opponent and lost a large amount of Underworld Path immortal coins. Brother Ning, How about my suggestion? Why don't you show off your skills and show everyone? Wu Wei looked at Ning Qi with a smile that was not a smile. The Titan descendant on the high platform suddenly looked over and roared at Ning Qi. It then stretched out a finger to provoke him. Senior brother, did you arrange it in advance? Sunset Autumn Cicada's expression changed slightly, but Feng Wudao, who was sitting beside her, did not seem surprised at all. Instead, he wore a faint smile on his face. Seeing this, the rest of the audience looked over with curiosity. Could it be that among this group of cultivators with extraordinary backgrounds, there was someone who wanted to personally fight against this Titan descendant? If that was the case, they would have to think carefully about who would win and who would lose. Surnamed Ning. It really is him. Fairy Good Fate looked at Ning Qi with a trace of joy in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, she saw that Ning Qi had already stood up. Brother Wu, then I will show my incompetence. Ning Qi smiled at Wu Wei and glanced at Feng Wudao and the others. His figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. His speed was so fast that the few First Tribulation creators at the scene were shocked. Even they could not catch Ning Qi's figure? Chapter 1644. Chapter 1644. Chapter 1644. To calm one's nerves, human clan Anti, this Titan species which was dozens of feet tall, looked down at Ning Qi and let out a savage laugh. Blood dripped from the corner of its mouth. This was the blood left behind after it had eaten the corpse of its own kind. The cultivators in the audience hesitated for a few breaths before they began to place their bets. Most people placed their bets on this Titan descendant. This was because he was very famous in the immortal capital. He was a half-step creation, realm Titan descendant. Every month, he would enter the arena at least 10 times. This had been going on for more than 10 years, and he had never been defeated. As for the cultivators who placed their bets on Ning Qi, their thoughts were very simple, because Ning Qi had previously sat on Wu Wei's seat, which gave them a bit of confidence that Ning Qi would win. Which cultivator who sat with Wu Wei and the others had an ordinary background. Basically, they were all geniuses. How many moves do you think Killer God Ning can take? Wu Wei smiled faintly. Sunset Autumn Cicada didn't say anything. Her eyes were filled with worry, but the others began to laugh. Some said 5 moves, some said 1 move, and some said 3 moves. However, no one believed that Ning Qi would be a match for this Titan descendant. Killing God Ning. The Good Fate Fairy looked at Wu Wei with a strange expression. Wu Wei happened to be looking at the Good Fate Fairy as well. Seeing this, he smiled and said, Good Fate Fairy, how many moves do you think he can take? By the way, when he was in the Azure Dragon Continent, he had the nickname of Killing God Ning. His battle prowess was unparalleled. That's right. His combat power is indeed peerless. I bet that he can kill that Titan species in 1 move. The Good Fate Fairy nodded slightly. She could see that Wu Wei and the others did not know where he came from at all. When she thought of how the Eternal River Immortal King and the others were slaughtered like dogs, the Good Fate Fairy's blood boiled. She looked at Ning Qi with an undisguised admiration. Good Fate Fairy, you might have misunderstood. Wu Wei was stunned for a moment, then he laughed dryly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a burst of exclamations. The cultivators present also stood up with their mouths agape, looking at the high platform in disbelief. Wu Wei's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. He quickly looked at the high platform, only to see that the domineering Titan species had disappeared, and there was a huge pile of minced meat on the ground. Senior Sister Mu, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Ning Qi kept his hands towards Twilight Autumn Cicada. His figure moved slightly, and he disappeared without a trace in front of everyone's eyes. How is this possible? Wu Wei was in a daze. In fact, he had used his connections to invite that Titan descendant back from the 9 wastelands. In the past 10 years, not only had it killed many cultivators that he disliked, but it had also earned him a large sum of netherworld immortal coins. Purely in terms of combat power, only a first tribulation creator could suppress it with the creation domain. Ordinary half-step creator, such as Lai Kong, who had suppressed the Wang family by himself, were no match for it. Good Fate Fairy, do you know this person? Feng Yun Wudo suddenly asked. Everyone looked at the Good Fate Fairy. Only the Good Fate Fairy was right about the battle situation. Ning Qi had indeed killed the Titan species in a single move. Wu Wei also looked at the Good Fate Fairy with a shocked and uncertain gaze. Since you can sit together with him, you actually don't know his true identity? The Good Fate Fairy's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. What true identity does this kid have? Wu Wei said in a daze. When he was brought to the underworld Dao Celestial Dynasty by Meng Tianshu, Ning Qi had already been missing for thousands of years. During this period, Wu Wei had actually been cultivating in the mystic true celestial realm, so he did not know much about Ning Qi's deeds in the central continent. Ning Beixian, the cultivators of Dao Yan Celestial City, call him the North Mystic Celestial King. Such an existence, yet you guys treat him as a cultivator who can't even defeat a half-step creation realm cultivator? The Good Fate Fairy sneered as a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. She had originally wanted to use this opportunity to get to know Ning Qi, but she did not expect him to leave so quickly. What? North Mystic Celestial King? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces filled with disbelief. That fellow just now was actually a sixth tribulation creator? How was this possible? Impossible. It's only been a few thousand years. Even if he consumed elixirs every day, it's impossible for him to break through to the sixth tribulation creator realm. Wu Wei shook his head in disbelief. Feng Yun Wudao's palms that were hidden in his sleeves were covered in a layer of cold sweat. Fortunately, he had suppressed the anger in his heart and did not show it. Otherwise, if he was beaten into a child again, the consequences would be. Thinking up to here, Feng Yun Wudao felt a lingering fear. Indeed, the North Mystic Celestial King's true cultivation is probably only between the second and third tribulation creator realm. However, he killed 4 celestial kings in Dao Yan Celestial City not long ago. I'm sure all of you have heard of one of them. He's the Eternal River Celestial King. The Good Fate Fairy smiled and left after saying that, leaving Wu Wei and the others dumbfounded as they sat on the spot and digested this terrifying information. Senior brother, this time you almost caused Wu Dao's death. The autumn cicada shouted at Wu Wei coldly, and then she pulled Feng Yun Wudao and left. Brother Wu, we treat you as a friend, but who do you think we are? You want us to join forces to mock an almighty who can kill celestial kings? Putting aside the fact that our patriarch has yet to reach the perfected immortal level. Even if he has, we can't afford to offend such an existence. Don't look for us in the future. The rest of the cultivators stood up as well, other than a few half-step creations realm geniuses. The geniuses who had already become first tribulation creators did not give Wu Wei any face at all. They sneered and left. From their point of view, Wu Wei had one more potential enemy who could kill an immortal king. If they continued to befriend Wu Wei, who knew if they would be implicated by him in the future? Young master! The red-faced brute and the others were horrified, and they said in a low voice, "Should we report this to the perfected immortal?" Get lost! Wu Wei snorted and slapped the red-faced brute's face. A red handprint immediately appeared on his face. He did not dare to cover his face, and could only stand aside with his head lowered. Don't let Master know about this. Do you understand? Wu Wei said after a moment of silence. Yes, young Master, we understand. The red-faced cultivator and the others hurriedly nodded. Then, Wu Wei looked at the few half-step to creation level existences who remained in their seats, and a faint smile hung on his face. The families behind these people completely relied on Meng Tianshu to survive, so they naturally did not dare to break off relations with Wu Wei. However, they were also quite frightened. "Everyone, since you did not leave this time, you are my good brothers from now on. Tonight, I will treat you to wine with flowers." Chapter 1645. Chapter 1645. Chapter 1645. Things remain the same, but people have changed system. I'll give you 50,000 dragon-slaying crystals. Can you tell me where the land of the divine ruins is? As soon as Ningqi opened his mouth, the system deducted 50,000 dragon slayer crystals, leaving only a few thousand dragon slayer crystals on the attribute panel. Jiuzhou Empire, capital city, Heavenly Mystery Institution. Empire of the 9 States, Heavenly Mystery Institution. Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the divination institution to have the land of the divine ruins. From the looks of it, the system had already found it back then, but it hadn't notified him. "It has been many years since I went back. I wonder if the Heavenly Secrets Institute is still around. That old man Golden Sage should still be alive, right?" Back then, Ning Qi had invited Jin Sheng to join the War God Hall. However, this old man felt that it was better to stay in the Heavenly Mystery Academy. In reality, how could Ning Qi not know that Jin Sheng was just unwilling to leave the 9 Regions Empire? Most likely it was because of the changes in the world at that time. The experts of the Dodi realm were reduced to third-rate experts. Jin Sheng planned to stay in the 9 Regions Empire to prevent himself from being disturbed. The 9 States Empire, Beijing. After thousands of years of change, this place was no longer what Ning Qi was familiar with. Whether it was the streets or the buildings, they had all undergone significant changes. Only the imperial palace in the distance remained the same, magnificent and magnificent. Dozuns and Doshuns were everywhere on the streets. Even Dodi were commonly seen. Compared to back then, it was sufficient to tell that the overall strength of the 9 Regions Empire had risen significantly. Dodi was no longer the strongest force. Let's go. The ranking battles of the 36 great sects are starting again. We can't miss this grand ceremony this time. I wonder which sect will be able to seize the first place. I think it's most likely the Immortal Sword sect. Their sect master is the #1 expert on the Eastern Profound list, a middle-stage eternal life realm cultivator. With such an expert teaching them, the overall strength of the disciples of the Immortal Sword sect is probably much stronger than the other sects. That's right. These past few years, the Immortal Sword sect has been faintly becoming the #1 sect. Even the Emperor of the 9 States Empire has to curry favor with the Immortal Sword sect. The cultivators discussed in low voices as they rushed towards the arena. When Ning Qi saw this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Back then, the Cloud Rising sect had also participated in the ranking tournament. However, the name of the Cloud Rising sect no longer existed among the 36 great sects. The Cloud Rise sect is definitely going to be miserable this time. Such a lowly sect, with only 2 or 3 insignificant people, including the sect master, doesn't even number 100. And they actually have the title of one of the 36 great sects? What a joke! You don't know? 3,000 years ago, the Cloud Rising sect was once glorious. At that time, the Cloud Rising sect was known as the Cloud Rising Holy Land. The patriarchs of the major sects were all geniuses of their time. Which one of them hadn't suffered at the hands of the Cloud Rising sect? Otherwise, when the Cloud Rising sect reappeared 2,000 years ago, why would those ancestors be so scared that they removed the Jade Pill sect, which was originally ranked last among the 36 great sects, and let the Cloud Rising sect join them? So what if it was glorious? I heard that the Jade Pill sect has spread the word that they will challenge the Cloud Rising sect during the ranking tournament, so that none of the Cloud Rising sect's prodigies can walk out of the arena alive. Several cultivators passed by Ning Qi, but their words attracted Ning Qi's attention. The Cloud Rising sect? Ning Qi had a strange look in his eyes. He originally planned to go to the Divine Mystery Institute to see if Golden Sage was still there, but after hearing the words of those cultivators, his eyes revealed a trace of curiosity. He turned around and walked in the direction of the arena. In the arena, aside from the ordinary cultivators, the spectators were also divided into more than 100 camps. Among them, 36 camps were the main sects of the ranking tournament, while the rest were second-rate sections. The ranking they were fighting for was the 72 sects, and had nothing to do with the 36 peak sections. At that moment, the Jade Pill sect was among the 72 sections. The leading cultivator was staring coldly at the cultivators of the Cloud Rising sect. Apart from the ordinary cultivators who came to watch the tournament, the major clans of the 9 States Empire, the Marquis's house, the General's house, and even the King's house had sent people. Ning Qi even saw a few constables from the Black Jail sect. He wondered if Yi Mingyu had died of old age after 3,000 years. She's here too? Ning Qi's eyes were a little strange as he looked at a black-clothed woman in the distance. That woman had a lot of connections with him. He Shui Yunshi was the pride of the Blackwater Dragon clan. However, since the change of the world, the pride of the Blackwater Dragon clan could not keep up with the pace of the times, and they were replaced by stronger pride of the Blackwater Dragon clan. From the looks of it, He Shui Yunshi was obviously not one of them. That was because her cultivation had reached the advanced stage of the Dodan realm. She was only half a step away from the Eternal Life realm. It seems that many of the pride of the Blackwater Dragon clan have returned to the Dongshan realm. Ning Qi rubbed his chin, after which his eyes landed on the Cloud Rising sect. The leading cultivator was at the initial stage of the Eternal Life realm. Ning Qi did not have any impression of him from his appearance and aura. However, the aura of the cultivator and the disciples behind him did have the aura of the Cloud Rising sect. They should be practicing the cultivation method of the Cloud Rising sect. The ranking battle ended very quickly. The rules were similar to back then. Only some small details had changed. However, the disciples of the Dozong realm could participate in the battle and were known as the pride of the Cloud Rising sect. Now, Ning Qi saw that the weakest cultivator was at the Dosheng realm. The strongest was at the peak of the Dodi realm and could break through to the Dodan realm at any time. The ranking battle of the 36 great sects has ended. The ranking is as follows. A cultivator in yellow brocade clothes slowly announced after all the 36 great sects had fought once. As expected, the Cloud Rising sect was still in last place. After announcing the result, the leading cultivator from the Jade Pill sect suddenly said in a clear voice, "The Jade Pill sect would like to challenge the Cloud Rising sect today. Cloud Rising sect, do you dare to accept the challenge?" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes immediately landed on the people from the Cloud Rising sect. Some were pitying, some were gloating, and some were mocking them. However, only a few old eyes revealed a trace of nostalgia. The ranking battle has ended. The disciples of the Cloud Rising sect are all injured. Is your sect trying to take advantage of us? The leading cultivator from the Cloud Rising sect said faintly, "Is your Cloud Rising sect afraid to fight?" The leading cultivator from the Jade Pill sect let out a cold laugh. His eyes were filled with mockery and anger. The position of the 36 great sects had been taken by the Cloud Rising sect for no reason. All these years, the Jade Pill sect had endured it. They did not do anything previously because they did not know the background of the Cloud Rising sect. They did not know if that person was still around. However, after all these years, they could be sure that the person who had made the Cloud Rising sect a sacred place had long passed away. Otherwise, why would he not show his face even once? According to the rules, the Cloud Rising sect should accept the challenge. A figure broke through the air and arrived. When the cultivators present saw this, they exclaimed involuntarily, "Sect leader Yi?" The person who came was the current sect leader of the Black Prison sect, Yi Mingyu. Chapter 1646. Chapter 1646. Chapter 1646. Who was this? Sect Master Yi. The lead cultivator of the Jade Pill sect revealed a faint smile and cupped his hands at Yi Mingyu. The expressions of the Cloud Rising sect cultivators turned ugly. It was rumored that Yi Mingyu and the Cloud Rising sect had a grudge a long time ago. Who would have thought that he would speak up for the Jade Pill sect today? The leaders of the other 35 top sects exchanged glances with each other and secretly decided that they would not participate in today's matter. The cultivator in yellow robes smiled at Yi Mingyu. Sect Master Yi, what brings you here today? My bones are getting rusty. Let's go for a walk. Yi Mingyu faintly said. His appearance was indeed a dozen years older than before, but at most he looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He was also a cultivator at the middle stage of the eternal life realm. Let alone thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years would not make him look rusty. Everyone knew that this was just an excuse. They all looked at Yi Mingyu, waiting for his next move. Yi Mingyu glanced at the Cloud Rising sect. According to the rules of previous years, lower sects have the right to challenge upper sects, especially during the ranking competition. If there is no special reason, upper sects cannot refuse. Sect leader you must know this rule, right? When the cultivators present heard this, they were certain that the Cloud Rising clan would not be able to get through today. The sect leader of the Black Jail sect had personally spoken to support the Jade Pill sect. If there were no accidents, the Cloud Rising clan would be removed from the list and reduced to a lower sect. Yu Zhaoshan's expression was rather ugly, and the Cloud Rising sect disciples behind him all revealed a hint of anger. The other party was clearly supporting the Jade Pill sect. Chief Yi, I naturally understand the rules. However, after experiencing a couple of big battles, all the disciples of my Cloud Rising sect who can fight are already injured. Moreover, the Jade Pill sect was clearly conserving their strength earlier and did not use their full strength in the competition. They either surrendered or admitted defeat. I'm afraid that this is unfair to my Cloud Rising sect, right? Yu Zhaoshan forced a smile. What's unfair about it? Yi Mingyu smiled. Rules are rules. If Sect Master Yu thinks the rules have to be changed just for you, then what need is there for the rules to exist? Yes, Clan Master Ye's words are extremely reasonable. Cultivators of the Cloud Rising sect, you'd better accept the challenge. There are hundreds of thousands of cultivators here today. If the Cloud Rising sect chickened out, it wouldn't be good for your reputation. I'm afraid it'd be a disgrace to the Cloud Rising sacred ground. Cloud Rising sacred land? Haha, thousands of years have passed and things have changed. Now, the strongest sect in the Central Continent is the Immortal Sword sect. Even the Immortal Sword sect doesn't dare to call itself a holy land, so what is the Cloud Rising sect? In that era, when there was no tiger in the mountain, the monkey would be the king. Any random sect would dare to call itself a holy land. What a joke! Ning Qi scanned the group of cultivators who agreed with Yi Mingyu and found that they were from the Martial Imperial Manor, the Heavenly Sword Manor, the Divine Dragon Manor, and quite a few lower sections. The Martial Imperial Manor had been exterminated by Ning Qi back then. Now, this Martial Imperial Manor was most likely a branch that had become the main branch. The cultivators from Jade Pill sect smiled at Yu Zhaoshan and the others. After today, their Jade Pill sect would reclaim their title as an upper sect and become one of the top 36 sections. They would reclaim the glory that belonged to them. The disciples of the Cloud Rising sect were furious, but now that they were surrounded by enemies, there was nothing they could do no matter how angry they were. They could only look at Yu Zhaoshan and wait for the sect master's orders. Who dares insult the name of the Cloud Rising sacred land? Yu Zhaoshan may not have much talent and was just an insignificant outer sect disciple in the Cloud Rising sect. But thousands of years ago, Sect Master Ning shocked Dongxian and killed the 9 great clans without daring to make a sound. even a dragon and a demon, the 9 palaces and 8 sects, and the 4 great clans bowed to us. What is it if not a holy land? Yu Zhaoshan's eyes widened in anger as he glared at those who spoke arrogantly. The entire arena quieted down in an instant. However, in less than 5 breaths, someone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! A real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. That was thousands of years ago. What does your cloud rising sect have left? Is your sect master Ning still around? That's right. I think he died somewhere a long time ago. If your cloud rising sect has the guts, then fight with the Jade Pill sect. Let's see who's the superior sect and who's the inferior sect. If you lose, then get out of the capital and return to your cloud rising sacred land. Ha ha ha! All sorts of mockery fell into the ears of Yu Zhaoshan and the other disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. It was like a knife stabbing into their hearts. However, those disciples were only angry because the Cloud Rising sect was surrounded by enemies, not because they were being mocked. To them, that era was too long ago. It was hard to imagine how glorious and glorious the Cloud Rising sect had been in the past. The only thing they knew was that every time Yu Zhaoshan imparted his techniques, he would occasionally mention a few things about the past. All right, sect master Yu, there's no need to mention what happened back then. Today, the Jade Pill sect wants to challenge you. Hurry up and arrange a few disciples to accept the challenge, Yi Mingyu said lightly. After a pause, he changed the topic. If you don't accept the challenge, then you'll be removed from the sect and listed as an inferior sect. Sect master, I'll go. A disciple of the Cloud Rising sect stepped forward to ask for permission. There were dozens of wounds on his body. They were all injuries that he had received in the ranking tournament. Other than a few Do Dan realm elders, there were only 4 Do D realm disciples who could participate in the battle. All of them, including this person, were injured. Qingfeng, you have already injured your foundation in the earlier battle. If you fight again, I'm afraid that the disciples of the Jade Pill sect will not let go of this opportunity. They will kill you on the spot. Yu Zhaoshan frowned and transmitted his voice. Sect master, I'll go. Qingfeng's expression was firm. Ha ha! The Cloud Rising sect is going to accept the challenge. There's going to be a good show. Hurry up, don't dawdle. You go. Yu Zhaoshan sighed and waved his hand. Yes. Qingfeng walked straight to the fighting arena. His eyes landed in the direction of the Jade Pill sect. I, Qingfeng of the Cloud Rising sect, am here. Who will accept the challenge? Arrogant. I'll do it. A cold cry sounded. Following this cry, a Do D realm disciple from the Jade Pill sect flashed out and pounced at Qingfeng. Golden-colored Do Qi wildly surged on his body, agglomerating into a long dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it attempted to swallow Qingfeng. Boom! The two collided, and Qingfeng's body was sent flying like a cannonball. The Jade Pill sect disciple did not let go of this opportunity. He flew forward and punched Qingfeng several hundred times in succession. Sect master, senior brother Qingfeng, will die. The Cloud Rising sect disciple revealed a look of horror. Stop fooling around. Kill him. The leading cultivator from the Jade Pill sect transmitted his voice. Go to hell. The Battle Emperor disciple from the Jade Pill sect laughed sinisterly and punched Qingfeng's head. Stop. The Cloud Rising sect admits defeat. Yu Zhaoshan shouted angrily and charged into the fighting arena. Yi Mingyu smiled and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Yu Zhaoshan. The battle is not over yet. Sect master, you wants to interfere? Yi Mingyu sneered. At this moment, he realized that Yu Zhaoshan's expression was a little strange. The fighting arena seemed to be a little quiet. Yi Mingyu suddenly turned around and saw that the Battle Emperor disciple from the Jade Pill sect had been grabbed by the neck by a young man. He was lifted high into the air, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Who is this? How dare he interfere in a battle between sects? Chapter 1647. Encirclement. The leading cultivator of the Jade Pill sect immediately exploded. But because he hadn't seen Ning Qi's movements clearly earlier, he felt apprehensive and suppressed his fury. Who are you? Why are you interfering in the battle between my Jade Pill sect and the Cloud Rising sect? The leader of the Jade Pill sect shouted coldly. The leaders of the other sects felt that the development of the situation was a little strange. While looking at Ning Qi curiously, they were guessing Ning Qi's cultivation and origins. Could he be a cultivator from Cloudrise sect? I don't think I have heard of such a person. Other than Yu Zhaoshan, the Cloud Rising sect only has 4 Do-Dan realm elders. I think this person's cultivation is at least at the eternal life stage. Otherwise, we would have been able to capture his figure earlier. The Cloud Rising sect had obtained the title of Holy Land back then. At that time, there were not many Do-Di in the 9 great clans. However, the Cloud Rising sect had 72 war gods. Each of them possessed peerless fighting strength. If they were still alive today, their cultivation would definitely be higher than Yu Zhaoshan. Could this person be one of them? He is. Yu Zhaoshan looked at Ning Qi, and a hint of doubt flashed through his eyes. Meanwhile, the disciples behind him heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, their senior brother Qingfeng had not died at the hands of the Jade Pill sect. Thank you for your help, senior. Qingfeng, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, looked at Ning Qi's back. His lips wriggled a little, and he finally opened his mouth to express his thanks. He had lost the fight, but it was a great fortune and misfortune to be able to keep his life. I am the leader of the Black Prison sect, Yi Mingyu. May I know your name? I'm afraid it's against the rules for you to interfere in the ranking competition between the various sects today, right? Yi Mingyu stared coldly at Ning Qi, then glanced at the other constables of the Black Jail sect. These constables reacted quickly and immediately sent out a message. From the Black Jail sect in the capital, a large number of constables wearing black robes rushed out and flew towards the battle arena. As for the martial imperial manor and the other powers in the capital, they looked at each other and secretly communicated with each other. This person might be related to the Cloudrise sect. When the constables from the Black Jail sect arrive, we will cooperate with them to suppress this kid. Back then, that demon from the Cloud Rising sect killed a direct descendant of my martial imperial manor. Now that thousands of years have passed, the Cloud Rising sect still wants to rise again. My martial imperial manor does not agree. Heaven Sword Marquis Mansion seconded. The Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion agrees. Rules? Since when did the Black Prison sect decide the rules? Ning Qi looked at Yi Mingyu with a faint smile. With a casual toss, the fellow in his hand, whose life or death was unknown, immediately flew in the direction of the Jade Pill sect. The leading cultivator of the Jade Pill sect hurried forward to catch it. Upon closer inspection, his expression changed drastically. You killed a prodigy of my Jade Pill sect? He suppressed his anger and growled at Ning Qi, his eyes like 2 volcanoes that were about to erupt. Senior brother, junior brother. The disciples of the Jade Pill sect looked at the corpse in shock. Then they glared at Ning Qi furiously and clenched their fists tightly. The scene was rather silent. Interfering and killing were 2 different things. If it was purely because he could not bear to watch and wanted to interfere, if his strength was high enough, the matter could be reduced to a small matter at most after some wrangling. However, he had actually really killed that prodigy of the Jade Pill sect. If that was the case, the matter had reached a point of no return. In some lower sects, a prodigy of the Do-Di realm could already hold the position of an elder. In the upper sects, even the Divine Sword sect, such prodigies could be counted on 2 hands. After a few hundred years, they had the chance to break through to the Do-Dan realm. After a few thousand years, they could even break through to the eternal life realm. For the sake of the sect, cultivating such a prodigy required countless manpower and resources. Most importantly, a disciple with such aptitude was really hard to find. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators looked at Ning Qi in silence. Then they became excited. Today's ranking tournament was even more exciting than the previous years. Sect Master Yi, this person killed a prodigy of my Jade Pill sect for no reason in the 9-state empire. Sect Master Yi, please seek justice for my Jade Pill sect. The leading cultivator of the Jade Pill sect cupped his hands and bowed to Yi Mingyu. Sect Master Yi, please seek justice for my Jade Pill sect. The disciples of the Jade Pill sect all bowed and roared. Their roars were filled with anger and indignation. Yi Mingyu looked at Ning Qi indifferently. A trace of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. Ning Qi had killed a prodigy of the Jade Pill sect in front of hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Yet he could still remain so calm. He must be very confident in his own cultivation. Among those present, other than him, who was a middle-stage eternal life realm cultivator, the strongest was the sect master of the Divine Sword sect. However, the sect master of the Divine Sword sect lowered his eyes, seemingly unwilling to intervene in this matter. Sir, it is forbidden to kill people at will in the 9-state empire. Not only did you intervene in the competition between sects, but you also killed a prodigy of the Jade Pill sect. I think you should return to the Black Jail sect with me and have a good talk. Yi Mingyu said lightly. Did you intervene in the competition, or did I intervene in the competition? Do you really think that after thousands of years there is no one left in the cloud rising holy land? Even a little dog and cat of the Black Jail sect like you dares to join forces with the Jade Pill sect, a sect that should have been destroyed long ago, to suppress the cloud rising holy land? Ning Qi looked at Yi Mingyu with a faint smile. Cloud rising holy land? Hiss! Many people gasped inwardly and looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. They had guessed right. This guy was indeed a cultivator of the Cloud Rising clan, and from his tone, he was definitely a cultivator of the Cloud Rising clan at its most glorious period. Otherwise, why would Yi Mingyu be called a little dog and cat? Yu Zhaoshan looked at Ning Qi with an excited expression. From the time the Cloud Rising clan disappeared to when he had several fortuitous encounters, his cultivation had increased greatly, and he had rebuilt the Cloud Rising clan. He had also gone to search for his fellow disciples, but after all these years, he could not find a single one. The young cultivator before him was clearly related to the Cloud Rising clan. As such, the reason for his intervention was also clear. The leading cultivator of the Jade Pill sect was stunned, then looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Yi Mingyu was also shocked by Ning Qi's words. He looked at Ning Qi even more carefully, as if he wanted to determine Ning Qi's identity and origin from his appearance. It really is a cultivator of the Cloud Rising clan. When Yi Mingyu makes his move, we will follow. Since the Martial Imperial Manor has said so, we will naturally work together. The elders of the various clans in the capital had already reached an agreement. They all looked at Ning Qi, ready to attack at any time. This guy, Darkwater Yunshi, frowned slightly. She felt that Ning Qi looked familiar, but she could not remember who he was. But one thing was for sure. She had seen this person thousands of years ago. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of silhouettes suddenly appeared in the sky, and more were coming. These people were all wearing the uniform of the Black Jail sect. They were the constables of the Black Jail sect. Hee, no matter who you are, when we reach the Black Jail sect, I will understand. Chapter 1648. Break. When the leading cultivator from the Jade Pill sect saw that hundreds of constables from the Black Jail sect had arrived, and that there was still an endless stream of people rushing over, as well as Yi Mingyu's presence, he immediately felt confident. After glancing at Yi Mingyu, he made a decision and shot towards Ning Qi without a word. When he appeared in front of Ning Qi, he laughed sinisterly. You killed a disciple of the Jade Pill sect, so you'll have to pay with your life." His fists were like hammers as they smashed towards Ning Qi's head. His fists were covered with the laws of thunder, which were of a high grade among the laws. They were at least high-grade laws. Because this person's movements were too sudden, the crowd only reacted when he was about to hit Ning Qi. Their eyes revealed looks of anticipation. Puff! The fist covered with the laws of thunder was stopped by a finger. The leading cultivator from the Jade Pill sect revealed a look of shock, as if he could not believe what was happening in front of him. How powerful were his fists! Even a mountain would have been shattered at this moment. Yet the other party had stopped him from advancing even an inch with just a finger? So strong! The cultivators present all gasped in shock. Even the sect master of the Divine Sword sect, who had been closing his eyes and pretending to be asleep, slowly opened his eyes at this moment. His gaze fell on Ning Qi like a sword, and a trace of imperceptible shock flashed in the depths of his eyes. He had some understanding of the strength of the leading cultivator from the Jade Pill sect. To be able to stop his fist with a finger, the other party was most likely a late-stage eternal life realm cultivator at least. My Cloud Rising sect is saved. When Yu Zhaoshan saw this, his eyes revealed a look of ecstasy, and his tense mind also relaxed. The strength that Ning Qi had displayed was enough to crush the Jade Pill sect. If you want to talk, just talk. What's the point of launching a sneak attack? Ning Qi looked at him indifferently. The leading cultivator from the Jade Pill sect, was rather horrified because he discovered that he could no longer move his body. It was as if he was being suppressed by a mysterious power much stronger than the power of laws. He could only maintain his previous attacking posture. At that moment, he finally understood that his opponent was much stronger than him. A hint of regret immediately flashed through his eyes. "Your Excellency, my Black Prison sect has already surrounded this place. If your Excellency dares to act presumptuously again, we will kill you on the spot. Even if your Excellency is a cultivator at the late stage of Eternal Life realm, my 9 Regions Empire is not to be trifled with. A powerhouse will soon descend upon this place. I hope that your Excellency will not wet his pants in fear." Yi Mingyu said coldly, "Release him now and follow me back to the Black Jail sect. Let's talk this out. We don't have to fight to the death. Piss your pants? Haha, I really want to see which existence in the 9 States Empire can make me wet my pants. I'm really looking forward to it." Ning Qi smiled and flicked the forehead of the leading cultivator from Jade Pill sect. The other party's eyes immediately turned somewhat blank. Then a crack appeared on his forehead. The crack spread like a spider web to his neck, chest, thighs, and arms. Bang! With a soft sound, the leading cultivator from Jade Pill sect instantly shattered like glass in front of everyone's eyes. He turned into a pile of powder that floated on the ground. "How dare you! Attack!" Yi Mingyu, finally, could not suppress the anger in his heart. The other party had killed a cultivator at the early stage of Eternal Life realm in front of the Black Jail sect's sect master. This was not giving him any face at all. If he did not take action now, how would the Black Jail sect be able to walk in the pugilistic world in the future? With his order, the constables from the Black Jail sect in the air all attacked Ning Qi. At the same time, Yi Mingyu himself also attacked. "Let's follow." More than 10 auras of Eternal Life realm shot up from the spectator seats. Together with Yi Mingyu, they rushed towards Ning Qi to suppress him. At that moment, the air was filled with all kinds of power of laws, dazzling everyone's eyes. More than 10 Eternal Life realm cultivators are attacking together. I'm afraid this person will not be able to withstand it. Surprisingly, everyone had the same thought. According to their common sense, a cultivator in the Eternal Realm was already a top-notch expert. The dozens of top-notch experts who were attacking were all very famous in the Jiuzhou Empire. Even the sovereign of the Immortal Sword sect, who was ranked first on the Dongshin list, could only surrender in the face of such a situation. Sect Master of the Immortal Sword Sect, should we? A series of voice transmissions entered the ears of the Sect Master of the Immortal Sword Sect. At that moment, the Sect Masters of the various top sects also looked at him with inquiring eyes. A trace of hesitation flashed in the eyes of the Sect Master of the Immortal Sword Sect, just as he was considering whether he should join forces with Yi Mingyu and the others to suppress this person. Everyone saw an even more frightening scene. All the cultivators who were attacking Ningqi, including Yi Mingyu, did not move at all. They were frozen in midair, maintaining their attacking posture. A faint immortal qi filled the surroundings, easily suppressing this group of people, turning them into statues. What's going on? Whoosh! Many cultivators stood up from their seats and stared at the scene in disbelief. A Transcendence Realm cultivator? A trace of shock flashed in Blackwater Yunshi's eyes. She looked at Ningqi with uncertainty. The familiar feeling was becoming more and more obvious. Who is he? What kind of technique is this? It's too terrifying. This person is definitely not an Eternal Life Realm cultivator. He might be a Transcendence Realm cultivator. A Transcendence Realm cultivator? A chill rose from the soles of everyone's feet and rushed to the top of their heads. Other than the one from the Tianji Institute, how many years had it been since a Transcendence Realm cultivator appeared in Dongxian? If the other party was really a Transcendence Realm cultivator, the Black Jail sect of Yi Mingyu, as well as the Martial Imperial Mansion, the Heaven's Sword Marquise Mansion, and the Divine Dragon Marquise Mansion would all face a disaster today. No, this is impossible. Yi Mingyu maintained an extremely handsome attacking posture. Normally, he would be able to charm a group of female cultivators to death, but right now he looked extremely strange and even silly. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. The nomological laws in his body surged wildly under his control, but he was unable to break free from the mysterious force binding him. The Eternal Life Realm cultivators of the Martial Imperial Mansion, the Eternal Life Realm cultivators of the Heaven's Sword Marquis Mansion, as well as the Eternal Life Realm cultivators of the major families and forces of the capital. All of them revealed looks of horror at this moment. The way they looked at Ningqi also changed greatly. Break. Ningqi smiled faintly. Suddenly, sounds of aura shattering came from the Eternal Life Realm cultivators. First, it was Yi Mingyu, then the Eternal Life Realm cultivators of the Martial Imperial Mansion. Their faces suddenly became extremely pale, and their appearance aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their originally rather bright skin produced layer after layer of wrinkles. Their cultivation has been destroyed. Chapter 1649. Everyone, please come down. My cultivation. Yi Mingyu's eyes were filled with despair as he stared at Ningqi. He was still unwilling to believe that his cultivation, which he had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years, had been destroyed in an instant. Hiss! Fortunately, we did not attack. The leaders of the top sects, including the Divine Sword sect leader, all felt some lingering fear. If they had attacked, they would have been crippled like Yi Mingyu and the others. The arena was very quiet. The remaining few Dodan realm elders from the Jade Pill sect had expressions of fear on their faces. No one dared to open their mouths. The Jade Pill sect disciples standing behind them had also descended into fear. The anger in their eyes had already faded away, and only fear remained. The happiest people in the entire arena were the disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. At this moment, Ningqi's figure had become extremely majestic in their eyes. There was a trace of worship in their eyes. Qing Feng gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his body. He stood up from the ground and looked at Yi Mingyu with a gaze filled with mockery and satisfaction. If it had not been for this person, he would not have been forced to fight against the disciples of the Jade Pill sect while injured. If it had not been for this senior's sudden assistance, he would probably have died already. The reputation of the Cloud Rising sect as one of the top 36 sects would have been stolen by the Jade Pill sect. Now that he saw Yi Mingyu's cultivation crippled, the joy in Qing Feng's heart could not be expressed in words. There was another soft sound. The celestial qi was withdrawn. The cultivators who were suspended in midair fell heavily to the ground. Although they had regained control of their bodies, they were now crippled and had lost all their cultivation. If they did not take pills that could increase their lifespans in time, it would not take long before at least half of them died of old age due to the exhaustion of their lifespans. You crippled my cultivation! Yi Mingyu stared at Ningqi and said in a hoarse voice. His voice was not as loud as before. It sounded like an old man who was about to step into his coffin. You are dead. You are dead. The Eternal Life Realm cultivators of the Martial Imperial Mansion, the Heaven Sword Marquis Mansion, the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, and the other families in the capital looked at Ningqi with grief and indignation. Say, Senior, shall we leave this place first? Yu Zhaoshan suddenly walked in front of Ningqi and cupped his hands. Why are you leaving? Ningqi glanced at him indifferently. Yu Zhaoshan was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly transmitted his voice. Senior, there's a patriarch in the 9 States Empire who might have broken through to the materialization realm. He's probably rushing over now. Ha ha ha! You want to leave? Too late. Today, you've crippled our cultivation, so don't even think about leaving the capital city safely. Senior Jean will be here soon, and you won't be able to escape. Ha ha ha! Yi Mingyu laughed wildly at Ningqi, his eyes full of mockery and madness. Senior Jean? Ningqi's eyes moved slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He waved at Yu Zhaoshan and then looked at Yi Mingyu. Are you talking about Senior Jean Sheng? You know. Yi Mingyu was startled, but then he laughed wildly again. Since you know it's Senior Jean Sheng, you should know that you're going to die today, right? Ha ha ha! Golden Saint? When the cultivators present heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Many of the older cultivators who had lived for thousands of years seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of reminiscence appeared in their eyes. It was said that the old ancestor of the Heaven's secret courtyard had an unusual relationship with the old ancestor of the Cloud Rising sacred ground. Few cultivators knew the exact relationship between the two, but in the eyes of the older generation, the old ancestor of the Heaven's secret courtyard already had a transcendent status. In addition, many of the older generation also suspected that the old ancestor of the Heaven's secret courtyard had broken through to the Law Phase realm. However, the old ancestor of the Heaven's secret courtyard rarely made a move in the past few thousand years, so everyone only suspected it. Looking at Yi Mingyu's behavior, it was obvious that this guess was true. In other words, there would be a materialization realm cultivator coming to suppress this person? It's rare to see a materialization realm cultivator make a move. I didn't come in vain today. It's worth it just to see Yi Mingyu and the others crippled. Isn't this guy going to escape? It seems that he is 70% to 80% sure that he is also a materialization realm cultivator. In the spectator stands, whether it was the rogue cultivators or the cultivators of the sects, regardless of whether they knew each other or not, they were all whispering to each other. Perhaps this was the only way they could vent their inner excitement. There were also many timid and cautious cultivators who were hesitant. Should they leave or stay? Whoosh, 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 7 or 8 figures suddenly appeared in the air. There were men and women in this group, and they looked to be around 40 years old. However, their auras were several times stronger than Yi Mingyu and the others. Seeing these people, the sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect and the others stood up and looked up with a hint of respect in their eyes. Patriarch, the elders of the major families who had their cultivations crippled were ecstatic when they saw these people. When Yi Mingyu saw one of them, he couldn't help but swallow. His mouth opened wide, but the words that he wanted to blurt out were stuck in his throat. Yang Ben, the former chief constable of the Black Jail sect and Yi Mingyu's immediate superior. He had resigned from the Black Jail sect many years ago and was given the title of prince by the current emperor. Looking at Yi Mingyu and the others who had their cultivations crippled, the 7 or 8 cultivators' expressions were somewhat ugly. Yang Ben looked coldly at Ning Qi. "How should I address you? Why did you cripple their cultivations? Do you know that these are the pillars of the 9 States Empire?" "Yang Ben, long time no see." Ning Qi smiled slightly. He had met Yang Ben a few times. The first time, Yang Ben was scolded by Yuan Yi, who had come to the 9 States Empire to capture Schweling and dared not make a sound. Ning Qi still had some impression of this. "King Yang, do you know this person?" The cultivators standing with Yang Ben frowned slightly, and a hint of suspicion flashed in their eyes. "You are." The way Yang Ben looked at Ning Qi changed slightly. He was sure that he had not seen this person for thousands of years, but this person knew him. Obviously, they had met a few times before the world changed. This was enough to prove that this person was also a cultivator of his era. "Don't you recognize me?" "Don't worry, you will know in a moment. Elder Jean should be here soon, right? Let's wait for him to come. Everyone, please come down first." Chapter 1650. Scared to death. This, the sect master of the Immortal Sword sect, looked at the scene in the arena, and he could no longer maintain his previous calmness. If he wasn't sure if Ning Qi was a Transcendence Realm cultivator before, then he was 100% sure that Ning Qi was a Transcendence Realm cultivator now. Any one of Yang Ben's gang could easily defeat him, the number 1 on the Dongxian leaderboard. Other than the cultivators who were unaware of this. The leaders of the various sects were well aware that the Dongxian leaderboard was much less reliable than it was thousands of years ago. With just a wave of his hand, he pulled 7 or 8 experts in the late-stage Eternal Life realm from the sky to the ground. Moreover, he seemed to have suppressed them to the point that they couldn't move. Except for cultivators in the Law Phase realm, it was impossible for cultivators in the Eternal Life realm to do this. The leaders of the major sects looked at Ning Qi with a hint of respect in their eyes. They did not dare to be as casual as before. "Who are you?" Yang Ben looked at Ning Qi in shock. The other patriarchs looked at each other and suppressed the fear in their hearts. One of them, a beautiful middle-aged woman, also said to Ning Qi, "Senior, are you a dragon, a demon, a cultivator from the 9 palaces, 8 sects, and the 4 major clans? I'm afraid that today's matter is a misunderstanding. If my subordinates have offended you in any way, please forgive me. I recognize you." Ning Qi looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman and spoke. "You seem to be called Mu Juner, a descendant of the Mu King's mansion. Back then, you were just a small dozong. After a few thousand years, you actually broke through to the late stage of the Eternal Life realm. It seems like you have had many fortuitous encounters. You should be in control of the Mu King's mansion now, right? Are there people from the Mu Palace among those who had their cultivation crippled?" Mu Juner stared at Ning Qi with her mouth agape. Who was this guy? How did he know her? Many years ago, she basically did not roam the Jianghu and had always secluded herself within the clan. Currently in the Mu King mansion, her seniority was indeed the highest. The disciples of the same generation had either died of old age or died in battle. For example, her cousin Mu Bai, who was always by her side, had voluntarily gone to an extremely dangerous place in order to break through to the Dodan realm. Until now, there was no news of him, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. On the contrary, she, a woman whose aptitude could not be considered excellent, had broken through one bottleneck after another due to luck, and arrived at the late stage of Eternal Life realm. He was just half a step away from the Dharma characteristic realm. "Senior, who are you? Have I seen Senior before?" A hint of suspicion flashed across Mu Juner's eyes. Ning Qi smiled and no longer paid attention to her. Instead, he looked at a black dot in the distance. That black dot was approaching at an extremely fast speed. In almost 3 breaths of time, it landed in the arena. When Yang Ben and the others saw this person, their eyes lit up with joy. With this old man here, at least their lives would be saved today. Senior Golden Saint. Yang Ben and the others said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior Golden Saint." The leaders of the major sects, regardless of whether they were from the upper or lower sects, all stood up and bowed to the Golden Saint. They didn't dare to sit on the high ground anymore. Instead, they jumped into the arena. When Yu Zhaoshan saw Jin Sheng, he subconsciously glanced at Ning Qi. "Old man Jin, long time no see. What have you been busy researching recently?" When Ning Qi saw Jin Sheng, he suddenly laughed. After so many years, Jin Sheng's appearance had not changed at all compared to the past. There were some scorched spots on his body. Obviously, before he came here, he was experimenting with some new fighting tool or magic tool. The only change was that his body exuded a faint aura of the Dharma characteristic realm. He was already a cultivator in the early stage of the Dharma characteristic realm. Compared to the past, his cultivation had made great progress. "Little brother Ning." Jin Sheng looked at Ning Qi in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Although Ning Qi's face had changed a lot compared to the past, Jin Sheng would never mistake his tone and aura. Under the shock, even the bloodline of the three-eyed race was stimulated, and the eye in the middle of his forehead suddenly opened. "Little brother Ning?" Senior Golden Saint knew this guy? Yang Ben and the others were dumbfounded. Yi Mingyu was even more unwilling to believe what he had seen. His eyes were filled with despair. He had thought that Yang Ben or Jin Sheng would be able to avenge them and suppress this young man, but he never expected that this young man would know the only early-stage transcendence cultivator of the 9 states empire, Jin Sheng. Moreover, from the way Jin Sheng addressed him, their relationship was quite unusual. "Wait, surnamed Ning." Suddenly, many cultivators were shocked. From Jin Sheng's words, they heard the key word, and a terrible guess rose in their hearts. As soon as this guess appeared, the way they looked at Ning Qi became extremely strange. In the midst of shock, there was a trace of curiosity and a trace of expectation. "It's him! It's him!" Blackwater Yun Shur sucked in a breath of cold air. Her beautiful eyes widened and her red lips parted slightly. She looked at Ning Qi with disbelief in her eyes. "Old man Jin, you are really affectionate and loyal. I haven't seen you for so long, but you can recognize me at once." Ning Qi smiled. "Ha ha ha. Little brother Ning, you're not dead? Where have you been for the past few thousand years?" Jin Sheng suddenly burst into laughter, ran in front of Ning Qi and hugged him. "Sect Master?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu Zhaoshan suddenly raised his head and looked at Ning Qi in shock. "Sect Master? Why would Yu Zhaoshan call this person Sect Master?" Some of the slower cultivators seemed to have thought of something, and those who had guessed Ning Qi's identity were now sure that this person in front of them was most likely the Sect Master of the Cloud Rising Holy Land, Ning Beixian, who had been missing for thousands of years. "It's him, it's really him. I didn't expect him to come back." There was a trace of realization in Yi Mingyu's eyes, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. "Sect Master Yi, who is this person?" The eternal life realm cultivator of the martial imperial mansion happened to be sitting not far from Yi Mingyu. He heard him talking to himself and couldn't help but ask. "It's Ning Beixian, the sect master of the Cloud Rising Sect, Ning Beixian." Yi Mingyu suddenly burst into laughter, and there was a trace of regret in his eyes. His laughter finally confirmed Ning Qi's identity to the cultivators present. The place was silent, and only Yi Mingyu's laughter did not stop. A few breaths later, Yi Mingyu's laughter came to an abrupt stop. When everyone looked at him again, they found that he was no longer breathing. He had turned into a corpse. There was a crazy smile on his face, But the sharp-eyed cultivators could see that there was still a trace of fear in Yimingyu's eyes, even though he was dead. He didn't die of old age, he was scared to death. The cultivators who noticed this couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 1651. Exterminating the Weeds. He's the legendary Ning Beixian who developed the Cloud Rising sect all the way to the Cloud Rising sacred ground? The one who everyone knows. The one who defeated everyone in Dongxian? Many cultivators who had only emerged in recent years looked at Ning Qi in shock. Before this, they had read many ancient books about the deeds of the various experts before the world changed. The main characters were not the heads of the 9 great clans, nor was it a dragon, a demon, or the 9 temples and 8 sects or the 4 great clans. It was Ning Beixian, the master of the Cloud Rising Holy Land. Many cultivators had seen the battles where the weak defeated the strong and the 9 great clans. Now, this legendary figure had appeared in front of them. It was a great shock to these cultivators. Everyone watched Ning Qi and Saint Jean warmly reminisce. The eternal life realm cultivator of the Wu Imperial Mansion had already shut his mouth. He did not even have the courage to look at Ning Qi. He clearly remembered that thousands of years ago, the direct bloodline of the Wu Imperial Mansion was killed by Ning Qi. Otherwise, it would not have been his turn to inherit the Wu Imperial Mansion. At that time, no one dared to stand up for the Wu Imperial Mansion, including the father of the current emperor, the emperor of the 9 states. Old Man Jean, I came back this time because I have something to talk to you about. However, I have to deal with the matter at hand first. Why don't you wait for me at the Divine Mystery Institute? Ning Qi smiled at Saint Jean. Saint Jean glanced around with a smile, then nodded at Ning Qi. I know you're afraid of making things difficult for me. I'll wait for you at the Divine Mystery Institute. But, for the sake of me, how about you go easy on them? Don't worry, I won't kill them all. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. That's great. Saint Jean laughed and flew away. The cultivators who attacked Ning Qi gradually felt their hearts sink into the abyss after hearing the conversation between the two. Ning Qi's gaze fell on the eternal life realm cultivator of the Wu Imperial Mansion. He smiled and said, Among the people who mocked the Cloud Rising Holy Land, you were the loudest, weren't you? Say, Senior, the guy explained with an ugly expression. If I remember correctly, when I left the 9-province empire, the people of the Martial Imperial Manor were already dead. Where did you all come from? Ning Qi laughed. The Martial Imperial Manor's eternal life realm cultivator's heart immediately thumped heavily. He was afraid that Ning Qi would remember this matter, and then what he feared would come true. Senior, we are a branch family, a very distant branch family. In fact, our bloodline relationship with that King Wu from back then is very thin, side branch. As the saying goes, when cutting weeds, you must remove the roots. I didn't do it thoroughly enough back then, so I'll start with you now. Ning Qi smiled. No, Senior, please spare my life. Pooh. A strand of celestial qi penetrated his head. Everyone could clearly see that his vitality was rapidly disappearing at this moment. Eventually, he turned into a corpse with a look of horror on his face. The eternal life realm cultivators of the Heaven Sword Marquis House and the Divine Dragon Marquis House widened their eyes in horror when they saw this. Their eyes seemed to fall out of their sockets, and their bodies trembled violently. They had lived for so long. Even if their cultivation was destroyed, they still didn't want to die. As long as they were alive, they would have a chance to turn things around. But the other party even killed the cultivators of the Martial Imperial Manor. Everyone who else has questions about the Cloud Rising Holy Land or is dissatisfied with it, you can step forward now, and I will answer them one by one. Ning Qi glanced at everyone present with a faint smile. There were hundreds of thousands of eyes, but almost no one dared to look him in the eye. When they were about to meet Ning Qi's eyes, they all subconsciously lowered their heads, especially the cultivators who mocked the Cloud Rising Holy Land. They were so scared that they almost wet their pants like the cultivator of the martial imperial manor. No, Ningqi chuckled. At this moment, Yu Zhaoshan and the elders and disciples of the Cloud Rising sect felt exhilarated and refreshed. They had never felt so comfortable before. They looked at Ningqi with fiery eyes full of worship. In 3 days, I want the heads of all the branches of the martial imperial manor. Oh, and Yi Mingyu, after living for so many years, he should have given birth to many children, right? When the time comes, I will send them all to the heaven's secret institution. Do you understand? Ningqi gently waved his hand. Yang Ben and the others immediately felt the aura suppressing them disappear without a trace. They regained control of their bodies. I understand. Yang Ben smiled bitterly and cupped his hands. Find a place to stay here. When I am done, I will come find you. Ningqi looked at Yu Zhaoshan. Yes, sect leader. Yu Zhaoshan nodded excitedly. In the next moment, Ningqi's figure quietly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Those fellows who thought they were going to die found out that Ningqi had no intention of taking their heads. They immediately heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. A trace of lingering fear appeared on their faces as they looked at the ancestors of the various clans. Sect leader Ning did not kill you, but it does not mean that you will not be punished. This time, you almost caused the destruction of your families. When you go back, you will be punished according to the family rules. The ancestors of the major families glanced coldly at the group of cultivators who had their cultivation destroyed by Ningqi. Their eyes were filled with undisguised anger. If it were not for what Golden Saint said before he left, they believed that their families would have ended up like the martial imperial manor. Yes, ancestor. Everyone nodded their heads dejectedly. So be it. Being able to keep their lives today was already a pleasant surprise for them. Sect leader Yu, if you have no place to stay, why don't you come to my place? Yang Ben walked in front of Yu Zhaoshan and invited him with a smile. The others also reacted and quickly came forward to invite him. Yu Zhaoshan was obviously going to make a meteoric rise. If they could build a good relationship with him, they could indirectly build a good relationship with Ning Beixian. How could they let go of such an opportunity? Even the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect came forward. Thank you for your kindness. Our Cloud Rising sect also has a small courtyard in the capital. There is no need to trouble you. Yu Zhaoshan smiled and cupped his hands, declining the group's invitation. Everyone could only watch in disappointment as Yu Zhaoshan left the arena with the cultivators of the Cloud Rising sect. Blackwater Yunshi's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. She looked in the direction of the Divine Mystery Institution and finally got up to leave. Divine Mystery Institution. Golden Saint heaved a sigh of relief when he learned that Ningqi only wanted the heads of the martial imperial manor and Yi Mingyu. Little brother Ning, we haven't seen each other for thousands of years, right? Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed. Dongxian has changed so much compared to the past. Golden Saint sighed. Yes, cultivation knows no time. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Little brother Ning, if you need any help from this old man, as long as you give the order, this old man's old bones will be handed over to you. Golden Saint smiled. What do I need your bones for? I'm here to find a kind of soil. It's in your Divine Mystery Institution. Chapter 1652. Obtain the soil of the Divine Ruined Soil? Jin Sheng looked at Ningqi doubtfully. He did not understand what Ningqi meant. Are you going to plant flowers or immortal herbs? If it's immortal herbs, the Celestial Mystery Institute only has 3 herb gardens and they're not very big. You can take as much soil as you want. Just leave a little. I don't need a lot. How about you take me to have a look first? Ningqi smiled. Ningqi guessed that there would not be a lot of precious things like the soil of the Divine Ruins. How much he could find depended on his luck. Since the system said that the Celestial Mystery Institute had it, it must have it here. However, Ning Chi was a little worried that the soil of the divine ruins might have disappeared during this time. All right, let's go. Jin Sheng nodded. He still had some doubts in his heart, but he would not ask Ning Chi if he did not say it. After all, everyone had a little secret. Under Jin Sheng's lead, Ning Chi walked to the back mountain of the Celestial Mystery Institute. After thousands of years of development, the scale of the Celestial Mystery Institute had expanded more than 10 times. It was completely different from before. Perhaps even the Imperial Palace was not as big as the Celestial Mystery Institute. When the disciples of the Celestial Mystery Institute saw Jin Sheng, they hurriedly bowed and looked at Ning Chi curiously. They wondered which family this young cultivator was from. He could actually walk side by side with their institute master. Perhaps even the Emperor of the 9 States Empire would not receive such treatment. Old Man Jin, how's your research on the dragon-slaying bullets these years? Along the way, Ning Chi's eyes swept around. As long as there was soil, he would take a few glances. When they were about to reach the herb garden at the back of the mountain, Ning Chi suddenly thought of this matter and asked casually. As a result, Jin Sheng's expression became mysterious and a trace of complacency flashed in his eyes. It seemed that he had been waiting for Ning Chi to ask. Little brother Ning, I won't hide it from you. After reading the books you gave me, I found a new direction in the path of weapon refining. Over the past thousands of years, I have focused on researching the dragon-slaying bullet. After dozens of revisions, the current strongest dragon-slaying bullet is something that even I don't have the confidence to walk out alive. Jin Sheng smiled proudly and stroked his beard. Oh, Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly. This was beyond his expectations. In his opinion, the peak of the dragon-slaying bullet could at most threaten eternal life realm cultivators. The earlier dragon-slaying bullet could only threaten Qi refinement realm cultivators. He didn't expect Old Man Jin to invent a dragon-slaying bullet that could threaten law manifestation realm cultivators. Why do you think the dragon, the demon, the 9 palaces, the 8 sects, the 4 noble families, and the experts from the dragon field haven't stirred up trouble in Dongxian all these years? Even the dragon clan has fled to other places with their tails between their legs. It's because of the dragon slaughtering bomb I developed. They have no confidence in resisting it. To put it bluntly, as long as I'm in the 9 States Empire, the 9 States Empire will have dozens of transcendence, realm, cultivators guarding it. Old Man Jin said proudly, more than 1,000 years ago, the guys from the ancient Water Dragon Palace planned to send people to the 9 States Empire and ask the 9 States Empire to pay them some cultivation resources every year. Later, other forces heard the news and came to take advantage of them. I asked Manjalu to bring a group of disciples and grand disciples to set off a few fireworks at their gates. Since then, no cultivators have been so ignorant. Even foreign cultivators don't dare to easily cause trouble in the 9 States Empire. No wonder. Ning Chi was a little surprised. This time, when he returned to the 9 States Empire, he didn't see the dragon, the demon, the 9 palaces, the 8 sects, and the 4 noble families. Ning Chi thought they looked down on the cultivation resources here, but it turned out that they had suffered under the hands of Jin Sheng. Unfortunately, the dragon-slaying bullet that could threaten law manifestation realm cultivators did not have much effect on Ning Chi. By the way, little brother Ning, what level is your cultivation now? You should be in the middle stage or even the late stage of the transcendence realm, right? Old Man Jin smiled and said, do you want to try the power of my dragon-slaying bullet? I named it the Transcendence Dragon-Slaying Bullet. As the name suggests, it can even kill law manifestation realm cultivators. Haha, I am already a 3 calamities creator. I am afraid that your dragon-slaying bullet will only tickle me. At this moment, the two had already walked to the entrance of one of the herb gardens. Ning Chi stepped in, leaving Old Man Jin standing there dumbfounded. 3 calamities creator? This kid, Jin Sheng muttered to himself. He then came back to his senses and walked into the herb garden with a sullen face. He thought he could show off the Transcendence dragon-slaying bullet in front of Ning Chi, but he didn't expect Ning Chi's cultivation to skyrocket. He had already broken through to the creation realm. This realm was too far away from Jin Shang, and he only learned about it from other cultivators a few years ago. There were cultivators in the herb garden who specialized in taking care of immortal herbs and spirit herbs. They were slightly surprised when they saw Ning Chi walk in, but when they saw Jin Shang, they heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed. Jin Shang waved his hand, gesturing for them to leave, and his gaze landed on Ning Chi. Ning Chi glanced at the herb garden. "System, where is the land of divine ruins? You have taken the 50,000 dragon-slaying crystals. You should at least give me a hint now, right?" "It's not here." The system's reply was brief. Ning Chi was slightly happy. At least the system did not ignore his money. Since it said it was not here, then it definitely was not here. Before Jin Shang could speak, Ning Chi had already turned and left. "Old man Jin, let's go to the next herb garden." "Hey, little brother Ning, can you tell me what kind of soil you are looking for?" Old man Jin quickly followed. When Ning Chi walked to the third herb garden, the system's notification finally sounded. "Found the land of divine ruins 150 feet ahead." 150 feet? Ning Chi's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked to the location indicated by the system. He glanced around and saw some immortal herbs and spirit herbs planted in front of him that did not have strong spiritual qi. The soil seemed to be the same, and there was nothing special about it. However, when he scanned with his divine will, he found about 30 thumb-sized black mud balls about 3 feet deep in the soil. They were very different from the surrounding soil, and there was a very faint immortal qi coming from the mud balls. If Ning Chi was not extremely sensitive to immortal qi, he would not have noticed it. However, the immortal herbs and elixirs in this place did not grow as well as in other places. The main reason was that the ordinary seeds could not withstand the infusion of immortal qi. Otherwise, the peculiarities here would have been discovered thousands of years ago. Without saying a word, Ning Chi reached out and grabbed. The mud in front of him splashed everywhere, and the dozens of mud balls instantly fell into Ning Chi's hand. "What is this?" Old man Jin's eyes showed a trace of doubt, but he knew that Ning Chi had not appeared for thousands of years. This time he suddenly appeared, and it was definitely not an ordinary thing. Chapter 1653. Chapter 1653. Chapter 1653. Germination. It really is the soil of the ruins of God. A hint of joy flashed across Ning Chi's eyes, but he was slightly puzzled. How could this mud ball grow a purple void divine tree? Did it have to be broken before it could be used? "Little brother Ning, is this the soil you're looking for? What's the use?" Old man Jin approached curiously. The tip of his nose almost touched the mud ball. Ning Chi flipped his palm and kept the soil of the ruins of God. He smiled at old man Jin and said, "I want to plant a tree, so I need this soil." Planting trees? Old man Jin's thirst for knowledge was very high, and he was extremely curious. However, Ning Chi's cultivation had already surpassed him by too much, so there was no way to coerce him. This made his heart itch. After obtaining the soil of the ruins of God, Ning Chi asked old man Jin to find a room for him. Then his figure disappeared from the room, and he arrived at the top cultivation training ground. System. Can the soil of the ruins of God be crushed before it can be used? Ning Chi asked the system. After waiting for a long time, the system did not answer. Ning Chi took out one of the mud balls and carefully observed it. Other than the extremely faint immortal spirit energy on it, it seemed to be no different from ordinary soil. Ning Chi exerted a little force with his fingers, but he discovered that the soil of the ruins of God did not change at all. How strong was Ning Chi? Just now it was enough to crush a piece of pure gold into a piece of iron, but this mud ball did not change at all. Its hardness and toughness had already reached an extremely terrifying level. No wonder it could be passed down from ancient times until now. A look of understanding flashed across his eyes. This time, Ning Qi decided to use 30% of his strength. It still didn't change at all. 50% of his strength. With a crack appeared on the mud ball. 80% of his strength. The crack spread throughout the mud ball. It wasn't until Ning Qi used all his strength and clasped his palms together that the mud ball shattered and turned into mud. However, it was still far from being able to use the fine powder. In order to turn the mud ball into fine powder, Ning Qi spent an entire day and night carefully grinding. Finally, there was a small puddle of dark black soil in his palm. After turning into fine powder, the appearance of the soil of the ruins of God was somewhat different from before. It was as if it was made of a small, black crystal, different from ordinary soil. "It's about time," Ning Qi muttered to himself and took out a mini flower pot. He had exchanged it from the system and spent a dragon-slaying crystal. According to the earliest calculations, a dragon-slaying crystal was equivalent to 10 million dragon-slaying coins. This flower pot was naturally not an ordinary item. It had a special effect that could double the growth rate of plants. Ning Qi poured the divine ruins soil into the pot, which was just enough to fill it. Then he took out the seed of the purple void divine tree and planted half of it. Next up is the azure water and 3 true flames. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth rose slightly. He had already prepared these 2 things in advance. System: exchange 100 drops of sky blue water for 3 true flame body. A drop of sky blue water was worth 100 Dragon Slayer crystals, and 100 drops were worth 10,000. The 3 true flame body was worth 5,000 Dragon Slayer crystals. After exchanging for these 2 things, Ning Qi's Dragon Slayer crystals were completely emptied, leaving only a few dozen to exchange for the top cultivation training ground. The 3 true flame body was an immortal cultivation technique with a total of 6 levels. The cultivation technique's level was not too high, but its attack power was quite impressive. After all, the 3 true flames' power was not to be underestimated. After Ning Qi exchanged for it, he automatically cultivated one of the levels. With a thought, a layer of faint blue flames appeared on the surface of his body. Wherever he stood, the stone beneath his feet was burned into glass in the blink of an eye and then turned into powder. Ning Qi retracted the 3 true flames on his body, leaving only a flame in his palm. Then Ning Qi took out a crystal bottle that was only the size of a palm. The sky blue water inside was also very strange. It was not fused together, but separated drop by drop. He gently poured a drop of sky blue water onto the seed of the purple void divine tree. When the soil of the divine ruins absorbed the drop of sky blue water, the originally extremely faint immortal qi suddenly became hundreds of times stronger. Tiny black crystals also emitted a faint black light enveloping the seed. Ning Qi sat cross-legged and placed the flower pot in front of him. The 3 true flames in his palm approached the seed. At this time, the black light that enveloped the seed gradually dissipated and turned to absorb the 3 true flames in Ning Qi's hand. 10 days passed, and Ning Qi maintained this posture. When he found that the soil of the divine ruins was a little dry, he dripped another drop of sky blue water. System: how long will it take for the seed of the purple void divine tree to germinate? According to the strength and quality of the sky blue water, the soil of the divine ruins, and the 3 true flames, the germination time is also unknown. Unknown. Ning Qi sighed inwardly. He maintained this posture without moving. Every 10 days or so, he would add a drop of sky blue water. The first year passed, and there was still no change to the seed of the purple void divine tree. However, the immortal qi surging in the soil of the divine ruins became more and more vigorous. The second year passed, and the seed of the purple void divine tree still did not germinate. At this time, there were only about 20 drops of sky blue water left. Time passed. At the end of the 3rd year, after Ning Chi poured the last drop of sky blue water from the crystal bottle, the seed finally changed slightly. This made Ning Chi a little excited, and he watched the scene unfold without blinking. A crack suddenly appeared at the top of the seed, and then this crack slowly expanded, as if something inside was trying to break free. This process lasted for another half a month, and Ning Chi finally saw a tender green sprout poking its head out of the seed. Seeing this, Ning Chi breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. This time, it was not a waste of effort. The seed of the purple void divine tree had germinated. In the future, it only needed to be irrigated by the sky blue water, illuminated by the 3 true flames, and nourished by the soil of the divine ruins to thrive. However, at this time, there was a new problem in front of Ning Chi. Apart from the next sky blue water, Ning Chi could not stay here day and night, doing nothing and using himself as the sun to illuminate the purple void divine tree. Thinking of this, Ning Chi's eyes lit up slightly. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the top-level cultivation training ground, and the mini flower pot disappeared with him. In Ning Chi's creation field, there was a small valley with beautiful scenery. It was like a fairy tale world with towering trees, gorgeous flowers that could even grow up to 4 or 5 meters tall, and big mushrooms that were more than a meter tall. There was a stream in the middle of the valley, and from time to time, fish would leap out of it. Not far from the stream was a large courtyard. When Ning Chi walked into the courtyard, Nvaiwa immediately appeared at the door with a pitiful look on her face. "Leader, are you here to take me out?" That's right." Chapter 1654. Chapter 1654. Chapter 1654 Preaching. Young Master, little you, and Zhuoling, were very happy to see Ning Chi. They stepped forward with smiles and grabbed Ning Chi's arms. Feng Qin and Feng Shu pouted in dissatisfaction, but the sacred concubine didn't care about these small details. She smiled at Ning Chi and suddenly looked at the mini flower pot in his hands. "Beixian, you like growing flowers recently?" The sacred concubine smiled. "This is not a flower. It's the seed of the purple void divine tree." Ning Chi smiled. Purple void divine tree? The girls were stunned. They had never heard of the purple void divine tree. Ning Chi didn't explain much and handed the mini flower pot to the sacred concubine with a smile. "This thing is very important. Help me take care of it for a while, but ordinary water won't work. You just have to keep an eye on it. There's no need to water it. Record any changes. All right." The saint concubine nodded with a smile and took the mini flower pot. Ning Chi touched her belly. It was the same as when he was on Earth. Nothing had changed. He didn't know when the little thing would be born. Did it want to stay in his mother's belly? Ning Chi briefly explained the changes in the central mainland over the past few thousand years. Little Yu's eyes sharpened when she heard that the war god temple had been destroyed by the Piaomiao sect. The Piaomiao heavenly venerate is dead, and so is the eternal river immortal king. I've avenged this. However, I don't plan on rebuilding the war god temple during this period. It's better to break it up, Ning Chi smiled. Beixian, did you offend some big shot again? The sacred concubine looked worried. Yuan Venerate Songji is one of the 5 great Yuan Venerates of the central mainland. In terms of cultivation, he should be a peak 9 tribulation creator master and can be considered a big shot. However, as long as this person doesn't make a move personally, it will be impossible for him to suppress me. Even if he makes a move personally, he isn't 100% confident that he can suppress me. Given a little more time, these problems won't be a problem. As long as I have a little more time, these problems won't be a problem. Ning Chi comforted her, but he thought to himself that the real big shots should be Dao Yan, Immortal Emperor, and Little Tough Donkey. Apart from these two, Ning Chi did not think that the others were difficult to deal with. No one knew that he had a system. At most, they thought that he was gifted, had exceptional combat strength, and had a faster cultivation base. Apart from that, Yuan Venerate Sangji did not personally suppress him, which was enough to show that he did not have a place in the eyes of these big shots. By the time they came to their senses, Ning Qi would already have the strength to fight against the 9 tribulations, masters of creation. This time, I'll bring Niwa out first. You two stay here and cultivate for the time being, especially you 2 troublemakers. Don't make Madam angry. Ning Qi smiled as he looked at little Yu. And Zhuo Ling, Got it. The 2 girls nodded. Ning Qi and the Saint Concubine spent a few days together before leaving the Fortune Domain with Niwa. As soon as they returned to his room in the Heavenly Mystery Institute, Ning Qi sensed someone standing outside his door. Niwa glanced at Ning Qi and trotted over to open the door. The guy outside was stunned for a moment and looked at Niwa with some doubt. "Little girl, who are you?" Manjulu asked with a strange look on his face. A few days ago, when he returned to the Heavenly Mystery Institute, he heard from Golden Sage that Ning Qi had returned. He planned to talk to Ning Qi about the old days, but there was no movement in the room. He just stood there and waited, but he didn't expect to see a girl inside. Naturally, Manjula felt strange. "You want to see the leader, right? Come in." Niwa rolled her eyes at Manjulu. "Leader?" Manjula walked in with a strange look on his face. As soon as he saw Ning Qi, a hint of joy appeared on his face. "Brother Ning, after so many years, you still look so young. You don't look old. You're already in the middle stage of Eternal Life Realm. Not bad." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. The 2 sat down and Niwa ran to make tea. When the tea was ready, Niwa went out of the door and wandered around. The 2 talked about the old days. Manjula sighed. He hadn't seen Ning Qi for so many years. He thought that Ning Qi had died. Ning Qi quietly listened to Manjulu's experiences over the years. Occasionally, he revealed a smile and nodded. This guy talked a lot and didn't stop talking for a few hours without stopping. "Brother Manjulu, I got a set of refining cultivation method not long ago. It may be suitable for you. Do you want to learn it?" Ning Qi took over Manjulu's words. If he didn't interrupt, Manjulu would probably continue talking until tomorrow. He had just talked about how he fell in love with a female cultivator more than 1,000 years ago. In the end, because the female cultivator's family was very powerful, she looked down on him. The 2 eventually parted ways, and Manjulu was sad for a period of time. "What? Refining cultivation method?" Manjulu's eyes flashed with a hint of suspicion. "Brother Ning, although I'm not as good as you in cultivation, refining," without waiting for him to finish, Ning Qi had already begun to dictate the first level of the 9 hell tempering technique. Manjulu was stunned at first, and then a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. This was because he had never heard of the essence of the first level of the 9 hell tempering technique. However, even if he had not come into contact with this level of forging lines, he could still distinguish the mystery of these methods. Gradually, Manjulu's face showed a trace of obsession. Ning Qi spoke for about half an hour and finished the first level of the 9 hell hammering technique. "Brother Manjulu, what do you think of this refining cultivation method?" Ning Qi smiled. Manjulu closed his eyes and didn't move. After a dozen breaths, he opened his eyes and showed a trace of emotion. He then said to Ning Qi, "Brother Ning, I've never heard of this refining technique before. Even the cultivation method passed on to me by Honorable Master can't compare to it. Thank you, Brother Ning, for teaching me today. Please accept my Manjulu's bow." After saying that, he stood up and bowed to Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and accepted his bow calmly. "For you, as long as you can grasp the surface of the 9 hell hammering technique, you'll enjoy endless benefits. If you can master it, you'll soon surpass Old Manjin." Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of a smirk. Manjulu was slightly startled. Then he looked at Ning Qi and smiled like a fox. He was looking forward to the arrival of this day. At this moment, there was a slight noise in the distance. Ning Qi's expression changed slightly and he walked out. Seeing this, Manjulu hurriedly followed. At the entrance of the Heaven's Secret Institute, Goddess Nviwa was confronting a group of people with a face full of anger. At the front of the group stood a young man in a yellow brocade robe. His clothes were very luxurious, and his face was white and his lips were red. There was a trace of arrogance in his eyes, and a group of eunuch-like people followed behind him. Chapter 1655. Killing decisively the young man in embroidered robes, who the old eunuch referred to as the ninth prince, looked at Nviwa. A hint of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. He wasn't attracted to Nviwa's beauty, but to the delicious aura emanating from Nviwa's body. Combined with that cultivation technique, perhaps he would have a chance to break through the bottleneck he had been stuck in for many years. Are you guys sick? Go see a doctor if you're sick. Nviwa frowned, for guards stood at the entrance of the Divine Mystery Institute. They looked at Nviwa in confusion. Where did this little girl come from? Why haven't they seen her before? As they were not sure of Nviwa's identity, the 4 guards only watched coldly from the side and did not interfere. She was the 9th prince of the 9 states empire. His status was many times higher than theirs. If they accidentally offended him and he bore a grudge against them, they would probably have a hard time in the future. How dare you, slave? Who taught you to speak like that? The old eunuch's eyes flashed fiercely as he grabbed at Nviwa with his skinny claw. Nviwa's eyes moved slightly as her lips curled up, looking at the old eunuch with a faint smile. Uft. The old eunuch's arm was severed from his shoulder and fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were filled with shock as he quickly sealed the wound to stop the blood from flowing. After seeing this, the 9th prince's eyes flashed. He looked behind Nviwa and saw 2 figures standing behind her. Vice Master. The 4 guards at the entrance of the Divine Mystery Institute hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed when they saw Manjulu. At the same time, a trace of regret flashed in their eyes. It seemed that this little girl was related to the Vice Master. If the Vice Master were to find out that they did not help earlier, they would definitely suffer. Vice Master Manjulu. The 9th prince smiled and cupped his hands. The old eunuch looked at Manjulu in shock and anger. When his arm was severed, he did not notice it at all. Therefore, he could not be sure if it was Manjulu who did it. Leader. Nviwa stood behind Ningqi and pointed at the 9th prince. This guy is sick. I know. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Damned girl. The old eunuch glared at Nviwa viciously, while the 9th prince looked at Ningqi with bewilderment in his eyes. At this moment, Manjulu spoke with a cold expression. 9th prince, why have you come to my Tianji institution? Well, I heard that the legendary ancestor Ning has returned to the 9 States Empire and is currently in the Heavenly Mystery Institution, so I came to pay a visit. The 9th prince let out a dry laugh. Really? A strange smile appeared on Manjula's face. He pouted at Ningqi and said, 9th prince, this is Ancestor Ning whom you want to see. This girl is Ancestor Ning's maidservant. Did you have bad intentions towards her just now? What? He is old Ancestor Ning? How could he be this young? The 9th prince, the old eunuch, and the others trembled and looked at Ningqi in disbelief. The old eunuch had planned to pick up his arm from the ground, but now he didn't dare to act rashly. His body trembled uncontrollably. For Forefather Ning, it was a misunderstanding just now. Junior didn't know that this young lady was your servant. The 9th prince cupped his hands at Ningqi and smiled awkwardly. She looks to be only 11 or 12 years old, right? Even if she's not my maidservant, you can still kill her? Nviwa was right. You are a pervert. Ningqi smiled and flicked his finger. A strand of immortal qi pierced through the 9th prince's head like a sharp sword, splitting his brain in half. The 9th prince? The old eunuch looked at this scene in shock and anger. He didn't expect Ningqi to kill the 9th prince so decisively. How could he go back and report to the emperor? Even Manjulu was shocked and couldn't help but look at Ning Chi again. He muttered to himself, I haven't seen Brother Ning for thousands of years, but he has become more decisive in killing. The other young eunuchs were not weak, but at this moment they didn't dare to attack Ning Chi. They could only look at the old eunuch and wait for his order. All right, take the body back. The emperor has so many children. If one dies, he will have another. Manjulu waved his hand. The old eunuch said with grief and indignation, Deputy Institute Master Manjulu, even Ancestor Ning can't kill the 9th prince for no reason. After all, the 9th prince is a member of the royal family. If what? Why don't you ask your emperor to come to me and reason with Brother Ning? Royal family? Haha, without our Celestial Mystery Institute, is there still a royal family in the 9 States Empire? Manjulu let out a cold laugh. The royal family must have offended this guy. Ning Chi glanced at Manjulu and thought to himself, otherwise, judging from St. Jin's loyal attitude towards the 9 States Empire, even if Manjulu didn't speak up for the 9th prince today, he wouldn't show his disgust towards the royal family of the 9 States Empire. When the old eunuch heard Manjulu's words, he seemed to think of something. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes. He hurriedly took the 9th prince's body and turned to run. The royal family of the 9 States Empire is becoming more and more decadent. I heard that many people, including the current emperor, are practicing some extremely sinister cultivation methods. I don't know where they got it from. Manjulu shook his head and looked at the back of the old eunuch as he left. That's normal. Ning Chi smiled. Next, Ning Chi stayed in the Heaven Secrets institution for a few days. When Manjulu was cultivating the 9 hells tempering technique, there were some things he did not understand, so he came to ask Ning Chi. Ning Chi gave him pointers, one by one. After 3 to 5 days, Ning Chi bade farewell to Old Man Jean and Manjulu and left the Heaven Secrets institution. Sect Master, there's no point in you walking around. When Sect Master Ning wants to come, he will naturally come. In a courtyard in the capital, Yu Zhaoshan paced back and forth in the courtyard. Several elders couldn't help but come forward and persuade him. Don't call me Sect Master. Now that Sect Master Ning is back, the Cloud Rising sect will naturally follow his lead. Yu Zhaoshan quickly corrected them. The position of Cloud Rising Sect Master will still be yours. A voice sounded behind everyone. Yu Zhaoshan and the rest shuddered and quickly turned around. Their faces were instantly filled with joy as they bowed. Greetings, Sect Master. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rest of the Cloud Rising sect disciples heard the commotion and quickly ran out. After seeing Ning Chi, they were overjoyed and bowed. No need for formalities. Ning Chi waved his hand indifferently and then walked towards the main hall, not far away. Nuwa followed beside Ning Chi and looked around curiously. Yu Zhaoshan and the elders quickly followed. As for the other disciples, they only dared to stay in the courtyard and did not dare to follow into the main hall. Chapter 1656. Chapter 1656. Chapter 1656. Arrest notice. Yu Zhaoshan? Ning Chi looked at Yu Zhaoshan and smiled. Yu Zhaoshan was obviously excited when he saw that Ning Chi knew his name. Why didn't you follow when the Cloud Rising sacred ground moved? Weren't you in the sect at that time? Ning Chi smiled. I was just an outer sect disciple at that time. Coincidentally, I offended some enemies a few years ago. When I was out on a mission, I was chased by a few enemies, so I didn't return to the sect. When I dealt with the enemies, the sect was already empty when I returned. Yu Zhaoshan smiled bitterly. There was a flash of understanding in Ning Chi's eyes. There were probably many disciples like Yu Zhaoshan who couldn't make it back in time. However, those people might have died of old age or died in battle. He was the only one who could make it to where Yu Zhaoshan was today. How about this? I'll follow all of you back to the Cloud Rising sect. I'll use a month's time to guide all of you in your cultivation. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. I'll leave after a month. I don't know when I'll be back again. Ning Qi said faintly. Yu Zhaoshan and the rest were delighted when they heard that. However, they hesitated to speak when they heard that Ning Qi would only stay for a month. Ning Qi looked at the surrounding scenery with nostalgia when he returned to the Cloud Rising sect. However, compared to before, the Cloud Rising sect was much quieter now. There were only about 200 people in the sect. Ning Qi spent a month to guide these guys in their cultivation. When he left behind an interspatial ring. The cultivation resources in it were enough for the Cloud Rising sect disciples to live without worries for the next 100 years. At the same time, he gave Yu Zhaoshan and the few Cloud Rising sect elders a superior grade magic tool each. 2 good things could easily attract trouble to them. However, superior grade magic tools were moderate. At least in Dongxian, they could increase their combat power by a few times. To Transcendence, Realm cultivators, superior grade magic tools were not very attractive. Central Mainland. Dao Yen Celestial City. Within a dark cave dwelling, there was a golden 8 trigram spinning in the air. The patterns on it were densely packed, carrying all sorts of special symbols. It gave off a simple and unadorned aura. After spinning for a short while, a virtual image suddenly appeared below the golden 8 trigrams. If Ning Qi was here, he would realize that this was the scene of him killing Qin Zhong in the Blood River Market and seizing the magic Gourd of Joy. Then he entered the creation domain with Ziyu Yanjun to fight. So it's you little rat. Yanjun really died in your hands. But I didn't expect that the delightful magic gourd would also fall into your hands. A hoarse voice rang out in the darkness of the cave. In the darkness, a pair of pale green eyes stared at the scene before them. Yuan Venerate Sangji used his divination mystic abilities to communicate with the Sky Great Path Law and calculate for a total of 81 days before he finally figured out why Ziyu Yanjun had gone missing. However, the strength that Ning Qi displayed surprised Yuan Venerate Sangji. Previously, Ning Qi had killed 4 immortal kings with his second tribulation, creator cultivation. Given Yuan Venerate Sangji's experience, this wasn't too shocking. A long time ago, there had been a few outstanding geniuses in the Central Mainland. However, even a 7 tribulation creator like Ziyu Yanjun had died at his hands. Yuan Venerate Sangji had no choice but to look at Ning Qi in a different light. Yanjun had that kind of bloodline, yet she still died at his hands. Could this fella be a pawn of that person? A hint of suspicion flashed across his green eyes. Not long after, a figure entered the cave dwelling. Yuan Venerate. Make a trip to the delightful demon sect and ask the delightful demon Venerate to see me. Yes. After waiting for about a day, a young cultivator that looked to be around 23 or 24 years old appeared outside the cave. He wore a black and red robe, but this robe was open, completely exposing his chest to the air, revealing his strong chest muscles. A string of black beads hung around his neck. This person's expression was cold. His lips were black to the point of purple, and his eye bags were extremely deep. However, when his eyes opened and closed, there was an invisible sense of sharpness in them. He didn't enter the cave dwelling. Instead, he stood outside. Yuan Venerate Sangji, why did you summon me here in such a hurry? Is there something important? The young cultivator asked coldly. Delightful demon Venerate, I heard that you lost the delightful demon gourd? Yuan Venerate Sangji's hoarse voice came from the cave dwelling. The delightful demon Venerate's expression changed slightly as he smirked. I'm afraid all the cultivators in the Central Mainland already know about this. Did Yuan Venerate Sangji summon me here just to tell me about this? I wonder if the delightful demon gourd's attitude would be more respectful if I knew its whereabouts. There was a hint of mockery in the hoarse voice. What? The delightful demon Venerate was suspicious. At the moment, he thought about many things, including whether the delightful demon gourd had been stolen by Yuan Venerate Sangji. Don't think too much. Why would I want your delightful demon gourd? The delightful demon gourd isn't with me, but I know who has it. Yuan Venerate, if you know which thief stole the delightful demon gourd, please let me know. I would be grateful. The delightful demon Venerate cupped his fists. There was silence in the cave dwelling for a moment. When the delightful demon Venerate started to get impatient, the hoarse voice spoke again. Alchemist Alliance Ning Beixian. Alchemist Alliance's Ning Beixian? The delightful demon Venerate was puzzled. Who was this person? Why had he never heard of him? He recognized all 9 alchemy emperors of the Alchemist Alliance. Since this person wasn't one of them, could there be an alchemy sage in the Alchemist Alliance who coveted his delightful demon gourd? This was really unbelievable. After a moment of silence, the delightful demon Venerate cupped his hands again and left. He immediately ordered people to gather information about Ning Beixian upon returning to the delightful demon sect. He killed 4 immortal kings as a second tribulation creator? Oh, one of our disciples is suspected to have died in his hands? The delightful demon Venerate sneered coldly as he looked at the information in his hands. After a while, he summoned his disciples and issued a wanted order. Master, should we discuss this matter with the Alchemist Alliance? A coquettish female cultivator stood in front of the delightful demon Venerate and asked softly. The delightful demon Venerate reached out and grabbed her. His hands roamed all over her body as he sneered. What is the Alchemist Alliance? That alchemy emperor Bodhi is just an 8th tribulation creator. If it was really a cultivator from the Alchemist Alliance who killed Qinzhong and stole the delightful demon gourd, I will make them pay the price. Master, I understand. Chapter 1657. Chapter 1657. A gathering of pale emperors, the joyful demon sect, issued a wanted order for Ning Qi. Almost all the perfected immortals of the 300 celestial dynasties in the central continent received the wanted order that they couldn't refuse. The order was then passed to the various sections. According to the wanted order, anyone who discovered Ning Qi's whereabouts had to report it. Violators would be killed. At the same time, those who discovered Ning Qi's whereabouts would be qualified to become an outer sect, disciple of the delightful demon sect. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a great uproar and shocked all over the world. Don't underestimate the position of an outer sect, disciple of the delightful demon sect. Even an elder of the delightful demon sect would find it difficult to obtain such a position. Low-tier sects like the Piao Miao sect were extremely strict when it came to accepting disciples. Those who were slightly less talented would find it extremely difficult to enter even if they had connections. After all, every disciple had to share a lot of cultivation resources with the sect. The cultivation resources in the central continent were limited. Even the 7 major sects sometimes had insufficient cultivation resources. These limited resources would naturally be used to nurture prodigies. As soon as the wanted poster was released, the reward conditions on it immediately moved the hearts of all the cultivators. Even many elders and disciples of the other 6 top sects were prepared to go out and try their luck to see if they could find Ning Qi's whereabouts. When the time came, they would be able to give this spot to their relatives and friends or juniors with slightly inferior aptitudes, but who were closer to them by blood. Originally, many cultivators didn't know who Ning Qi was at all, but as soon as this warrant was issued, they instantly started guessing Ning Qi's origins in their hearts. Because no one knew if the warrant had forgotten or if it was intentional, Ning Qi's past accomplishments weren't marked on it. So those cultivators naturally didn't know that Ning Qi had once fought 4 immortal kings by himself in Dao Development Immortal City and killed 4 immortal kings. Only the cultivators that witnessed this scene in Dao Development Immortal City at that time knew how not to offend Ning Qi was Bodhi Elixir Vein. The 9 great pill emperors of the Alchemist Alliance gathered together today. Apart from that, there were about 100 pill saints from the Alchemist Alliance who were free to come to the Ice Palace. Ning Beixian is the commander of the Dark Knight Celestial Dynasty's Jiangnan City. Now that he's wanted by the Joyful Demon Sect, I think we should remove his name from the list. Otherwise, it will affect the reputation of our Alchemist Alliance. A golden-haired cultivator with fiery red skin said. He was one of the 9 Pill Emperors, the Raging Flame Pill Emperor, the master of the Raging Flame Pill Vein. The rest of the Pill Emperors did not speak, but their eyes were filled with agreement. Not far behind Pill Emperor Raging Flame stood a Pill Sage with a stern expression. This person was Alchemy Venerate Blackwater's master, Alchemy Sage Emerald Sea. In today's situation, he only had the right to stand. Only the 9 great Alchemy Emperors had seats. I feel that Happy Demon Venerable didn't discuss it with us before he ordered the arrest of our Alchemist Alliance's commander. This is a provocative move. If we remove Ning Beixian's name from our Alchemist Alliance, does it mean that we are afraid of Happy Demon Sect? Pill Emperor Puti said with a faint smile. If I remember correctly, Pill Emperor Subhoodie had a disciple who died in his hands. The flame Pill Emperor frowned. So what? Business is business and personal matters are personal matters. Moreover, it was my useless disciple who attacked Ning Beixian first. According to the rules of the Alliance, even if Ning Beixian didn't kill him, I would have to kill him myself. Pill Emperor Puti smiled. He paused and glanced at all the Pill Emperors present. There's something you might not know. Ning Beixian is already my junior brother. What? The rest of the 8 Pill Emperors were shocked. How did Ning Beixian suddenly become Pill Emperor Puti's junior brother? Alchemy Sage Emerald Sea, who was standing not far behind Pill Emperor Raging Flame, was the most shocked. Ever since he received the news that Ning Qi had turned Alchemy Venerate Blackwater into a dog, he had been thinking about how to take revenge on Ning Qi. Now that he finally had the chance, he did not expect Pill Emperor Puti to say that Ning Beixian had become his junior brother. Pill Emperor Puti this, just when Pill Emperor Raging Flame wanted to say something. Pill Emperor Puti had already waved his hand and interrupted him. He glanced around arrogantly. When the other Pill Emperors met his gaze, they lowered their heads slightly. Although they were all Pill Emperors, Pill Emperor Puti had the highest cultivation among the 9 Pill Emperors. He was an 8 Tribulation Creator. The strongest among the other Pill Emperors was only a 7 Tribulation Creator, such as Pill Emperor Raging Flame. As for the weakest one, Pill Emperor Twilight Knight, he was only a 6 Tribulation Creator. Although their positions in the Alchemist Alliance were equal, in reality, they were much weaker than Pill Emperor Puti. There's no need to say more. Since Joyful Demon Venerate wants to arrest my junior brother, I will not sit idly by. Pill Emperor Puti said indifferently. Oh, what do you plan to do? A voice came from the entrance, causing everyone's expressions to change. They all looked towards the entrance and saw a young cultivator in a red and black robe walk in with a cold expression. His lips were black and purple, and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Joyful Demon Venerate! Alchemy Emperor Lian and the others were secretly shocked and clenched their fists tightly. The alchemy sages present felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw the Joyful Demon Venerate. Many of them had a look of fear in their eyes. In the central mainland, apart from the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor and his mount, there were still the 5 great Yuan Venerates and the masters of the 7 great sections. Among them, the Joyful Demon Venerate's methods were fierce. He never left his enemies alive and loved to humiliate them. Compared to him, the 9 Underworld Demon Venerate was much crueler. So it's the Joyful Demon Venerate. Apologies for not coming out to greet you. Alchemy Emperor Puti smiled. Puti, on account of the many elixirs you have refined for me back then, I have specially come to tell you that regardless of whether this Ning Beixian is your junior brother or your senior brother, He has taken my joyful demon gourd and killed an elder of my joyful demon sect. He has to pay with his life. If you know his whereabouts, tell me now, and I will give the Alchemist Alliance 2 slots. You can choose 2 people to enter my joyful demon sect to cultivate. The joyful demon Venerate looked at Alchemy Emperor Puti with a smirk. Ning Beixian took the joyful demon Venerate's demonic gourd? 2 slots? The raging flame Pill Emperor and the others' expressions changed. Their eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. My junior brother's whereabouts are erratic. If he really took the demonic gourd, I will definitely persuade him to return it to the joyful demon Venerate the next time I see him. Chapter 1658. Chapter 1658. Chapter 1658. You re-lying? Joyful demon Venerable looked at Pill Emperor Bodhi indifferently. As time passed, everyone felt that the atmosphere in the Ice Palace was extremely oppressive. The fear in their eyes towards joyful demon Venerable intensified. I believe you. You really don't know Ning Beixian's whereabouts. You wouldn't dare to lie to my face. Joyful demon Venerable suddenly smiled. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But then, joyful demon Venerable changed the topic again. The coldness in his voice was even colder than the Ice Palace. I originally planned to find everyone related to him and bring them to joyful demon sect. But I didn't expect him to be your Pill Emperor Bodhi's junior brother. I have to give you face, no matter what. However, if you don't want my joyful demon sect to harm the innocent, prepare 3 rank 9 elixir pills and send them to my joyful demon sect personally. Joyful demon Venerable sneered and left before Pill Emperor Bodhi could say anything. After confirming that he had left, Pill Emperor Raging Flame frowned and said, Pill Emperor Bodhi, 3 rank 9 elixir pills will cost 1/3 of our Alchemist Alliance's immortal herbs and elixirs. The other Pill Emperors' faces turned ugly. Those Pill sages frowned and exchanged glances. They all saw the dissatisfaction in each other's eyes. Because of Ning Qi, the Alchemist Alliance would lose 1/3 of their immortal herbs and elixirs. To them, this was an extremely heavy loss. Perhaps for a long time, the amount of immortal herbs and elixirs distributed to them would be reduced by at least 70 to 80%. So on and so forth, the Pill Venerables and Alchemy ancestors under their command would get even lesser immortal herbs and elixirs. It was equivalent to the entire Alchemist Alliance taking the blame for Ning Qi. Bodhi Pill Meridian will pay for these 3 elixirs. If there's nothing else, you can all leave. Pill Emperor Bodhi waved his hand lightly. Pill Emperor Raging Flame and the others heaved a sigh of relief and left after hearing that. Little junior brother, why did you offend joyful demon Venerable? 3 rank 9 elixir pills. I'm going to pay a huge price for you. After everyone had left, Pill Emperor Subhoodie revealed a bitter smile. Dear Gate Immortal Dynasty, Dan City, Ning Qi had just teleported here from the hidden immortal platform when he saw many of his portraits on the walls. Many cultivators were pointing at the portraits. TSK, I heard that this man was the governor of our Dan City several thousand years ago. If I can find his whereabouts, I'll be able to become an outer disciple of the joyful demon sect. Not only will I not have to worry about cultivation resources in the future, I've also heard that the female cultivators of the joyful demon sect are more seductive and playful than the other. Old man Chin, with your cultivation, I'm afraid you'll be sucked dry overnight. You still want to enter the joyful demon sect? Ha ha ha. Everyone roared with laughter. Old man Chen's face turned red, and he retorted with dissatisfaction. When he was about to turn around and leave, he happened to see Ning Qi looking at the portrait. Why does he look so familiar? Old Min Chin took a few steps and suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he wanted to turn around to look for Ning Qi, he could no longer find Ning Qi. Wait, it was him. Ning Beixian. Old Min Chin cried out in surprise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gazes of the nearby cultivators immediately fell on him. Old Minchin, are you crazy? Of course, we know this guy is Ning Beixian. Why are you so excited? A cultivator curled his lips in dissatisfaction. No, listen to me. Old Minchen's eyes were filled with excitement, and he said anxiously, I just saw Ning Beixian. He's with us. Huh? Ning Beixian? He's with us? Where is he? Everyone looked around, but did not find anyone who looked like Ning Qi. Some of the cultivators, suddenly, felt that they had been fooled, and they looked at Old Man Chen with a trace of hostility. Why don't you believe me? I really saw him. No, I have to report this to the city lord. Ha ha ha! When the joyful demon sect captures Ning Beixian, I, Qin Tianming, will become an outer disciple of the joyful demon sect. Old Man Chen laughed wildly and ran excitedly in the direction of the city lord's mansion. When everyone saw that he didn't seem to be pretending, they were immediately surprised and doubtful. Some people reacted very quickly and rushed towards the gate of Dawn City. Strange! How did the joyful demon sect know that I killed Qinzhong and took the immortal execution, demonic gourd, so quickly? After leaving Dan City, Ning Qi pondered as he flew towards the nearest teleportation array. He felt that this wanted order was very strange. Could it be that the 3 cruel sun sect cultivators that he saved spread the news? Ning Qi quickly denied this possibility. Not to mention whether the 3 of them had the guts to do so, they were willing to die with Wu Yin. It was obvious that they were not the kind of people who would betray others. Ning Beixian. Ha ha ha. It's really him. Cultivators in front, stop. A few groups of cultivators flew towards Ning Qi. Ning Qi's current speed was not fast, and these cultivators were all first tribulation creators. Therefore, they could easily see Ning Qi's face. He was the main character of the wanted order from the joyful demon sect, Ning Beixian. Ning Qi smiled and stopped. He said to them, How can I help you? It's him. I can't be wrong. Ha ha ha, Ning Beixian. You are wanted by the joyful demon sect. Come with us to see the joyful demon, Venerable. You might be able to keep your life. A cultivator with a protruding mouth stared at Ning Qi with greed in his eyes. Other than him, there were 8 other cultivators. They all looked different, but they all had one thing in common. They were all first tribulation creators. The wanted order didn't mention my cultivation. Ning Qi looked at these guys with a weird expression. His cultivation. Everyone was slightly stunned. Then, a trace of doubt flashed in their eyes as they looked at Ning Qi with fear. The monkey-like cultivator frowned. The wanted order didn't mention your cultivation, but I heard that you were only at a perfected Dharma phase cultivator a few thousand years ago. No matter how strong you are now, you are only a first tribulation creator, right? Sorry, I just broke through a while ago. I am now a third tribulation creator. Ning Qi smiled. Third tribulation creator? The group of cultivators looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Their bodies stiffened and fear appeared in their eyes. The monkey-like cultivator quickly retreated and looked at Ning Qi in shock. Are you lying? Chapter 1659. Chapter 1659. Chapter 1659 Wasteland Market. Where are you going? Ning Qi chuckled. In just 3 to 5 breaths' time, those first tribulation masters of creation who had fled in all directions were swept into his creation domain. From start to finish, Ning Qi's fortune domain had always been the one used to refine the devouring dragon pill emperor. As for his own fortune domain, because of the existence of the sacred concubine and the others, Ning Qi would only use it as a last resort. At this stage, the devouring dragon pill emperor's fortune domain was already strong enough. With a gentle wave of his hand, the monkey-faced cultivator immediately appeared in front of Ning Qi. He knelt on the ground in horror and begged, Senior Beixian, we were blind and offended you. Please let us go for the sake of our hard work. He was filled with regret and anger at the same time. The joyful demon sect didn't state Ning Beishuan's strength on the wanted poster? Otherwise, when they saw Ning Qi, they wouldn't have foolishly stepped forward to die. Let me ask you, how long has it been since the joyful demon sect issued the wanted order? Ning Qi laughed. This junior doesn't know the exact time. I only know that this wanted order reached the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty 15 days ago. The monkey-faced cultivator hurriedly said. 15 days ago? That's not too long. Yuan venerate Tsangji and Demon venerate Joyous Joy are both 9 tribulation creators. Ning Qi pondered for a moment. Next, he gently waved his hand, and the space before him was instantly torn apart. Before the monkey-faced cultivator could even react, he was torn to pieces. His flesh and blood were devoured by the torn space and scattered to different places. The rest of the cultivators who were trapped in the creation domain didn't survive either. They were directly killed by Ning Qi. The 8 first tribulation creators brought Ning Qi 40 creation points. At this moment, Ning Qi's creation points had already reached 770. There was still a long way to go before he reached the 10,000 creation points mark. Thousands of years ago, the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty had at most 20 to 30 experts of the creation realm. After thousands of years, perhaps there were more, but it was definitely not too much. If Ning Qi wanted to obtain creation points and advance to the 4 tribulations Master of Creation, he would probably have to kill several Masters of Creation from the Celestial Dynasties. However, if he really did that, it would probably implicate a lot of people. Perhaps Dao Yan's Celestial City would directly send troops to suppress him. He had to act quietly. Otherwise, the purpose of his actions would be too obvious. If others guessed that he killed cultivators to advance, the consequences would be unpredictable. The system doesn't have a higher level training ground. Looks like it's time to go to the 9 desolations and the 3 perilous realms. I heard that there are many foreign race experts there. There should be a lot of creation points too. It's just nice for me to avoid the limelight. Ning Qi's face began to change gradually. Very quickly, he turned from a teenager who looked no older than 18 to a young man in his 30s. His facial features also became extremely ordinary, belonging to the type that one would not remember at a glance. A trace of the power of creation was transmitted to his clothes, and even the style and color of his clothes changed. Brother, did you see this person just now? A few cultivators caught up to him. Seeing Ning Qi standing in the void, they immediately surrounded Ning Qi suspiciously. They carefully looked at Ning Qi's appearance and realized that he was completely different from the Ning Beishian in the wanted poster. His clothes were also different from what Old Mansion had described. While they were disappointed, they gestured at Ning Qi with the wanted poster. This guy? Isn't he Ning Beishian? Ning Qi looked at the wanted poster and smiled. Yes, it's Ning Beishian. Brother, did you see him just now? A few cultivators were excited. If I saw him, I would have already sent the message. Why would I still be here? Ning Qi rolled his eyes. Don't tell me you're planning to take all the benefits for yourself? The cultivators looked suspicious and exchanged glances. At this time, a faint power of creation surged out from Ning Qi's body. They were immediately shocked. These people were only transcendents, realm cultivators. When they felt this trace of power of creation, they hurriedly took a dozen steps back in horror. Senior, we have offended you. Please forgive us. A few cultivators hurriedly bowed and apologized. I want to ask for directions. What's the fastest way to the realm of death? Ning Qi smiled. One of the cultivators' eyes lit up. He happened to know the route, so he quickly explained it to Ning Qi in detail. Ning Qi smiled and nodded, then flew into the sky. That was close. Looks like this job isn't easy. I guess many creation realm experts are looking for this person. Even if we see him in the future, we won't be able to compete with them. A few cultivators looked at each other with resentment. We just need to send the message. Maybe because of us, the Joyful Demon sect will capture this kid. At that time, we will still be rewarded. Let's go. If Ning Beixian really appeared in Den City, he shouldn't have gone far. We might still have a chance if we chase after him, a cultivator suggested. Hearing this, the others immediately nodded. With dreams in their hearts, they chose a direction and soared into the sky. The 9 desolation regions and the 3 great desolation regions were located in the farthest regions of the central continent. In between, they had to pass through a few dangerous regions. These dangerous regions spanned for countless li. Cultivators below the creation realm didn't dare to step into them because they might not even be able to fly to the 9 desolation regions in their entire lives. Therefore, the cultivators that could be seen in these dangerous regions were at least First Tribulation Creator Realm. Most of them were Second Tribulation Creator Realm. Even a normal First Tribulation Creator Realm didn't have the confidence to pass through these dangerous regions. There were some terrifying forbidden techniques left behind by the ancient times. Killing them would be as easy as blowing off dust. The great market of the desolation regions. This was a place that one had to pass through to enter the dangerous regions. It was also an impregnable pass. It was also one of the most famous markets in the central continent. People could see many foreign race cultivators here. They all came from the 9 desolation regions. They brought the special ores, immortal herbs, spiritual herbs, and cultivation resources of the desolation regions to exchange for essentials, such as pills with the human race. Ning Qi spent 3 months to arrive here. When he entered the great market of the desolation regions, he even paid 3,000 Dao evolution celestial coins. Therefore, at a glance, the weakest cultivator he could see was at least a half-step creation realm. There were no cultivators below the transcendence realm. However, there were many mortals here who didn't even have a trace of cultivation aura. They were completely mortals. These mortals did all kinds of work, but they were all hard and tiring. There were also many beautiful mortals who were treated as goods and sold in stalls. Many foreign race cultivators pointed at them and occasionally took out a few Dao evolution celestial coins and took them away. Chapter 1660. Impassable stone. After a few hours of observation, Ning Qi found out that the biggest trade here was elixirs. There were a lot of alchemists here. Probably 1 out of 3 to 400 people was an alchemist. However, most of them were independent alchemists. Only a few of them were probably under the control of the Alchemist Union. They had the title of Alchemy Saint. Rank 6 elixirs that could normally be sold for 100 Dao evolution immortal coins could be exchanged for 4 to 500 Dao evolution immortal coins from the cultivators of the foreign races in the waste domain. The foreign cultivators seemed to be gnashing their teeth in hatred, but they could only swallow their anger. Apart from that, Ning Qi also saw many cultivators from the Joyful Demon Sect and the other 6 sections. Some of them teamed up with the foreign race cultivators to go to the 9 wastelands. They seemed to have a good relationship with each other. Some were recruiting creation realm experts. They seemed to be planning to go to the dangerous places and explore some ruins. Only the cultivators from the Joyful Demon Sect were sizing up every cultivator in the market with sharp eyes. It seemed that the Joyful Demon Sect had also guessed that Ning Qi would go to the 9 wastelands. They had sent many people to guard this place. However, if these cultivators did not have special methods, they would not be able to recognize Ning Qi if he walked past them. Senior, it seems like this is your first time coming to the waste domain market? Suddenly, a young cultivator came to Ning Qi. His cultivation was not high. He was only at the half-step creation realm. He had a fawning look on his face. So what if I am? So what if I am not? Ning Qi smiled. Then you have asked the right person. Senior, are you here to buy immortal herbs from the waste domain or to participate in the black market auction? Or are you planning to go to the 9 wastelands to fight for opportunities in the 3 great despairs? Either way, I can lead the way for you. You only need to pay a small fee. The young cultivator said with a smile. No matter what market it was, people like him were indispensable. Ning Qi had seen many of them. However, he did not plan to buy immortal herbs or participate in the black market auction today. There's no need for that. I do plan to go to the desolate domain. Ning Qi waved his hand and walked toward the exit of the impregnable pass in the distance. There was an unwritten rule here. Cultivators from the waste domain, or those who intended to go to the waste domain, had to pass through here. If they took a detour or sneaked past without permission, they would be hunted down by the real masters behind the market square of the waste domain, the 7 major sections. Senior, you obviously don't know how dangerous it is to go to the waste region from here. Along the way, you will encounter some terrifying restrictive spells that even the 9 tribulations creator couldn't resolve. If you encounter any of them, I'm afraid that even with your cultivation, you won't be able to escape. However, I've been here for more than 800 years, so I'm very familiar with the way. With me leading the way, you can perfectly avoid those terrifying restrictive spells. On this point, no one who traveled with me in the Waste Regions market can compare to me. The young cultivator quickly stepped forward and reported to Ning Qi. A forbidden spell that even the 9 tribulations, masters of creation, couldn't resolve? This was the first time Ning Qi had heard of this. Perhaps this young cultivator was exaggerating just to earn a commission from him. Ning Qi's eyes turned cold as he looked at the young cultivator and said, "If you're lying to me, I'll forgive you this time. Otherwise, Senior, you've misunderstood. I definitely wouldn't dare to brag. This is something that is publicly acknowledged. Otherwise," the young cultivator suddenly sent a mysterious voice transmission to Ning Qi. "Otherwise, why would the 9 great desolations and the 3 perilous realms have always been independent? Why wouldn't they be taken in by the Tao, Yen, Celestial Emperor? These terrifying restrictive spells left behind from ancient times are one of the reasons. Of course, the mysterious abilities of the 2 Yuan Venerates are also one of the biggest reasons. Senior, think about it. Even the Tao Yen Celestial Emperor isn't willing to set foot in this place. You can imagine how terrifying the restrictive spells are. If no one leads the way and you accidentally enter, I'm afraid that 10,000 years of cultivation will be destroyed." Ning Qi stared at the young cultivator in front of him. After a while he asked, "What's your name?" "I'm Bu Xiaofeng." Bu Xiaofeng was delighted. Based on his experience, the deal was almost done when the other party started asking for his name. "Let's go and find a place to sit. I have some things to ask you. If you're not lying to me, I won't be stingy with a small commission." Ning Qi smiled faintly. Although Ning Qi didn't have many Tao Evolution celestial coins, he was never short of them. He could casually refine a few elixirs in exchange for a large number of Tao Evolution celestial coins. "That's great." Bu Xiaofeng chuckled. He brought Ning Qi to an extraordinarily lively tea house. In addition to the main hall, there were also private rooms. Ning Qi asked for a private room and ordered a few dishes. "I have something to ask you." "If you dare lie to me," Ning Qi got straight to the point after sitting down and looked at Bu Xiaofeng with a faint smile. Bu Xiaofeng waved his hands. "In this line of work, I will naturally tell you everything I know as long as there is a commission. Why would I lie to you?" "Pa." Ning Qi threw out a bag that was about the size of 2 fists. Bu Xiaofeng hurriedly reached out to catch it and open it. There were at least 1,000 Tao Evolution celestial coins inside. "This is just the beginning. If you prove your worth, I will give you another commission." Ning Qi said faintly, "Thank you, Senior." Bu Xiaofeng happily put the bag into his interspatial ring. "Let me ask you, how powerful are the 7 great sects in the wastelands?" Ning Qi asked. Bu Xiaofeng was slightly taken aback. Then he smiled and said, "Senior, you really don't know much about this. How powerful are the 7 great sects in the wastelands? Apart from the Tao Evolution Celestial Emperor, Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse don't allow other 9 Tribulation Creation Masters to set foot in the 9 wastelands and the 3 perilous realms. However, Existences below the 8 Tribulation Creation Master level don't have this taboo. It's just that the foreign race cultivators in the 9 wastelands are extremely brutal. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare set foot in the 9 wastelands for no reason if they didn't want to compete for opportunities in the 3 perilous realms. If you're unlucky, you might not be able to come out. There's such a thing. Then, powerhouses like Happy Demon Venerate and 9 Underworld Demon Venerate can't enter the 9 wastelands? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. That's right, Bu Xiaofeng nodded. What are the opportunities in the 3 perilous realms that you mentioned? Ning Qi asked. Senior, you don't even know these? Chapter 1661. Chapter 1661. Chapter 1661 To Meet an Acquaintance Impassable Divine Stone? What is this? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Senior, you might not know this, but there is an impassable realm divine stone in each of the 3 great perilous realms. If you are ranked in the top 20 of the great perilous realms combat strength ranking, you will be qualified to cultivate under the impassable realm divine stone every year. You will be able to obtain the mysterious power of the impassable realm divine stone, which is greatly beneficial to your cultivation. In addition, there are also many heavenly treasures in the 3 great perilous realms. As long as you have the strength, you can live for 100 years inside, which is equivalent to cultivating for tens of thousands of years outside. Bu Xiaofeng explained. A mystical boost? What is the origin of this impassable godstone? Ning Qi thought of something and looked at Bu Xiaofeng indifferently, as if he wanted to see if he was lying. Senior, your question has stumped me. Legend has it that the impassable divine stone has existed since the beginning of time, but I don't know its exact origin. I'm afraid that even the Tao Yen Immortal Emperor wouldn't be able to explain it. However, I think that Yuan Venerate Heavenly Gu and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse have some understanding of the impassable divine stone. The strength of these 2 Yuan Venerates was probably extraordinary. Ning Qi thought to himself. The Tao Yen Immortal Emperor had unified the 300 celestial dynasties, but he had not attacked the 9 great desolation regions and the 3 perilous realms. The reason was probably not only because of the ancient forbidden techniques in the perilous lands, but also because of Yuan Venerate Heavenly Gu and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse. I want to go to the Despair of Death. If you lead the way, how much will it cost? Ning Qi said lightly. Despair of Death? Bu Xiaofeng's expression changed slightly, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Ning Qi looked at him indifferently and did not speak. At this moment, the waiter brought the dishes in. Ning Qi casually picked up a few chopsticks, and the taste was not bad. No wonder these dishes could be sold for more than 10 Tao Evolution celestial coins. The ingredients used were probably quite expensive. What do you think? If you don't want to go, you can introduce someone else to me. After more than half of the dishes on the table disappeared, Ning Qi said indifferently, Senior, a wry smile appeared on Bu Xiaofeng's face. Senior, the journey to the impasse of death from here is not only the farthest, but also the most dangerous, because the impasse of death is surrounded by the heavenly fox wilderness, the giant soul wilderness, and the blood tortoise wilderness. On the way, we have to pass through the city of the dead. Not only are there ancient forbidden techniques, but there are also many human race and foreign race cultivators wanted by the 7 major sections. They specialize in ambushing cultivators passing by to obtain cultivation resources. If Senior wants to go to the Impasse of Thunder or the Impasse of Daozong, I can lead the way. I'm going to the Despair of Death. Ning Qi said indifferently. Bu Xiaofeng smiled bitterly and took out the bag that Ning Qi had just given him. He returned it to Ning Qi and got up to leave. Senior, if I can't go to the Despair of Death, I'm ashamed to accept these Tao Evolution celestial coins. However, if you really want to go to the Despair of Death, I can suggest that you find some foreign race cultivators who came from the Despair of Death and return with them. It's just that the foreign race cultivators are very hostile towards human race cultivators. If you're not careful, you might be ambushed by them halfway. The risk is also very high. However, if Senior is not in a hurry, you can wait at the big market of the wilderness. There will always be some geniuses of the sex who want to go to the despair of death. All right, I got it. You can keep these Tao Evolution, celestial coins. Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. Bu Xiaofeng was slightly stunned as he did not expect Ning Qi to be so generous. I told you to keep it, so keep it. Ning Qi smiled. Thank you, Senior. Bu Xiaofeng kept the leather bag and thanked Ning Qi. Before he left, he suddenly sent a voice transmission to Ning Qi. Senior, if you want to be safer on the way, you can go to the black market and see if there's anyone selling map jade slips. In these dangerous places that lead to the 9 wastelands, there are many powerful cultivators who have drawn map jade slips. If you can get one of them, you can at least avoid some secret ancient forbidden techniques. All right, I'll go and have a look if I have the chance. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Then, Senior, I'll take my leave first. If you have any other questions, you can find me at the Yin Wind Cave. I'm usually around there, Bu Xiaofeng said and left the private room. From the looks of it, traveling 90,000 miles in an instant isn't going to be of much use in these dangerous places. It would be bad if I accidentally stumble into an ancient formation. Zhang Xian muttered to himself. A hint of contemplation flashed through Ning Qi's eyes. He would find a chance to ask the second person about the information Bu Xiaofeng had obtained to verify the authenticity of the information. However, the journey was dangerous, so it should not be a lie. Just now, he also saw the cultivators of several top sects recruiting people, including the 6 realms of Reincarnation sect and the Yin-Yang sect. Even such a naturally arrogant cultivator had to gather people to enter the dangerous place. It could be imagined that the danger in the dangerous place should be similar to what Bu Xiaofeng had said. A few days later, Ning Qi confirmed that Bu Xiaofeng was telling the truth. He went to the local black market auction again, but he didn't find any map jade slips. However, he did bump into a few familiar faces. Xiao Wuya from the 6 Daos Reincarnation sect, Fu Ji from the Yin-Yang sect, Zhao Lang from the Delightful Demon sect, Yufeng from the Mental Demon sect, Duanmu Chong from the 9 Serenities Demon sect, Zhan Donglai from the Battle sect, and Sakyamune from the 9 Prefectures Ancient Temple. These were the acquaintances Ning Qi had met in Twilight Knight's core vein last time. However, they weren't the cultivator leading the group this time. Instead, they were following a 5 Tribulation creator with some other 3rd Tribulation creators. I know you. Zhao Lang suddenly walked in front of Ning Qi and looked at him suspiciously. I don't know her. Ning Qi laughed. If you don't know me, why are you staring at me? Which sect are you from? Zhao Lang laughed coldly. When he saw that Ning Qi's clothes did not have a sex emblem, he asked, I'm just a rogue cultivator. You must be a cultivator from the Joyous Demon sect, right? Are you going to the 9 Great Desolation regions? Can you bring me along? Ning Qi laughed. Qi. The vigilance in Zhao Lang's eyes receded, and he glanced at Ning Qi with disdain before turning around and leaving. He spoke a few words with the leader of the 5 Tribulation Masters of Creation, and that Master of Creation glanced at Ning Qi indifferently before leading Zhao Lang and the others towards the impregnable pass. Everyone, this time we only have a 60% chance of reaching the perilous place alive. If you regret now, it's not too late. When they reached the entrance of the impregnable pass, the leading cultivators of the 7 sects glanced at their respective junior brothers and sisters with a faint smile. Chapter 1662. Chapter 1662. Joining the Team Xiaoya and the rest were full of fighting spirit. No one backed off. At their level, if they wanted to take a shortcut to break through, they could only choose to enter the 3 perilous realms. If they could survive there for a few hundred years, they would have a chance to become immortal kings. How could they give up such an opportunity? All right, let's go. Seeing the determination in the eyes of Xiao Wuya and the others, The leading cultivators of the 7 major sects smiled and led them towards the entrance of the impregnable fortress. It seemed like the 7 major sects were planning to go to a dead end, and they were working together. There were 7 to 8 3 masters of creation in each sect, more than 50 tribulation masters of creation, and 7 tribulation masters of creation. Such a team was very safe. Many rogue cultivators could only look at them enviously. Some rich rogue cultivators, or teams that gathered at the last minute, ran forward to communicate with them. In the end, a few teams successfully joined them, but from the looks on those cultivators' faces, it was obvious that they had paid a heavy price. TSK, these guys will probably only have about 10 people die when they reach the perilous realms. It's really cool to have a big tree behind you. I know, right? Did you guys hear? This time, the Joyful Demon sect has put a bounty on a cultivator. If you catch him, you'll get a place to become an outer sect disciple of the Joyful Demon sect. When you go to the 9 desolations and 3 perilous realms, you won't have to wait here for years like us. It's just a fantasy. To us, it's better to hurry up and come here. Don't miss this chance. The Lightning team is still missing a 3rd tribulation master of creation. Our team of cultivators loves each other and will never stab each other in the back. Fairy, do you want to join us? No. Come and take a look. Chi, what's so great about it? Ning Chi glanced around. There were at least 300 to 500 teams waiting for suitable teammates near the perilous realm. A small portion of them only needed to have a certain cultivation level, while others needed background and past achievements. There was also a small portion of teams with 4th tribulation, masters of creation. To join such teams, one had to pay a large amount of Tao Evolution celestial coins. Many cultivators wandered about here, frowning from time to time before shaking their heads and leaving. Teams were picking their members, and the members were picking their teams. After all, they were going to enter such a dangerous place. If they were to encounter a team that was trying to take advantage of others, wouldn't that be the same as sending sheep into a tiger's den? They would rather wait for a few more days and gather the new lone cultivators, then form a team and head towards the 9 wastelands and the 3 perilous realms. Brother, seeing Ning Chi loitering around for a few rounds, a team of 3 people finally gathered together. After sizing Ning Chi up for a long time, one of them could not help but walk out and greet Ning Chi. The team consisted of 1 man and 2 women. The man who greeted Ning Chi was very slender and stout. He was 2 feet tall, which was equivalent to 2.5 meters. His entire body was covered with muscles, like a small giant. The other 2 female cultivators were beautiful, but they exuded a murderous aura. It was clear that they often fought and killed, and were not easy to deal with. All 3 of them were at the 3rd tribulation realm. What's up? Ning Chi smiled. The burly man smiled at Ning Chi and said, I'm Void Butcher. I was once an abandoned disciple of the 9 Phantasms ancient temple. Seeing that you're here alone, do you want to form a team and head to the 9 wastelands and the 3 perilous realms? An abandoned disciple of the 9 Phantasms ancient temple? Ning Chi's gaze was slightly strange. No wonder this burly man's muscles were so terrifying. The 9 Phantasms ancient temple's cultivation method could indeed allow one to cultivate a terrifying body. For example, Sakyamuni Rui. Although he had not seen him for a few thousand years, and his cultivation level had not increased, and he was slightly shorter than this burly man at only 2 meters, the explosive power contained in his muscles was probably much more terrifying than Void Butcher's. That's right. I'm indeed planning to head to the perilous realms of death. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Perilous realms of death. Void Butcher's eyes lit up. The 3 of us are also planning to head to the perilous realms of death. Little brother, do you want to form a team with the 3 of us? Ning Chi glanced at the 2 female cultivators, then looked at Void Butcher. He then smiled and nodded, saying sure. When can we depart? We only need 3 more people to form a team of 7, and we can depart. That way, our chances of reaching the perilous realms of death will be higher. Void Butcher heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Ning Chi had agreed. He enthusiastically brought Ning Chi to the 2 female cultivators and introduced him to them. The 2 female cultivators were called Zhang Qinghua and Ji Kuei. They were not from a sect, but from a clan. The 2 of them did not elaborate on which clan they were from. However, after chatting for a while, Ning Chi learned that the 3 of them did not know each other before coming to the Wastelands Market. Brother Xianbei, even I can't see through your cultivation. I wonder. Void Butcher suddenly smiled at Ning Chi. Zhang Qinghua and Ji Kuei also looked at Ning Chi. The 3 of them had asked Void Butcher to strike up a conversation with him because they could not see through Ning Chi's cultivation. Oh, I've cultivated a technique for concealing my aura. Ning Chi smiled and released a trace of the power of creation. The 3's expressions changed slightly. Judging from the aura, Ning Chi was probably only a 2nd Tribulation Master of Creation, while the one they were looking for was a 3rd Tribulation Master of Creation. However, they had already agreed to join Ning Chi, so it would not be nice to go back on their word. The 3 of them could only look at each other and did not say anything. As for Void Butcher's nickname of Xianbei, Ning Chi had simply reversed it. This way, he could avoid being discovered by the Joyful Demon sect. When they reached the perilous realms of death, Ning Chi would not have to worry so much. Following that, the 4 of them stood at the same spot and waited for a few months. During this time, a few cultivators wanted to join the group, but they were all rejected by Zhang Qinghua and Ji Kuei. It was because they could tell that those cultivators were not good people. They stared at the 2 of them lecherously, as if they wanted to swallow them whole. Everyone, are you guys planning to head to the 9 wastelands and the 3 perilous realms? Suddenly, 3 cultivators walked in front of Void Butcher. They glanced at Ning Chi, Zhang Qinghua, and Ji Kuei before smiling at Void Butcher. The 3 of them were 2 men and 1 woman. They were the complete opposite of Void Butcher's group. The man was extremely handsome, while the woman was extremely beautiful. They attracted a lot of attention the moment they arrived. The 3 of you come to our side. Their team is not strong enough. A cultivator came forward and cupped his hands. Behind him, more than 10 pairs of eyes were looking at them. They were all members of his team, other than a few 2nd Tribulation Masters of Creation. Most of them were 3rd Tribulation Masters of Creation. They were considered a large team here. Those 1st Tribulation Masters of Creation could only watch from afar. They were not qualified to join the team. Scram! Void Butcher suddenly exploded with his eyes wide open. The cultivator who came to poach them was not afraid at all. He looked at Void Butcher with a faint smile. What are you guys doing here? Chapter 1663. Chapter 1663. Chapter 1663. Ready to go, these cultivators were clad in uniform robes, the sleeves of which were embroidered with several unique beasts. The auras they emanated were different, but they were very similar to Xiao Wei's group. They must have been sent here by the cultivators from the 7 great sects to maintain order. When Void Butcher saw them, he quickly smiled awkwardly and said, "No, we were just discussing a small matter. You are not allowed to shout in the market square of the desolate region. I will let you off this time, but if there is a next time, you will be locked up for a year." The cultivators coldly glanced at the crowd and sped away. Then Void Butcher glared fiercely at the guy who was trying to poach him. "Old Do, what's the meaning of this? Don't you know first come, first served?" Old Devil Do chuckled and ignored Void Butcher. Instead, he looked at the 3 cultivators and said, "The 3 of you, their team doesn't have enough experience and has only been to the 9 great, desolate realms a few times. However, our Flying Dragon team is different. We have been to the 3 great, desolate realms more than 10 times, and every time more than 60% of the cultivators would survive. I wonder if the three of you are interested? The three cultivators gave Old Freak a glance before turning to look at the distant, soaring dragon squad. Next, they exchanged glances, seemingly conversing through secret vocal transmissions. After a while, one of the male cultivators smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind invitation, but the three of us aren't used to teams with too many people." "Oh, I see. Forget it." Old Devil Do nodded with a fake smile, turned around and left. Seeing this, Void Butcher glared at his back, then turned to the three cultivators and said with a smile, "The three of you were planning to go to the Despair Realm of Death. I wonder if the three of you can come with us? It just so happens that we are also going to the Despair Realm of Death. However, we need to set off immediately." "That's great. We only plan to gather 7 people before we set off. With the 3 of you, our numbers will be just right. We can also take care of each other on the way." Void Butcher laughed. The 3 cultivators exchanged glances, and the corners of their lips curled up slightly. Next, Void Butcher began inquiring about their backgrounds while introducing Ning Chi's team of 3. The 2 men and 1 woman claimed to be itinerant cultivators. One of them smiled and spoke with his eyes squinted. His surname was Wan, and his given name was Long. The other man looked taciturn, expressionless, and seemed very cold. His surname was Yu, and his given name was Jian. The female cultivator had the same surname as Ning Chi, and was called Ning Dong. He's only a second tribulation creator? Ning Dong looked at Ning Chi and frowned subconsciously. That's right. Brother Xianbei is only a second tribulation master of creation. But don't underestimate him. He hasn't been cultivating for a long time. If he was in any other sect, he would definitely be a genius. Void Butcher hurriedly smiled. Ning Chi had a strange look in his eyes. When did he tell him that he didn't have much time left to cultivate? Could it be that he was afraid that the 3 of them wouldn't join the team because of this? Really? There was suspicion in Ning Dong's eyes. At this time, Wan Long glanced at her, then smiled at Ning Chi and said, "Brother Xianbei, I'm sorry. My 3rd sister is a bit straightforward. Please forgive her if she has offended you." Ning Dong was immediately displeased. Ning Chi chuckled and said, "It's fine, I'm indeed a second tribulation creator. Miss Ning is right." He wasn't sure if the Joyous Demon sect knew that he had broken through to the 3rd tribulation creator level, so he purposely revealed his aura to be equivalent to a second tribulation creator. "Since we're all here, why don't we set off today?" Void Butcher smiled. "Let's make some more preparations. We'll set off tomorrow," Zhang Qinghua said. "Miss Zhang is right. Let's make some more preparations and meet here on time tomorrow. What do you think, Brother Butcher?" Wan Long smiled. "No problem. I've been waiting for years. What's one more day? Why don't we go to the Great Baron Mansion for a meal tonight? My treat." Void Butcher smiled. Zhang Qinghua and Ji Kuei were very pleased that Void Butcher was treating them. Wan Long and the other 2 hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Only Ning Chi didn't express his opinion. However, because Ning Chi was only a second tribulation creator, they didn't think too highly of him. It didn't matter if he didn't express his opinion or not. "Then it's decided," Void Butcher said, chuckling. The Great Baron Market at night was different from the day. It was much livelier than it was during the day. The lights were brightly lit throughout the night. Ning Chi didn't plan on going to the Great Baron Mansion. Instead, he wandered around the market, glancing at the stalls. If he was lucky, he might even pick up some treasures. Along the way, there were many gorgeously dressed female cultivators, and most of them were foreign female cultivators. From Ning Chi's point of view, they were the kind that he couldn't bring himself to eat. However, when they passed by Ning Chi, they would still glance at him. Cultivators who had stayed in the market square of the Waste Domain for a long time naturally knew what kind of business these female cultivators were doing. 600 Tao Evolution Immortal Coins. 700. Kid, you want to steal my woman? Don't you know I'm from the Flying Dragon Squad? Senior, she's my little sister. Please be merciful and let me take her away. Bullshit. She's born with the 9-een absolute meridian, and she's perfect for being my cauldron. Since she's your little sister, you should thank me even more. If she becomes my cauldron, I'm sure her cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Who knows? She might even have a chance to reach the creation realm in the future. Ning Qi's footsteps paused. The place where the slaves were sold was quite lively, and there were quite a few cultivators surrounding it. Ning Qi walked over and saw Bu Xiaofeng, who he had met a few months ago, standing anxiously in front of a stall. Behind him was a woman with a confused expression, as if someone had cast a spell on her, sealing her mind. In front of Bu Xiaofeng stood a few second tribulation creators. Ning Qi recognized them. They were members of Old Devil Du's Flying Dragon Squad. One of them had a gloomy expression. He was only 6 meters tall and looked like a monkey. He was sneering at Bu Xiaofeng. You two decide the price yourselves. Don't make a ruckus in front of my stall. The stall owner was a cultivator from a different race. He had a bull's head and a human's body. His bulging eyes were filled with a trace of blood qi. He was also a second tribulation creator. There were quite a lot of slaves in the stall, about 100 of them. Some of them had no cultivation base, and some of them were not weak. There were not only humans, but also outsiders. The only thing they had in common was that they all had confused expressions on their faces. 700 Tao Evolution Immortal Coins it is. I'll take this woman away. The short cultivator glanced at Bu Xiaofeng coldly and threw a leather bag to the bull-headed cultivator. After checking the number, the bull-headed cultivator's gaze landed on Bu Xiaofeng. He's bidding 700. How much are you bidding? 1,000. I'll pay 1,000. Chapter 1664. Chapter 1664. Chapter 1660. For the Flying Dragon Squad won't let you off. TSK Tisk 1,000 Tao Evolution Immortal Coins for a female slave at the early stage Transcendence Realm? This is such a profitable business. The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but sigh. As for the female slave's 9-een absolute meridian, it wasn't rare, and it was only useful for certain cultivators. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't spend 1,000 Tao Evolution Immortal Coins for a female cultivator at the early stage Transcendence Realm. Only those at the late stage Transcendence Realm would be worth that much. Big Brother, Second Brother, a mere early stage Transcendence Realm female cultivator, is being sold for 1,000 Tao Evolution Immortal Coins? I think I see a business opportunity. After preparing for tomorrow's departure, Ning Dong, and the other two, who were planning to attend the banquet at the Great Wildness Building, happened to pass by. When they saw this scene, they stopped with curious expressions. This female cultivator exudes a trace of Yin Qi. She should have the 9-een absolute meridian. That cultivator might be practicing dual cultivation, so the 9-een absolute meridian is very useful to him. That's why the price is so high. Wanlong smiled. Yu Jian didn't speak. His face was expressionless. 1,000? Okay, I'll sell this woman to you. The bull-headed cultivator grinned and was about to accept Bu Xiaofeng's Tao Evolution celestial coins with a greedy gaze. However, the cultivator from the Flying Dragon Squad revealed a trace of anger in his eyes. He glared at Bu Xiaofeng coldly as if he was looking at a corpse. He gritted his teeth and said, I offer 1,100 Tao Evolution celestial coins. Bu Xiaofeng's face was filled with despair when he heard that. 1,000 Tao Evolution celestial coins was all he had. He looked at the confused female cultivator in despair and muttered, I can't save you, I can't save you. 2 streams of tears flowed down from his eyes. Brat, you made me lose so many Tao Evolution immortal coins. You're dead. The cultivator from the Flying Dragon Squad sneered at Bu Xiaofeng and handed over the Dao Evolution Immortal coins to the bull-headed cultivator. Then, he prepared to leave with the female cultivator. 2,000 Dao Evolution Immortal coins. A faint voice came from the spectating cultivators. The bull-headed cultivator was slightly stunned. His eyes were filled with joy as he reached out to stop the cultivator from the Flying Dragon Squad and looked towards the source of the voice. "Say, Senior, it's you?" Bu Xiaofeng stared blankly at Ning Qi, who was walking in front of him, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. "It's him?" Wan Long and the other two looked at each other with curiosity in their eyes. Why would this ordinary-looking Xian Bei, who had just become their teammate, be involved in this matter? "This girl is your sister?" Ning Qi smiled. Bu Xiaofeng hurriedly nodded. "Sister? Yes, she is my biological sister." Bu Xiaofeng seemed to have guessed something. There was a glimmer of expectation in his eyes, but at the same time he was a little uneasy. "Are you really willing to pay 2,000 Dao Evolution Immortal coins?" The ox-headed cultivator looked at Ning Qi and spoke with a muffled voice. "Not bad. 2,000 Dao Evolution Immortal coins." Ning Qi smiled and pointed to the female cultivator. "Is it enough to buy her?" "Ahem. That depends on how much he is willing to pay." The ox-headed cultivator looked at the cultivator from the Flying Dragon Squad with joy. He did not expect that the price of the female cultivator, who he had intended to sell for 200 Dao Evolution Immortal coins, would soar. Someone was offering 2,000 Dao Evolution Immortal coins. This was a pleasant surprise for him. He had only spent 100 Dao Evolution Immortal coins to buy the female cultivator back. "I recognize you. You are from Void Butcher's squad. Do you know this person? Are you really going to become enemies with the Flying Dragon Squad for a half-step to the Creation Realm, Aunt?" The short cultivator looked at Ning Qi coldly. The other members of the Flying Dragon Squad beside him also had murderous looks in their eyes. The spectating cultivators could not help but take a few steps back. They were afraid that they would be implicated if a fight broke out. What a joke! He's selling and I'm buying. Whoever can pay the price will take it away. Why would I be enemies with you? Ning Qi looked at him with a faint smile. "I'll pay 3,000 Dao Evolution Immortal coins." The short cultivator stared at Ning Qi coldly, and the murderous look in his eyes intensified. Bu Xiaofeng fell into despair again when he heard this price. He had only met Ning Qi once, and Ning Qi had already given him 1,000 Dao Evolution Immortal coins. This time, the short cultivator had actually raised the price to 3,000 Dao Evolution Immortal coins. No cultivator would pay so many Dao Evolution Immortal coins for a stranger with a low cultivation level, right? "Senior, I will remember your kindness." Bu Xiaofeng spoke in despair. Without waiting for him to finish, Ning Qi smiled faintly. 4,000 Dao Evolution Immortal coins. Gasp! The surrounding cultivators gasped and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. To them, 4,000 Dao developed immortal coins was not a huge sum of money, but to use 4,000 Dao developed immortal coins to buy an early-stage Transcendence Realm female cultivator, who was worth less than 200 Dao developed immortal coins and was only valuable in the eyes of certain cultivators, was something that only the nouveau riche among the cultivators could do, which normal cultivator would do something that was obviously at a loss. Furthermore, they were not fools. From the moment Ning Qi appeared to the time he made his offer, they had already realized that Ning Qi was only standing up for that half-step creation realm ant. Interesting. The way Wan Long and the other two looked at Ning Qi changed, especially Ning Dong, who revealed a strong sense of curiosity. 4,000 Dao Evolution Immortal coins. All right. There's no need to make any more offers. I'll sell this female cultivator to you. The bull-headed cultivator was afraid that the deal would go down the drain, so he sold the female cultivator to Ning Qi without hesitation. Ning Qi threw him a few leather bags with a smile. After looking at the number, the bull-headed cultivator said with a smile, "She's yours. Go back and use your spiritual force to erase the restrictive spell on her soul. However, it'll be easy for her to escape. Just make do with her. Just you wait." When the short cultivator left, he glared at Ning Qi as if he wanted to devour Ning Qi alive. Ning Qi smiled at him with a mocking gaze that almost caused the short cultivator to explode on the spot. However, when he thought about the consequences of attacking without permission in the desolate domain's market square, he suppressed the anger in his heart. "The Flying Dragon Squad will not let you off." Hearing the voice transmission, Ning Qi smiled without a care. After he left the Wasteland region's market square, if the Flying Dragon Squad attacked him, he would be overjoyed. These were all fortune points. Thinking of this, Ning Qi felt that he needed to offend more people. Only then would he have a steady stream of fortune points. Senior, Bu Xiaofeng went forward to check the female cultivator's body. After seeing that there were no injuries, he held the female cultivator's hand and looked at Ning Qi excitedly. "Go back and erase the restrictive spell on her soul." Ning Qi smiled at Bu Xiaofeng and turned to leave. "Senior, wait." Bu Xiaofeng's eyes flashed with hesitation. He gritted his teeth and went forward to stop Ning Qi. He said in a low voice, "Senior, I can't repay your kindness today. Please come to my place for a cup of tea." Chapter 16:65. They're already here. The Wind cave that Bu Xiaofeng lived in was in the corner of the desolate region's market. There was a huge mountain that was broken into two, and it was filled with caves. The cultivators who lived here generally had low cultivation bases. Most of them were at the half-step creation realm, like Bu Xiaofeng. Among them, there were differences in strength. Occasionally, a one tribulation creator could be seen walking by with an arrogant look on his face. But when he saw Ning Qi, he was slightly startled and took the initiative to step aside. "Isn't that Bu Xiaofeng? Where did he kidnap a woman? She seems to be an early-stage transcendence realm cultivator. The one beside him is not simple. Look, even Blade Maniac dominating the heavens moved aside. I think she might be a second tribulation creator. Bu Xiaofeng has a relationship with the big boss." Many pairs of eyes fell on Ning Qi and Bu Xiaofeng, filled with envy, jealousy, and curiosity. "Senior, this is my home." Bu Xiaofeng brought Ning Qi to a cave at the bottom of the mountain. There was a faint restriction at the entrance of the cave. Bu Xiaofeng gently patted it, and the restriction immediately dissipated. Then he respectfully invited Ning Qi in. Although it looked shabby from the outside, the decorations inside were not bad. Ning Qi also saw a spirit gathering array that increased the spirit chi here by about 30%. However, this spirit gathering array required Dao Evolution Immortal Coins. With Bu Xiaofeng's wealth, he probably could not use it frequently. After waiting for Ning Qi to sit down, Bu Xiaofeng immediately erased the restriction in the female cultivator's divine soul. The female cultivator's eyes gradually became clear, and the confusion faded. "Brother, why am I here?" The female cultivator looked at Bu Xiaofeng with a trace of doubt in her eyes. Then, she seemed to suddenly remember something. An endless fear surged out of her eyes. Her body also trembled slightly. "Little sister, it's okay. You're safe." Bu Xiaofeng comforted her. After a pause, he said, "Hurry up and thank the senior. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid you would have fallen into the hands of the bad guys." Bu Xiaofeng looked at Ning Qi with a face full of gratitude. "Senior, this is my sister Bu Qingshi. We have always depended on each other. More than 10 years ago, Qingshi suddenly disappeared when she was leading the way. I didn't expect to find her captured by a foreign cultivator." Bu Qingshi stared blankly at Ning Qi. Her mind turned quickly, and she immediately knew what had happened to her. She quickly bowed to Ning Qi and said, "Junior thanks Senior for saving my life." Her face was filled with fear. Don't stand on ceremony." Ning Qi smiled, and then his eyes fell on Bu Xiaofeng's face. "You called me here for more than a cup of tea, right? Just say what you want to say." "Senior, I obtained this jade scroll by accident a few years ago. Although it is incomplete, there are a few dangerous places marked on it. There are remnants of ancient restrictive spells that can even trap the 9 Tribulations creator. Please accept it." Bu Xiaofeng suddenly took out a jade slip and handed it to Ning Qi. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He scanned it with his divine will, and a 3D virtual map appeared in his mind. There were at least 3 dangerous places marked on it, as well as some safe routes. "If you take this jade scroll outside and auction it, it will probably fetch more than 4 or 5,000 Dao Evolution celestial coins." Ning Qi smiled. "Senior, with Junior's cultivation, I will die the same day I take out this jade scroll. How would Junior dare to take it out for auction?" Bu Xiaofeng smiled bitterly, and a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. "Senior, do you need someone to lead the way to the dangerous places? Junior and my sister are willing to go together. Why did you suddenly change your mind? It will be a very long journey." Ning Qi smiled. Bu Qingshi was also startled, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. "Because the Flying Dragon Squad will not let us go. If we don't leave this place, we will definitely die. Only by staying with Senior will we have a chance of survival," Bu Xiaofeng said calmly. It seemed that Bu Xiaofeng was afraid that Ning Qi wouldn't take him with him since he had the jade slip, so he continued, "I've lived here for hundreds of years, and I know more routes than this jade slip. If you take me with you, you won't have to take a detour." Ning Qi suddenly laughed. "You guessed correctly. They are already here." "What?" Bu Xiaofeng's face revealed a look of shock. He reacted very quickly and looked in the direction of the door. He saw 4 black shadows that had appeared in his cave without him knowing. The leader was the short cultivator who had fought with him for Bu Qingshi. The other 3 were all 2nd Tribulation creators, and they had followed the short cultivator. "Haha, I've said it before. If you offend the Flying Dragon Squad, you will definitely die." The short cultivator looked at Ning Qi and the other 2 with a cold smile. "Big brother, there's no need to talk to them. Kill the 2 men and bring the woman back. Let's end this quickly before the law enforcement team finds out." "That's right." A thick murderous intent filled the small cave abode. Bu Xiaofeng and Bu Qingshi's faces turned extremely pale. The entrance of the cave abode was obviously protected by a restrictive spell. Even if they killed them tonight, they could leave calmly without anyone noticing. "Kid, don't you have a lot of Dao Evolution celestial coins? If you can take out 20,000 Dao Evolution celestial coins to compensate me for my loss, I will let you live today. However, I will be taking these 2 people away. Do you have any objections?" The short cultivator looked at Ning Qi greedily. 20,000 Dao Evolution celestial coins? Ning Qi looked at him with a faint smile. "I can give it to you, but do you have the life to spend it?" "You don't have to worry about that. Even if Void Butcher comes looking for me, won't I have Senior do to take care of him? Your team only has 6 3rd Tribulation Masters of Creation at most. Moreover, they probably won't become enemies with my Flying Dragon team just for you." The short cultivator laughed sinisterly. A dazzling blade radiance suddenly burst out from the cave abode. Bu Xiaofeng and Bu Qingshi stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. The 4 2nd Tribulation creators, who were so high and mighty in their eyes, who could kill them with one finger, suddenly turned into a pile of minced meat and scattered on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a 2nd Tribulation creator. You are rewarded with 10 creation points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a 2nd Tribulation creator. The system notifications kept ringing. Ning Qi had obtained 40 creation points, adding the 770 creation points from before. He now had a total of 810 creation points. "Senior," Bu Xiaofeng looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. He always thought that Ning Qi was at most between a 1 to a 2nd tribulation creator. However, the scene in front of him stunned him, killing 4 2nd tribulation creators instantly. Didn't that mean that Ning Qi was at least a 3 tribulation creator?